Welcome back, brothers, to Lore. Tonight we're diving into a story on the heroes of Helsreach. Before we get into that, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for your support. I've been absolutely killing it. Now, let's get into the video.
The age of the 41st millennium was an age of fires in the dark. Armageddon filled the viewing bays of the Eternal Crusader like a wounded sun. The world turned slowly beneath the flagship, a rusted orb shrouded in ash and storm clouds, its oceans the color of oil and blood. High in orbit, the sky was crowded with the wreckage of war. Hulks tumbled end over end, casting off trails of burning atmosphere. Ork rocks plowed through the void in vast, ugly clusters, trailing vapor and ruin. Crippled Imperial cruisers drifted with their guts torn open, shedding gas, frozen corpses, and fragments of broken armor that glittered like dust. The Strategium was a cathedral of black marble and lumen light. Hollow reliefs hung in the air like ghosts, layered over one another in spinning, translucent orbits. Auspex runes whispered in the dark. Servo skulls floated on whining thrusters above the command dais, their optic lenses bright with streaming data. The air tasted of incense and engine, heat and the metallic tang of weapon lubricants. High Marshal Helbrecht stood before the great war globe of Armageddon, one hand resting upon the activation studs of the hololithic projector, the other clamped on the pommel of his sword. His armor was a mass of scars and honors, purity seals hanging in weathered strips from every plate. The yellow light from the hololith flickered across the brutal planes of his face, catching on the long, jagged scar that crossed his cheek. Around him, in a wide circle, stood the lords and chaplains of the crusade, castellans, sword brethren whose armor carried campaign studs older than most worlds, chaplains bearing Crozius mauls and Rosarius fields. Their black ceramite drank the light, their white tabards and shoulder crosses stark as bone. They were statues, heavy with relics, but the air around them felt like a storm poised to break. Grimaldus stood among them. His armor was not yet as scarred as theirs. The black was freshly reblessed, the etchings on his greaves and breastplate still sharp. White tabard, chains drawn tight across his chest, binding relic icons against him. The skull helm of his office hung at his belt, its lenses dead and dull. His face was pale with the harsh, colorless cast, common to sons who lived beneath metal skies. The scars there were still young. He did not look young. The reclusiarch watched the changing shapes within the hologlobe as Helbrecht's fingers moved, as the projection swelled and turned. Navigation grids and tactical overlays peeled away at the High Marshal's gesture. The view rose from the surface of Armageddon and stepped back into the void, the single world shrinking to a coal ember in a firestorm. The Ork fleet filled the darkness. It boiled across the system like a rot, crude warships with armored prows, bristling with macro cannons, vast rocks chained together, engines fused into their flanks, their surfaces studded with guns, launch bays and crude glyphs, rogue. Planetoids dragged in the wake of the main mass, huge enough to shatter continents if they fell. Icons crawled at the edges of the projection, their runic designations still resolving as the Auspex spirits struggled to count a swarm that defied reason. It was not a fleet in the Imperial sense. It was a migration, a tide. "You know the foe," Helbrecht said. His voice carried through the Strategium like a cannon report. It silenced the whispered data chants of the tech adepts clustered at their consoles. It cut through the vox mutter of distant decks, bleeding in through the bulkheads. "You know the beast." There was no need to name him. The shadow of that name had never left Armageddon. It had hung over every battlefield since the second time this world burned. Gazkul. The thought was bitter and hot on Grimaldus' tongue. He remembered the histories carved in steel along the chapels of the Eternal Crusader. He remembered the memorials to those who had died in the Second War, their names stamped into brass plates, lacquered in blood, He remembered that the beast had escaped, and that the Imperium had called that campaign victory. Perhaps it had been. The Imperium counted victories differently to any sane mind. Armageddon has given us honor, Helsreach went on. Armageddon has given us shame. We will not accept shame a second time. His gaze moved across the circle, meeting the eyes of each knight and chaplain. There was nothing gentle there, no shared grief for old wounds. Helsreach's gaze was a hard, bright blade, looking for weaknesses to cut away. It came to rest on Grimaldus. "Reclusiarch," the High Marshal said. Grimaldus stepped forward until the light of the hollow globe washed across him. The projection painted ghost worlds across his plate. Orc sigils crawled over the white of his tabard, there and gone like vermin beneath the skin. "My lord," he said. "You are newly raised to your office," Helsreach said. "The litanies of your consecration are still warm upon these decks. Your zeal has been measured. Your faith has been spoken of in my hearing. You live because a world died beneath you, and you did not fall with it." Varadon rose in Grimaldus' memory, unbidden. A world wrapped in the shadow of a devouring swarm, a sky clogged with burning spores and falling chitinous shapes. He remembered a warrior of the Shadow Wolves, battered and bleeding, standing in the midst of a collapsing defense line with his chapter's banner clutched in both hands, refusing to bow even as the ground cracked under the weight of the approaching things. He ignored the memory. He had no use for ghosts now. "I will not repeat the mistake of sending half-forged steel into the furnace," Helsreach said. "You have been tested. You will be tested further. You will take command of one of our crusade forces on the surface." Grimaldus inclined his head in acknowledgement. His voice did not change. "At your will, Lord of the Crusade, name the field, and we will drown it in the blood of aliens." Helsreach's gauntlet brushed the control studs. The hololith buckled, folding down from the system view. Armageddon swelled again to fill it. Continents turned. The ash wastes, the jungle scars, the oceans with their toxic storms. Manufactory hives rose from its surface like iron nails hammered into rust. One hive grew large in the display. A towered coastal city, its foundations sunk into the black waters of the Tempest Ocean. Vast walls ringed it, studded with macro cannons and flak towers. Spires and vox masts stabbed upward from its crown, each topped with shrines and aquilae. Helsreach. The name burned into the air in high Gothic script, hovering above the image like a judgment. Helsreach tapped one armored finger on that word. "You will go there," he said. The judgment fell. For the span of a heartbeat, Grimaldus did not move. Helsreach, a single hive among many, one spine upon the wounded back of a world. A city that had burned before and would burn again. It was a post for the stubborn, for those who accepted drowning in alien flesh as the price of holding a single gate. It was not a place for heroes. "As you command, my lord," he said. He forced the words to remain level. The bitterness at the back of his throat tasted of iron and old smoke. "You doubt," Helsreach said. It was not a question. Grimaldus lifted his eyes fully to the High Marshal's. "I do not question your will. I question the wisdom of burying a newly raised reclusiarch, defending stone and steel, when I have proven of worth upon the void. My brothers and I have broken alien hulls and boarded their ships. I have led assaults through corridors choking on their blood. I am worth more as a spear than as a stone. Some of the gathered lords shifted minutely, the faint rasp of ceramite on ceramite carrying through the quiet. It was not often that one spoke so, bluntly, before the High Marshal. It was less often that such words were tolerated. Helsreach's expression did not change. If anything, it grew colder. "Armageddon is not a war of elegant spear thrusts," he said. "This is not a void duel where a single clean blow can dismember the enemy. This is a grinder. It is a furnace. Worlds like this are not held by the clever or the quick. They are held by those who are willing to drown in the same mud and fire as the foe. He stabbed one gauntleted finger down, striking the hollow projection. The image of Helsreach flickered, but did not vanish. "Look," he snarled. The hololith became a map of spreading infection. Threat vectors blossomed across the region surrounding the hive. Ork rocks were already falling on the ash wastes and boiling seas, according to the augury projections. Green glyphs crawled in patterns that looked like madness, but which Grimaldus knew concealed a crude, brutal intelligence. Convoys of engines, armored swarms, landers carrying millions of howling greenskins. "This is one wound," Helbrecht said. "The beast has made many. Billions of souls will die before this is done. We cannot save all of them. We can make the death of each hive cost the alien dearly. We can choose where we stand and refuse to yield." His gaze hardened even further. "Helsreach is a gate the enemy must break. The Tempest approaches there. The refinery stacks choke the air. The docks and walls are points of meat and metal that the Xenos cannot ignore. It will be one of the fiercest battles of this war, and those who stand there will die slowly, piece by piece. I require a reclusiarch whose stubbornness borders on madness to hold that line. That is why I send you." The words were iron bands. Grimaldus felt them clamp around his ribs. There was no insult in Helbrecht's tone, only a harsh, pragmatic certainty. Exile, Grimaldus thought. Not spoken, not formalized, but clear. Sent to die. Beneath an alien sky, while the crusade bled elsewhere. A useful death. A necessary sacrifice. What better grave for a chaplain than a hive's broken bones? He straightened. If it was a death sentence, then there was only one answer a son of Dawn could give. "Then I will go," Grimaldus said. "I will hold your gate until the last stone falls into the sea. I will build a mountain of corpses at its base. I will make the aliens choke on the ashes of their dead." Helbrecht's mouth twitched. It was not quite a smile. "Die well, brother," he said. "Take your crusade. Take your relics. Take the prayers of this flagship. When Helsreach burns, I expect you to still be standing in the heart of the fire." The council broke apart, like a fortress wall, dividing into marching columns. Orders were barked in the clipped cant of the fleet. Servitors wheeled away, bearing fibers of hololith light after them, like fading entrails. Castellans and sword brethren moved through the haze of data and incense toward their waiting companies. Grimaldus turned and left the strategium. Sword brother Ansgar fell in beside him, helm under one arm, his shaven scalp inked with litanies of hate. The older knight's face was a hard, scarred mask. His left eye was a bionic augmetic, the lens etched with a black cross. "You angered him," Ansgar said. His voice was dry gravel. "Few speak so plainly to the High Marshal. If I am to be buried, I will at least know why," Grimaldus said. "He owes us that much truth." "That is why he raised you, brother," Ansgar replied. "He has enough knights who will kneel and say nothing." Behind them, younger boots rang upon the deck. A cluster of initiates moved to join their reclusiarch, white surcoats still bright with new-sewn crosses. One walked a little ahead of the others, shoulders squared with the arrogant posture of unspent youth. His name was Raylan. Grimaldus knew it, because the initiate repeated it often. "To a true war, not these fleet duels in... To a true war, not these fleet duels in the dark." Ansgar snorted softly. "Do you hear him? He has fought in the void and calls it a lesser war." "Boarding actions are clean," Raylan said. "They are sharp. An honorable charge down a corridor. The foe ahead. No mud, no filth, no civilians screaming." "There is no clean war," Ansgar told him. "Only war. You will learn that on Armageddon, or you will die before the lesson is finished." Cynaric was waiting where the corridor opened out into the chaplaincy's armory cloister, his armor already fully sealed. The old chaplain's plate was worn like the hide of some ancient beast, scarred and scrimshawed with 1,000 small inscriptions. One of his eyes was blind milk, the other a dark coal. His crozius was maglocked to a rack beside him, its adamantine head in the shape of a fanged maul. 3 Cenobite servitors stood chained near his feet. They were hunched, half-mechanical things, once human, now reduced to robed torsos mounted upon piston legs. Their faces were obscured behind iron masks. Their spines were replaced with conduits and data cables. Each bore a reliquary upon its back. One carried a section of armor plate engraved with the name of High Marshal Mordred, taken from his sarcophagus. Another carried a tattered crusade banner, hung with seals so old their ink had faded into illegibility. The third bore a casket wrought from the bones of a sainted Templar, said to contain fragments of his Rosarius. The reek of sacred oils and dried blood clung to them. "Grimaldus," Cynric said. His voice was a low rasp, as though every word scoured his throat. "So the High Marshal has spent you." "He has placed me," Grimaldus said. "That is what I said," Cynric replied. The old knight's lips twitched, baring broken teeth. "Helsreach." "You approve?" Grimaldus asked. "I approve of any field that promises such slaughter," Cynric said. "The Hive is doomed. We both know that. Armageddon will not be saved by one wall. But a doomed city can still become a shrine. It can still be remembered. There are worse graves than that." He reached out and struck one iron mask with his knuckles. The servitor twitched, gyros whining. "Your shadows are ready," Cynric said. "The relics are eager to walk." Grimaldus placed his helm upon his head. The seals hissed as they locked. The world narrowed to the red glow of his lenses and the hiss of breath within the raven-dark confines of the helm. Within that narrowing, his doubts hardened into something like peace. "Sound the muster," he said. "We deploy." They crossed the length of the Eternal Crusader toward the embarkation decks. Chapel bells tolled as they marched. The great corridors shook with the thunder of boots as company after company fell into ordered ranks. Armory servitors chanted Binharic prayers as they slotted power feeds into engines and weapons. Chapter serfs in grey robes scurried along the flanks of the formations, bearing ammunition crates and sensors, eyes downcast. Through blast doors and across immense hangar bays they passed, toward the yawning mouths of thunderhawks and storm ravens. The dropcraft sat like caged beasts, engines already hot, hulls marked with the Crusade's sigils and kill tallies. Beyond the armor glass of the hangar void shields, the stars burned. Against that backdrop, 100 ships of the Templars' fleet hung as dark shapes, surrounded by the colder gleam of the battered Imperial Navy. Grimaldus watched as dispatches flicked across his retinal display. 3 great Crusade forces were being drawn from the deck plans of the flagship and its attendant strike cruisers. One was bound for the equatorial hives, where jungle and manufactories met. One was to descend to the northern reaches of the world, where steel cities stabbed at the sky among ash dunes. The third was his, Helsreach, a coastal wound open to the ocean and to the full fury of the war. 900 Astartes in all, spread across 3 fronts, a pinprick against the scale of the conflict, yet sharper and harder than any mortal blade. It would be enough, or it would not. That was not his concern. His concern was simply to make the enemy bleed. They boarded in silence, a ritual older than the Crusade itself. Templars filed into the cavernous holds of the Thunderhawks, bolters maglocked to breastplates, chains clinking softly as they took their places. The Cenobite servitors lurched up the boarding ramps behind Grimaldus, their mechanical limbs clanging on the metal. When the hatch seals slammed shut, the external sounds died. Only the rising whine of engines and the low, atonal chanting of the machine spirits remained. Grimaldus strode to the center of the hold and turned to face. "Knights of the Crusade," he said, his. "Knights of the Crusade," he said, his voice rising, filling the hold and echoing from the metal. "Hear me." Their response was immediate, automatic. Fists slammed against breastplates, ceramite on ceramite, a thunder like the beat of some colossal heart. "We descend to a world that has already tasted the beast's work," Grimaldus went on. "You have seen the fleet. You have seen the scale of the horde. Billions of lives are meat for this war. Do not think you are above that meat. You are the Emperor's blades, but you are still mortal. You will die on that world. Some of you will die in the first day. Some of you will die screaming in fire months from now. Your flesh is coin. Spend it well." The fists struck again, answering. "We go to a city the foe must break. Behind us is the ocean. Before us is the alien. Between those two, there is no room for cowardice." He turned his helm toward the cluster of serfs, pressed in a tight knot near the hatch. They wore flak vests over their grey robes, laser guns slung awkwardly across their shoulders. Their eyes were wide in faces washed pale by fear and the hold's crimson light. "You," Grimaldus said. They flinched as one. "You will take up arms," he told them. "You will walk with us when we advance. If any man turns his back to the foe without my order, he will die beneath my bolt pistol, not beneath an orc blade. If any man runs, his corpse will be nailed to the wall for others to see." The serfs swallowed. One, bolder or more desperate than the others, managed a horse. "As you command, reclusiarch." Grimaldus nodded once. Terror was as useful as faith. Better, sometimes. He lowered his Crozius until its head rested against the deck. The thrumming engines set faint vibrations through the haft. "Now," he said softly, "pray." The hold filled with sound. It began as a low murmur, the familiar rhythm of the Catechism of Hate. Grimaldus's vox amplifiers turned his voice into a roar that made the decking hum, and his brothers answered in kind. They chanted the verses of destruction, of the burning of alien flesh, of the grinding of heretic bones. They named the Emperor 100 times in breath that came out as steam in the cold air. They beat their fists in time with the litanies, a constant drumbeat drowning the rising howl of the engines. Outside, the clamps released. Thunderhawks fell from the Eternal Crusader like dark meteors. Grimaldus felt the weight shift as the craft plunged away from the flagship's belly. The artificial gravity lurched. Void gave way to atmosphere. The hull shrieked under the friction of entry. Flames streaked across the view from the tiny armored portholes, painting the interior in flickering orange when they briefly broke the gloom. Through the narrow slit of one viewport, Grimaldus saw other drop craft burning alongside them, their hulls marked with the sigils of their crusades. Below, Armageddon swelled, its poisoned clouds boiling, its oceans black and hungry. Trails of fire crossed the sky as orc rocks plunged toward the surface. Some detonated in mid-fall under the guns of the fleet, scattering molten fragments. Others pushed through, unstoppable. Off to port, far enough that it might have been a vision, he saw a bulk transport take a glancing hit from an orc macro cannon. The ship's flank peeled open like a wound. Compartments vented in a flash of white steam and sparkling debris. Tiny shapes poured out into the atmosphere. Bodies, guardsmen, thousands of them, flung from ruptured holds to tumble, spread-eagled and screaming, into the fire of re-entry. Grimaldus watched them burn. He did not look away. In the privacy of his helm, he counted, not in numbers, but in the rhythm of his hearts. Souls, each a grain of sand in a tide of death. Martyred, he murmured, so low that only the vox spirit inside his helm heard him. Witnessed! Armageddon rose to meet them. The Thunderhawk shook as it punched through the last ragged layers of cloud. The Tempest Ocean lay below, a vast sheet of black water broken by white scars of wave and ruin. The air was thick with smoke. In the distance, hive spires tore at the sky, some already wreathed in flame. Helsreach itself loomed ahead, a mountain of stone and metal rooted in the sea, its walls facing the boiling waters like the teeth of a fortress. Flak fire blossomed along its ramparts, blooming in ragged flowers as the hive's guns spat at the falling rocks and ships. Vox traffic howled in Grimaldus's helmet, 1,000 voices barking status reports, screaming, chanting, dying. The Thunderhawk leveled out, engines roaring, and drove toward the vast outer bastions. Grimaldus braced as the deck hammered under his boots, the craft banking hard to avoid the debris of a falling Ork lander that trailed smoke and fire as it crashed into the ocean, throwing up a pillar of steam and wreckage. "Brace!" came the pilot's curt growl over the internal Vox. Impact. A hard slam as landing struts met ferrocrete. The deck lurched, then steadied. The hatch ramps slammed down. Ash-laden air rolled into the hold, hot and thick with chemical reek. The world outside was a roar of engines, shouted orders, the distant boom of artillery. The sky was a lid of smoke, lit from beneath by fires, and the glare of burning wreckage. Grimaldus strode down the ramp with the Cenobite servitors lurching behind him, Ansgar and the others at his side. The deck underfoot was the broad, scarred roadway of Helsreach's outer approach, stained dark by oil and old blood. Beyond it rose the wall, a colossal bulwark of plasteel and rockcrete, its parapets bristling with guns, its towers crowned with vox masts and shrines. Ranks of men waited there to greet them, Steel Legion. They stood in ordered files despite the chaos, laser guns held across their chests, rebreather masks hiding their faces. Long greatcoats flapped in the hot wind, the drab cloth coated in ash. Chimera transports idled behind them, exhausts coughing smoke. Their regimental banners hung limp, heavy with grime. At their head stood a single officer, his coat more heavily decorated, his cap bearing the winged skull. His face was bare to the toxic air, the lines around his eyes cut deep by exhaustion and duty. He looked up at the towering Astartes as Grimaldus approached, and did not look away. "Colonel Saren," he said by way of introduction. His voice was hoarse but steady. 101st Armageddon Steel Legion. Welcome to Helsreach, reclusiarch. He did not say we... Hold your walls, Colonel. Saren's gaze, hold your walls, Colonel. Saren's gaze flicked briefly to the Cenobite servitors and the relics they bore, to the black cross on Grimaldus's shoulder, to the brutal weight of the Crozius in his hand. "Then you are welcome," Saren said. The words were flat. "You will find no shortage of enemies." His eyes went to the endless horizon, where the smoke was thicker, where distant shapes moved in the haze. The Ork fleet was falling. The war had truly begun. "We are all dead men here," the colonel said quietly. "Some of us just have a little longer left to pretend otherwise." Grimaldus looked at the walls, at the city rising beyond them, at the black ocean beating itself against the hive's foundations. He thought of Helbrecht's words. "Die well, brother." He bared his teeth beneath his helm. "Then, let us begin pretending," he said. The walls of Helsreach were old stone and newer steel, layered with the scars of earlier wars. They rose from the waters of the Tempest, like the vertebrae of some metal leviathan, buttressed and bristling, their upper parapets lost in smoke and low cloud. Saren walked there with Grimaldus at his side. The colonel's boots rang on the rockcrete, the sound lost under the constant mutter of engines and the grinding tread of tracked vehicles somewhere below. Ash rode the wind from the landward side, dusting the long greatcoat of the Steel Legion officer in a thin grey film. His rebreather mask hung at his throat for the moment, its leather straps loosened, trusting the hive's outer filters to keep the worst of the toxins at bay. Grimaldus strode beside him, helm in place, lenses burning a steady red. The skull face of the reclusiarch turned slowly as he walked, taking in the battlements, the gun emplacements, the rows of hatches along the wall's interior. The walls are as tall as a god engine, Saren said. That was the specification when they were first raised. Taller in places. Armageddon's founders were not subtle men. He gestured out along the line. Grimaldus looked. Macro cannon barrels jutted from recessed bastions along the outer face, each housed in its own casemate, each fed by elevator systems that plunged deep into the hive's guts. Flak turrets bristled from the parapets, their barrels twitching as their machine spirits tracked the burning streaks still tearing across the polluted sky. Searchlights swept the wastes and ocean both, making the drifting smog glow. Beneath them, the city seethed. Through the gaps between the crenellations and the open firing ports, Grimaldus saw the hive's interior as a layered crush of movement. On the upper approaches, platoons of fresh conscripts marched drilled along elevated avenues, officers screaming at them through amplifiers, servo skulls, floating overhead with Auspex eyes. Factorum chimneys belched smoke in steady industrial rhythms. Conveyors carried ammunition crates toward the wall in endless chains. Far below, where the streets became chasms between refinery stacks and hab blocks, Grimaldus glimpsed the press of real human mass. Columns of laborers driven into militia ranks. Munitorum trucks full of lasgun crates and flak armor. Herds of ragged men being counted, branded with unit stamps, thrust toward the lifts that would take them up to the parapets. Millions, he thought, all of them already counted as dead by the commanders who assigned them here. Men turned into tallies, into weights upon a scale. Impressive, he said. It was not praise, and Saren knew it. It is what we have, the colonel replied. The walls, the guns, the men, the oceans to our back, the wastes in front, no forests for cover, no mountains to complicate the lines of fire, a fortress that has already been sieged and survived. He pointed inland. Beyond the hive's outer curtain, the land rose in broken terraces of ash. Refineries, promethium silos, processing towers and storage yards sprawled away from the walls like iron roots. Between them, a single strip of roadway cut a straight, uncompromising line through the industrial sprawl and out into the distance. It was wide enough for Titans to walk abreast. Its surface was steel-reinforced rockcrete, studded with access hatches and lined with lumens. It ran like a scar, straight as a blade, toward the hazed horizon. Even in the smog, Grimaldus could see its gleam stretching away. Hell's highway, Saren said. Our lifeline, our throat. Call it whichever suits your humor. Grimaldus leaned his gauntlets on the parapet, staring along the artery. A road, he said. You speak of it as though it were a relic. It is more valuable than half the shrines in this hive, Saren said. Armor can move along that road at double the speed it could make through the city. Titans, too. Anything heavy that needs to be anywhere quickly runs along that strip. If we hold it, we can move our strength to meet the foe wherever he chooses to strike the walls. If the Orks take it and push their gargants along it, they will scythe the hive apart district by district. Grimaldus watched the road roll away toward the unseen bulk of hive infernus, far across the ash wastes. In the end, he said, it is still only a piece of ground. If it is lost, we take it back. Saren's jaw tightened. If it is lost, the colonel said, they will pour armor and god machines into our heart. You may be able to retake positions when you can surround them and purge them with Astartes. We have no such luxury. We cannot simply lose the highway and then gain it again. If it falls, the hive dies under alien treads. The reclusiarch turned his helm. You speak as though I do not understand the concept of a linchpin, Colonel. I speak, Saren replied, as a man charged with keeping this city's people alive for as long as possible. We do not have a surplus of hives. Helsreach must hold. It is not an honorable last stand. It is a necessary one. That pricked. Grimaldus recognized it. A dig at his regard for beautiful deaths and doomed lines. Saren had already seen enough of him in the few hours since he had landed to know where the chaplain's instincts lay. Grimaldus straightened, withdrawing from the parapet. "The highway is important," he said. "Good. Then we will stain its length with enough Xenos blood that the rockcrete will never be clean again. Your men will do their duty. My knights will be where they need to be." He started walking again along the wall. After a moment, Saren followed, his staff officers trailing a short distance behind, with data slates and map scrolls clasped to their chests. They descended a stair tower into the command spire. The interior air was no cleaner, but it was warmer, thick with the heat of machinery and humanity. Vox relays crackled from alcoves, cogitator banks hummed, Munitorum clerks scurried to and fro in their grey coats, arms full of reports. The command chamber itself was a hollowed cylinder, its walls lined with data slate stations and lumen panels. A three-dimensional projection of the hive and surrounding terrain hung in the center of the room, swarmed by useless little sigils that marked provisioning centers and refugee districts alongside tank companies and gun emplacements. Saren's staff formed a loose circle around the holotable as the colonel and Grimaldus approached. Commissars with bolt pistols at their belts, senior officers marked by stained rank pins and worn field coats, Vox officers with dermal jack plugs around their temples, auto quills hanging from chains at their throats. All of them went still when the reclusiarch's skull helm turned toward them. They had seen Astartes before. Armageddon had already tasted a lot of war, but there was something about a chaplain's helm, about the weight of relics hanging from his armor that made men straighten and swallow. It was like standing under the eye of a statue that might, at any moment, step from its plinth and pass judgment in bolter fire. "Status," Saren said. An adjutant, young by the standards of this city, stepped forward with a slate. "Outer bastions are manned to 70% of planned strength," he said. "Hab sector militia reserves are currently at 40% mustered and rising. Munitorum reports Prometheum stockpiles stable. Ammunition supply at projected ratios for the first month of siege conditions. Naval overflight support is limited, but present. Aeronautica Command have pledged 3 squadrons to the Hive's airspace rotation." Grimaldus listened without comment at first. The staff spoke in figures and projected attrition phrases, "inacceptable," losses and reinforcement schedules. All the usual lies men told themselves when they tried to hide the horror under layers of calculated probability. When they began to discuss the evacuation of non-combatant personnel from the outer habs, he cut in. "Why are there civilians here at all?" he asked. An uncomfortable silence rippled around the table. Saren watched him carefully. "There are millions, reclusiarch," the colonel said. "We cannot move them all. The hive is a working engine. Workers fuel it. Without them, there is no Prometheum, no munitions, no food. We have evacuated those who could be spared from production. The rest must stay." "They must die," Grimaldus said. "Say it clearly. There is no honor in covering dirty truth with clean words." The commissars bristled. One, a hawk-faced man with silver skulls on his collar, took a step forward before catching himself. Saren's voice stayed level. "My duty is to keep as many of them alive as possible," he said. "Yours, reclusiarch, is to kill as many orcs as possible. Both those duties require that these millions keep working, keep moving under arms, keep breathing. I will not throw away their lives cheaply just because it looks heroic from a wall." "Cheaply?" Grimaldus's helm tilted a fraction. "You think I seek cheap deaths? There is nothing cheap in dying beneath alien axes, Colonel. But death is inevitable in this war. Your men are ammunition. They exist to be fired. The only question is whether they explode in the right place." "You speak of my regiments as munitions," Saren said, heat finally threading into his voice. "I speak of them as men. They are both, Grimaldus answered. Pretend otherwise if it comforts you. But when the Orks break upon these walls, you will send them to die in droves, and you will not have the luxury of letting any survive, because the thought of their absence bruises you. Duty does not care about your bruises. The room was very quiet. Saren exhaled slowly. The edge in his gaze did not soften, but he nodded once. We are not enemies, Chaplain, he said. We will not agree on every point. We do not need to. We need only remember that we stand on the same wall and face the same horde. Grimaldus inclined his head. It was not apology, but it was acceptance. A Vox officer broke the moment. Colonel, he called from his station. Signal from north of the city. Designation code confirms as Collegia Titanica. Partial identifier indicates Legio Invigilata battle group. They have established a deployment camp beyond the refinery stacks. The air shifted. Saren stepped to the Vox station. Put it through to the command channel, he said. A new set of icons swam into being on the holo display, north of the hive. Silhouettes of titans, their forms schematized in wireframe. Warlords, reavers, warhounds. One larger than the rest, a towering shape that dwarfed even its god-engine brethren. Grimaldus knew the pattern, the cathedral-backed profile, the crown of spires and defense turrets rising from its shoulders, the heavy bastion carapace designed to weather orbital fire. An imperator. Storm Herald, Saren said, the pride of Legio Invigilata. His tone held something like hope for the first time. Grimaldus's heart beat a fraction faster. Titans changed battles. Imperators changed wars. What do they intend? He asked. Their commander has requested data on Ork landings and known Gargant concentrations, the Vox officer said, listening to a chattering stream of Binharic on his headset. They have not committed themselves to our defense. They are still deciding whether to move to the Hemlock front. Grimaldus turned his helm full upon the man. They are deciding? His voice was quiet, quiet in the way of something just before it broke. The battle group is 1/3 of the Legion's strength, Saren said. They answer to their own forge world and speak with the authority of the Mechanicus. No one on Armageddon gives them orders. They go where their calculations say they are most needed. The Hemlock River line is under heavy pressure. If it breaks, the whole continent fractures. Invigilata may choose to march there instead of to us. They may choose, Grimaldus repeated. He looked again at the hololithic shapes of the titans outside the hive. Storm Herald loomed above the depiction of the camps, its cathedral superstructure bristling with weaponry, its machine spirit undoubtedly restless. He thought of Hell's highway and of Gargants grinding along it, of the hive's walls hammered by guns that could tear apart mountain peaks, of a fortress city without god engines of its own to answer. No, he said. Saren's brow creased. No? The colonel asked. No, Grimaldus repeated. They do not get to weigh this city on their scales and walk away. Not. While I breathe, he turned from the table. Reclusiarch, Saren said. Ansgar, Grimaldus voxed into his helm. The Sword Brothers' reply came back at once. I hear you. Arm and assemble a cadre at the northern gate, Grimaldus said. Full plate, full ammunition load. We walk out. As you command. He cut the channel and looked back at the colonel. I am going to speak to them, he said. Saren's eyes widened a fraction. Grimaldus, you cannot simply march into a Titan camp. They are Mechanicus. They are bound by their own oaths and chains. There are protocols. There are... I do not care about their protocols, Grimaldus said. Hell's highway is your lifeline. It is our anvil. Without Titans striding upon it when the Gargants come, Helsreach will fall. Your walls are tall, Colonel. They will still crumble under that weight. I am not letting a single god engine out there turn its back on us. Saren's jaw worked. They may not appreciate a Space Marine chaplain storming their shrine, he said. Then they may kill me, Grimaldus replied. If they can, it will not change what must be done. He left the command spire with his cloak snapping at his heels and ash grinding under his boots. Saren watched him go and did not call him back. At the northern gate, the city opened onto the wastes in a yawning maw. Barricades and bunkers framed the tunnel mouth, guns lining the inner sides. Beyond, the ash plains rolled away, broken only by the skeletons of old refinery frameworks and the prison tower silhouettes of abandoned storage silos. Ansgar waited there with 24 Templars. Their armor was black and without ornament, beyond the white crosses of their chapter and the purity seals that fluttered from their greaves. Servos whined quietly as they shifted their weight. Chainswords growled as machine spirits muttered in restless anticipation. The Cenobite servitors stood behind them, reliquaries on their backs, iron masks impassive. The gate teeth ground open. On foot? Ansgar asked as the vast doors shuddered aside. On foot, Grimaldus said. Let them see us coming. They marched into the wastes under a sky lowering with smoke. The ash lay in drifts here, scuffed up by the wind in slow, ghostly swirls. Far ahead, colossal shapes loomed on the horizon, like mountains that had learned to walk. The closer they came to the Titan camp, the more the ground trembled. The god engines stood in loose formation, their heads hooded in maintenance gantries, their legs surrounded by scaffolds and clustered with mortal figures. Skitari in bionic augmented ranks, tech priests in red robes, mechadendrites coiling like steel serpents around them. Prayer engines clanked, hissing steam, as litanies seeped from vox altars on endless loop. At the camp's perimeter, Skitari aimed their galvanic rifles as the Black Templars approached. Their faces were steel masks, lenses glowing dull green. Their augmetic limbs clicked and hissed softly. "Identification," barked one of them in a vox-flanged bark. Grimaldus did not slow. His answer came in the heavy cadence of armored boots and the rising growl of chain weapons. The Skitari tightened their grips. Targeting runes flashed in their optical displays. "You stand at the edge of God Engine's sanctity," droned a voice from a vox emitter, mounted on a totem pole of iron. A tech priest spoke through it, his Binharic accent flattening the words into monotone. "State your purpose and designation, trespassers." Grimaldus stopped then, only because it put him within 3 strides of the Skitari line. "I am reclusiarch Grimaldus of the Black Templars," he said, typing no code into their channels, giving them nothing but the weight of his own voice. "I am here to speak to the master of these engines." There was a brief burst of Binharic crosstalk between the Skitari and their unseen superiors. Static buzzed. "No such audience has been scheduled," the vox pole pronounced. "Return to your city, Astartes. The will of the Legio will be communicated to you through appropriate channels." Ansgar's hand tightened on the grip of his chainsword. The other Templar's armor creaked imperceptibly, with barely contained violence. Grimaldus took 3 steps forward. The Skitari raised their rifles. Red targeting beams brushed his armor. "I am not requesting," Grimaldus said. "I am telling you that I will speak to the master of these engines. If you try to deny it, I will cut my way through you and walk into your camp over the bodies of your bionic dead. Then I will speak to your master anyway." The Skitari did not flinch. They were not men. Not really, not anymore. They were machine flesh, conditioned to obedience and faith of a different flavor. But for all their cold logic, they knew force when they faced it. 24 Astartes in full warplate, led by a chaplain, were not a simple speed bump. Blood would be spilled here. Sacred oil would soak into ash. That was wasteful. Waste offended the machine god as much as it offended any decent logistician. A different voice interrupted. It came from a mechadendrite-born speaker that swung over the Skitari line like a metal snake. "You will stand," it said. "You will not advance another step. Your threat has been accepted and acknowledged. You want to speak to the master of the Storm Herald. That is me." A figure came into view atop a gantry that climbed along one of the Imperator's armored ankles. Cloaked in red, its flesh mostly hidden under the bulk of interface harness and mechanized limbs, it rode a platform that hummed as it descended toward them. The platform settled at the top of the perimeter embankment. A narrow ramp extended. Grimaldus stepped forward alone, leaving his brothers just outside the perimeter line. The Skitari did not lower their rifles, but they did not fire. The Tech Magos watching him was more metal than blood. Its face was a collection of augmetic plates and lenses. Organic eyes had been replaced by ocular nodes that clicked softly. Cables led from the back of its skull up to the scaffold, then vanishing into the Titan's leg. "I am Valiant Casimir," it said, "Moderati Primus of the Storm Herald. I speak for Princeps Majoris Zarha Mancion in matters of war and vow." "I did not come to speak to a Moderati," Grimaldus said. The Magos' mechadendrites flexed. "The Princeps is at prayer," Casimir said. "She communes with the machine spirit. She will not be interrupted because an Astartes chaplain thinks himself special." Grimaldus tilted his helm back to look up at the tremendous form of the Titan. The Storm Herald towered over them, its legs like cathedral spires, its carapace a fortress in its own right. Gun batteries jutted from it in ranks. An entire chapel complex rose between its shoulder. Grimaldus said, "More to the Titan than to Grimaldus said, more to the Titan than to the Magos. You stand here, playing at contemplation, while Helsreach waits. The enemy will not wait. The Orks will bring their own gods of steel. Their gargants will walk. When they do, they will take Hell's highway and grind this city beneath their feet. Without you upon that road, Helsreach will fall. Strategic projections indicate—" "I do not care what your projections say," Grimaldus cut in. "You know as well as I do that the aliens will come here in force. You know that this hive is a primary target. You know that the highway is the artery that feeds it. If you abandon it for the hemlock, you are leaving a gate open behind you." Casimir's vox clicked. "Our mandate is to preserve the strength of the Legio for where it is most needed," the Magos said. "The Hemlock Line defends entire hive clusters. Helsreach is one city. One city can fall if that sacrifice preserves many." Grimaldus's gauntlets clenched. "There it is," he said. "The calculation, the little sum you make with other men's lives. You are not the only ones who can count. I can do the same with Titans. If the Storm Herald turns its back on Helsreach, if Legio Invigilata leaves this hive to die unsupported, then I will carry that betrayal back to my chapter. I will etch it into our records and chant it in our chapels. Your god engines will be named in our annals as cowards." The Magos' lenses clicked and whirred. The machine spirit of the Titan rumbled. A vibration felt as much as heard. "You dare speak of cowardice to the Emperor's guard," Casimir said, "to engines that have bled for the Imperium on 1,000 worlds?" "I dare," Grimaldus said softly, "because I have bled for the Imperium on 1,000 worlds, and I am on this one. You are not yet. If you leave this hive to die so that your refueling calculations balance neatly, then your banners will be stained with that choice. Your honor will not be intact just because your armor is." There was a moment in which nothing moved. Then a different voice spoke. It came from overhead, but it did not emerge from a simple vox emitter. It rolled down the Titan's flanks like distant thunder, emerging from recessed speakers and shrine altars, reverberating through the scaffolds and the machine's hull. "Moderati," it said. "Let him come." Casimir's lenses flicked upward. "Princeps, let him come," the voice repeated. "I will hear the Astartes." There was no arguing with that tone. It rolled out in Binharic as well, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Casimir inclined its head, a stiff mechanical motion, then looked back at Grimaldus. "You will board," the Magos said. "You will ascend. You will take no more than 2 of your warriors with you. You will not desecrate the god engine's sanctity. Grimaldus glanced back. Ansgar, he voxed. With me, one other of your choosing. The sword brother nodded once, then jerked his head. Raylan moved at once, his shoulders stiff with suppressed excitement. They crossed the perimeter and mounted the ramp. The Skitari parted with ill grace. The platform rose, carrying them upward in a hum of grav motors and the whine of servos, past the Titan's iron-shod feet, past the banners hanging from its calf armor, up along the cathedral facades built into its thighs. Closer, Grimaldus saw the names carved into Storm Herald's armor plates. Campaigns spanning centuries, worlds whose names he knew from chapter histories. Others he had never heard of, long since dead and forgotten, except in the echo of those letters and the memory of engine and princeps. The platform docked with a gate in the Titan's flank. Inside, the air was hot and metallic. The bay walls throbbed faintly with the beat of the reactor hearts. Data cables crawled along the ceilings like roots. Servitors slaved into consoles did not look up as the Astartes passed. They were brought at last into the command cathedral. It was a vaulted chamber at the Titan's heart, a sanctum of steel and stained glass. The far wall was a shrine to the Omnissiah, wrought in brass and cogwork. The ceiling was a dome painted with the image of the machine god, arms outspread, surrounded by runes of binding and power. At the center of the chamber, mounted on a pedestal that rose from the deck like the trunk of a tree, was the command throne. It was not truly a throne, not in the human sense. It was an amniotic cradle, a sarcophagus threaded through with cables and conduits, filled with nutrient gel that glowed faintly. From its sides, spinal plugs and neural probes extended, connecting into the back of the occupant's skull and spine. Zaha Mansion hung there like a crucified figure, suspended in her machine womb. Her limbs were wasted by long immersion, her skin pallid and cross-hatched with the scars of interfaces. Her eyes were closed. When she spoke, her lips barely moved. Her voice rolled out not only into the air but through the walls, in the rumble of Storm Herald's low, constant growl. "Reclusiarch Grimaldus," she said. "I know your name. You came from the Eternal Crusader. You are the one Helsreach has sent to hold this hive." "I am," he said. "You walk into my sanctum with threats," she said. "You call my engines cowards." "I walked into your sanctum with truth," Grimaldus replied. "If it offends you, it is still truth." Her eyes opened then. They were pale, shot through with fine lines of augmetic circuitry. He had been told that some found them unsettling. Grimaldus saw only a warrior's gaze, long transferred into metal, but still very much alive. "Hell's highway," she said. "Your colonel and your strategos speak of it as if it were the only place that matters on this world." "It is the key to this hive," he said. "Once the Orks reach it, the city becomes twice as difficult to defend. They will have access to the entire hive. If they walk their gargants along that road, they will be able to strike at any district they please. No wall will matter then. You know this." "Titans cannot be everywhere," she said. "I command 1/3 of Invigilata's strength on this world. There are other hives, other battles. Hemlock bleeds. If that front collapses, the Orks will pour into the heartlands, and this war will be lost, regardless of whether Helsreach stands or falls." "Perhaps," Grimaldus said. "Perhaps not. I do not pretend to grasp every strand of this planet's defense. I only know the oath I have taken. Helsreach put me here. He expects this hive to stand. I expect it to stand. It will not stand if your engines abandon it." Her fingers curled slowly, distorting the fluid surface of the amniotic gel. "Do not speak to me of abandonment," she said. "Storm Herald has stood upon walls older than your chapter. She has traded fire with god machines devoted to her ruin since before your gene-sire first took the black sword. She does not run." "Then prove it," Grimaldus said. "Walk with us. Stand your feet upon Hell's highway and let the enemy break upon your guns. When their gargants come, tear them open. If your engines choose Hemlock over Helsreach, then perhaps somewhere a strategist's slate will show that as wisdom, but I will still call it what it is here. A city left to die because the calculations made it neat. You would hold my honor hostage to your city, she said. You would mark the Legio's name in your chapter's records based on this single decision. Yes, he said simply, because there are things that matter more than the sum of data. There is how men remember you. There is how your machine spirit remembers itself. He stepped closer to the edge of the pedestal. I have walked upon the walls of dead hives, he said. I have seen what is left when the Orks are done. They build their own gods from our bones and steel. They turn our shrines into scrapyards. They make mockery of our every oath. If Helsreach falls without titans at its side, then that mockery will not be only ours, it will be yours. It will be Storm Herald's. It will be written in the rust staining your feet. The reactor pulse underfoot seemed to steady. Mansion's eyes narrowed. You have kind eyes, she said quietly. Strange for a chaplain, but there is nothing kind in your words. You are cruel, Grimaldus of the Templars. Cruelty is a tool, he answered. Mercy is a luxury. We have no luxuries on this world. For a long moment, the only sound was the hum of machinery and the distant clangor of work outside. Casimir, Mansion said at last. Transmit to the city. Inform their command that Legio Invigilata will commit 1/3 of its engines to the defense of Hive Helsreach. Storm Herald will stand with them upon Hell's highway until the season of fire drives us from these wastes. Casimir's mechadendrites twitched. Princeps, the Moderati said. The projections are altered, she snapped. War is nothing but risk. This is one we will take. She looked again at Grimaldus. I will bind my oath to yours, chaplain, she said. When this hive falls or stands, Legio Invigilata will not be found wanting. Grimaldus bowed his helm very slightly. Then I will call your engines brothers, he said. And when I carve their deeds into our chapels, the word coward will not appear beside their names. He left the Titan with Ansgar and Raylan at his heels, the Storm Herald's reactor rumble following them down through its metal entrails like the echo of a distant growl. By night, the god engines walked. They came in procession from the northern camps, striding along Hell's highway. Warhounds loped ahead, their double-barreled heads swiveling. Reavers followed, weapon arms hanging heavy. Warlords marched in their midst, titanic silhouettes against the burning horizon. Storm Herald came last, each step making the hive's walls shudder. The light from the fires played along her cathedral spires, glinting off stained glass and polished brass. Her void shields shimmered with faint arcs of energy, making the air around her waver like heat haze. Within Helsreach, men woke to the sound. Hab blocks creaked. Dust fell from old rafters. In the temple vaults, icons rattled on their shelves. Citizens pressed to armored viewports and open balcony arches, staring as the god engines strode through the outer districts, Skitari cohorts marching in lockstep at their feet. Some fell to their knees. Some raised their hands and shouted wordless prayers. Others simply watched, faces hollow, hope and terror warring in their eyes. On the walls, Steel Legion officers tracked the Titan's passage with Auspex scopes, voxes chattering as they updated range grids and fire plans. Hell's highway blazed with lumens, turning night into a cold, metallic dawn as the battle group took up their stations beyond the outer bastions. Grimaldus stood atop the gate bastion with Saren and his staff. The ash wind tugged at the colonel's coat. Lumen light from the road below washed up across their faces. You spoke with them, Saren said. It was not a question. I did, Grimaldus replied, and they agreed. They did. The colonel nodded once. Then, for tonight at least, I begin to believe we might live long enough to see the dawn of the siege, he said. Grimaldus stepped away from the parapet and moved to where a vox staff had been set up near the bastion's edge. A simple structure, braced against the wind, its amplifiers facing inward, toward the hive. Below, the gate approaches, and the adjacent walls were crowded. Regiments of the Steel Legion stood in formation. Militia levies filled every gap between them, a sea of flak armor and nervous eyes. Tank crews leaned from cupolas. Munitorum clerks and local enforcers clustered near the rear. They had gathered at Saren's order, drawn by the promise of a speech and the peal of alarm bells. Grimaldus stepped up to the vox mast. His skull helm looked down upon them, red lenses glowing. For a moment, there was only the sound of the wind and the distant thud of Titan feet settling into firing positions along the highway. "Men of Helsreach," he said. The vox system took his voice and hurled it against stone and steel. It rolled over the massed ranks, rattling in breastbones, buzzing in teeth. "You see the gods of iron that walk outside your walls. You feel their tread. You hear their hearts. They have come because this place matters. Because your lives, miserable and brief as they are, matter enough to stand between the Orc and the rest of this world." He let the words hang a moment. "Some of you think you will survive this," he went on. "You are wrong. You will not. You are all dead men. All of you. Some today, some tomorrow, some in a week, some when the last shell is fired and the last knife is given to those too wounded to hold a laser gun. Do not cling to the idea of survival. It will make you weak. It will make you hesitate. And if you hesitate, I will kill you myself before the alien does." Faces turned up to him. Under the ash, under the grime, he saw anger, fear, a few bleak smiles. "If you run, you will be shot in the back by your own," he said. "If you throw down your weapon, you will be nailed to the walls as a warning. There will be no mercy for cowards in this city. Not from me, not from your colonel, not from the Emperor." He lifted his crozius, the weapon's head catching the lumen light in earlier wars and refused to die. You stand in a hive that has already bled in earlier wars and refused to die. You stand beside god engines and Astartes and men whose names will not be known 10 years from now, but whose deaths will buy the lives of worlds. He leaned closer to the vox pickups. "You will drown the alien in your blood. You will choke them on your bones. You will die on your feet with a weapon in your hands and your eyes on the enemy. And that death will echo in the halls of our chapters and in the data vaults of the legions as a thing of honor. That is what I offer you, not life, not safety, honor." A murmur rose from the crowd. It grew, like a fire spark catching dry tinder. "Swear it now," Grimaldus said. "Swear that you will not run. Swear that you will stand. Swear it to me. Swear it to your colonel. Swear it to the Emperor whose face watches from every shrine in this city." Thousands of voices answered. The words blurred into a single roar, a raw promise thrown up against the stone and skull helm. Saren's mouth was a thin line, but his eyes were bright. Grimaldus let the sound wash over him for a long moment. Then he lifted his crozius once more. "Then we are done," he said. "Return to your posts. Load your weapons. Say your prayers. The beast is coming." As if to answer, the sky ignited. It began as a distant brightening beyond the pall of smoke. Then streaks of fire tore across the cloud layer, dragging tails of burning debris. Some fell toward the horizons, toward other hives and empty wastes. Others came straight down toward Helsreach. Vox channels exploded with frantic traffic. Auspex runes flashed scarlet. Sirens began to wail, their rising howl cutting through the already booming noise of the hive. Above the Tempest Ocean, the air war broke apart entirely. Imperial ships burned. Long night of Helsreach had begun. The sky was gone. The shield was broken. The long night of Helsreach had begun. The sky above Armageddon screamed. In the command spire of Helsreach, the hololithic projectors drowned the chamber in bloody light. Runes crawled across the air, like swarms of fireflies, winking red and amber as data poured in from the void. Vox traffic howled through the speaker grills, a constant, panicked chorus of voices half buried beneath the grinding bark of artillery orders and the distant thunder of macro cannon fire. Grimaldus stood at the edge of the tactical dais, beside Colonel Saren. The map of Armageddon's orbit hung before them as a flickering shroud of icons. It was fraying. "Report!" Saren snapped. The Vox officer's knuckles were white where they gripped the cogitator console. Sweat gleamed on his brow, despite the chill that seeped through the spire's stone. "Bones. Outer blockade elements have collapsed, Colonel," he said. "Battlefleet Command estimates that dozens of Ork vessels and rocks have broken through the fleet screen. Initial projections of enemy landings are being revised from manageable to apocalyptic." He almost choked on the last word. "Give numbers, not poetry," Saren said harshly. "Void pickets report at least 3 dozen major Ork hulls translating into low orbit," the Voxman forced out. "Rock fortresses and repurposed planetoids are incoming beyond counting. Defense monitors and battlefleet elements are engaging as they fall, but a significant percentage will reach atmosphere. Ground-based Auspex is struggling to update trajectories." Grimaldus watched as new glyphs burned into existence around the world sphere, stabbing down toward the surface like incoming nails. Each one represented a mountain of scrap metal packed tight with xenos, a seed of green infection wrapped in steel. "The Admirals promised 4 days," Saren muttered. "They hoped for 9. It has not been 3 nights." "They lied," Grimaldus said, "or they prayed too loudly and mistook the echo for an answer." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. It carried anyway. "Reclusiarch," Saren began, irritation and fear sharpening the single word. Grimaldus ignored him. His skull helm tilted further back as he watched the orbit map decay. The battle plan Helbrecht had displayed upon the Eternal Crusader was dead. Armageddon's sky was broken. The rest would follow. "New contact," another Auspex adept called, drawing all eyes. Runes flickered around his station in a frantic spiral. Large object, burning through the higher atmosphere on a steep descent vector. Mass comparable to a strike cruiser. "It is coming down close to us, Colonel. Very close." "Identify," Saren said. The adept's fingers danced over rune keys, calling up data from the Auspex's shrieking machine spirits. "The hull registers as a strike cruiser class," he said slowly. "Designate the purest intent. Registry marks indicate construction on Chevaler. It was once a vessel of the Shadow Wolves chapter." Grimaldus's heart stuttered. "Once," he repeated. "Yes, reclusiarch," the adept said. "Records state it was captured decades ago by Xenos raiders. It has sailed under Ork hands since. It appears to have broken through the blockade and taken heavy damage before entering atmosphere. The engines are failing. It is falling." He expanded the projection. The world shrank. Helsreach grew as the map centered on the Tempest coast. A single burning object screamed down toward the ash wastes outside the hive, trailing a tail of fire. The ship fell in silence inside the holo display. In reality, Grimaldus knew, its entry would be a howl audible across half a continent. "How many?" Saren asked. "How many what, Colonel?" the adept replied. "How many Orks does it hold?" "Thousands at least," the adept said. "Tens of thousands, if there are still reserves aboard from previous engagements. Its macro batteries are dead, but internal life signs register in the thousands. They are shielded from accurate count." A commissar stirred near the edge of the table. Grimaldus recognized Falkov by the skull pins on his cap and the enameled aquila on his bolt pistol's casing. The man's face was thin and severe, his eyes bright with a zeal that lacked any warmth. "Thousands," Falkov said. "Thousands of Xenos that may survive the crash and crawl toward our walls. It would be foolish to let that threat go unanswered. It would be foolish to waste effort on it." Saren countered at once. "The true storm is still inbound. This," he jabbed a finger toward the projection of the falling cruiser, "is a splinter. One more splinter among many. The Orks will land by the million. The millions from this hulk. We'll join them if we ignore it, yes. But they will join whether we kill them now or later." Falkov's lip curled. "You are content, then, to let a captured vessel of the Adeptus Astartes lie as a trophy in the ash, its hull defiled, its machine spirit squealing under alien touch? I am content to focus on the war that will decide whether this hive lives or dies." Saren snapped back. "We do not have the luxury of honor duels. Every regiment I send to circle that hulk is a regiment I do not have on the walls." The commissar spread his gloved hands. "I suggest something else than regiments," he said, voice slickening with a certain satisfaction. "Send a god engine. March a warlord from Hell's highway, or Storm Herald herself, and wipe the wreck from existence with one salvo. Broadcast the kill across the hive. Let the soldiers see an impossible engine of the Xenos fall under Imperial fire before the siege even begins. Give them a spectacle of invincibility. Their morale is, I am assured, mediocre at best." Grimaldus's helm turned. He had watched the Titans walk into the hive. He had felt their tread through the stone. He imagined Storm Herald turning away from the highway, stomping out to the wastes to obliterate a single ship, then trudging back while the Gargants came on elsewhere. "No," he said. The argument cut off. Saren, Falkov, the staff all turned toward him. "No," the commissar echoed. "We will not strip Titans from their positions," Grimaldus said. "Not for this. We will not waste a god engine's shells on carrion." Saren frowned. "Then we ignore it," the colonel said. "As I suggested, it burns, it crashes. Whatever survives, we deal with when it reaches our lines along with the rest of the horde." "We do neither," Grimaldus said. The projection of the purest intent grew larger, now marked with hazard sigils. Its falling path crawled toward the ground near the hive's northern approaches. It would not strike the walls. The defense cannons had done enough to ruin its aim. It would gouge a crater into the wastes and vomit Xenos into the dust. Grimaldus saw it clearly, saw the burning trail in his mind's eye, saw the hulk settling half-buried, a tumor of twisted metal, orcs swarming from rent hull plates to gather in packs, a blight sitting in the near wastes, within artillery range, within Titan's sight, within the gaze of every servant of Helsreach, a symbol. "We are not the only ones watching this war," he said. "The hive watches, the other hives watch, Armageddon watches. Billions of souls are gripped by fear and by hope. They will see the fall of that ship. They will guess what it carries. If we leave it, they will imagine it as a poison seed in our shadow. If we erase it from existence with Titan guns, they will see a god crush an insect. That will please them. It will also diminish us." Falkov's eyes narrowed. "You object to mind war?" he asked. "To the utility of a display?" "I object to the wrong kind of display," Grimaldus said. "Let the first victory this city sees be ours. Flesh and steel. Knights in black armor, not distant cannons. Let them see us stride out and break the Xenos on the ground, not from behind a wall of shields and void fields. Let them see that, when a captured vessel of the Adeptus Astartes falls outside our gate, we do not hide from it." Silence stretched. Saren folded his arms. "And what do you propose, reclusiarch?" he asked. Grimaldus turned from the hololith. "My crusade," he said, "all of it, every knight that can ride will ride. We will go to the wreck, we will scour it. We will turn its fall into our first kill. That will be your spectacle, Commissar." Falkov's mouth thinned. "You will take every Black Templar from the walls?" he demanded. "You would leave us bereft of Astartes for the sake of one stunt?" Grimaldus stepped closer, skull helm inches from the Commissar's scarred face. "When the horde comes, you will have us," he said. Armor and flesh endure a day without us on the parapets. The symbol of a strike cruiser, once ours, now alien, falling at our gate does not wait. Either it is answered now, or that stain settles into the city's bones like disease. You, of all men, know what disease does to morale. Saren studied him, grey gaze narrowed. Calculations turned behind his eyes, the cold arithmetic of a man used to trading lives against time. At best, the colonel said slowly, you will kill 1,000 orcs while the fleet above us comes apart. At worst, you will lose precious knights for nothing while the real storm sharpens. The Hulk's threat is real. It is not decisive. It is not decisive in numbers, Grimaldus agreed. It is decisive in what it means. The Shadow Wolves died well. Their banner is worth more than the lives of 10,000 orcs. I will not let their ship rust in the ash as a greenskin nest, while this hive watches. Saren blinked at that. The Shadow Wolves? He asked. I fought beside them, Grimaldus said. On Varadon, at the end. Something softened in the colonel's features. Not much. Men like Saren did not soften easily, or for long. This is not about the hive then, he said quietly. Not entirely. It is about both, Grimaldus answered. I will not deny that. Saren sighed through his teeth. Very well, he said at last. If you want this so badly, reclusiarch, you will have it. I will authorize the deployment. The picked casters will be ready. The scribes will make sure the entire hive sees your charge. Falkov looked between them, frustration tight on his features. If this goes wrong, Saren cut in, we will have lost 100 knights and gained time for the walls to be fully manned. The threat of the wreck remains in either case. This is an acceptable risk. The commissar did not look as though he agreed, but he did not argue further. Whatever else he was, he understood the hierarchy of command. Grimaldus did not waste time with thanks. He turned on his heel and voxed for Ansgar. Full crusade muster, he said. Armored transport, we ride. The gates of Helsreach were theatres that day. Cameras mounted in stone gargoyles and tower slits whirred to life. Picked feeds crackled across vox bands and data channels, patched into public halls and shrine-picked displays throughout the hive and beyond. Workers paused at their stations to stare at flickering images. Militia recruits watched from barracks. Munitorum scribes leaned closer to their consoles. Even on distant hives, where the ash storms and signal lag meant the feed stuttered and ghosted, figures huddled around lumen screens to watch. On those cracked, flickering panes of light, a line of black armored giants stood before the great gate. 100 Black Templars, in full warplate, white tabards stark against the soot and stone of the outer approaches, chains bound relics and purity seals to their plates, parchment and wax fluttering in the furnace wind. Helms turned in unison as hidden vox cues sounded. Bolters rested across breastplates. Chainswords hung at their hips like wolves' teeth. At their head stood Grimaldus. Crozius angled beside him, Cenobite servitors looming behind with their burdened backs bowed. Mordred's relic plate glimmered dully behind its glass screen. The old crusade banner hung limp in the still air, its embroidered honors unreadable from a distance, but heavy with meaning all the same. The bone casket reliquary creaked as the servitor shifted, its iron mask glaring down at the ground. Rhinos and land raiders idled in neat ranks at the knights' backs, engines rumbling. Exhaust fumes and sacred incense rolled together, coiling around the squadron like a fog. Grimaldus spoke then, the vox pickups feeding his words to the pickstream, but his sermon was for the men on the walls as much as for those watching on screens. He did not promise safety. He promised spectacle and death. When he raised his Crozius and slammed its haft against the gate platform, the vehicles roared as one. The gates of Helsreach opened with a grinding bellow of stone and steel. Beyond, the ash waste stretched under a sky boiling with smoke and falling fire. The purest intense trail scored that sky, a fresh wound of flame plummeting toward the horizon. Grimaldus climbed onto the lead land raider's hull as its tracks began to grind forward. Ansgar joined him, planting his boots beside the reclusiarch's, one gauntleted hand gripping a sensor mast. Raylan rode half-exposed from a forward hatch, his helmetless face turned into the wind, jaw clenched against the ash. The Cenobites lurched along behind the armored column, each step driving their iron feet deep into the grey dust. As they drove, the memory came. Varadon rose behind Grimaldus's eyes like a ghost world. He saw again the sky thick with tyrannid spores, darkening the stars. He smelled the stink of chitin and acid, felt the tremors underfoot as bio-titans moved, their footfalls sending shockwaves through the shattered streets. He heard the chittering roar of 1,000,000 alien throats, the hissing scrape of bone and claw along ruined stone. He saw the shadow wolves. Their armor had been a pale grey, marked with the wolf's head. Their lenses had burned cold blue. On Varadon, they had fought in full strength, defending their home world with the desperation of a pack cornered in its den. Grimaldus had watched them bleed from the shattered ramparts of a broken defense line as his own brothers fought to cut a path toward them, only to be turned aside again and again by surging tides of Xenos. He had been there at the last. He remembered the final handful of wolves, armor cracked and leaking, standing with enemy fluid. He remembered their with enemy fluid. He remembered their voices over the shared Vox channel, chanting the litanies of hate as the Tyranids closed in, each verse punctuated by the wet crunch of claws in ceramite, by grunts of pain that became death sounds. He had never reached them. He had watched instead as the last shadow wolf died, kneeling, banner staff jammed against the ground, holding the symbol of his chapter high, even as talons punched through his chest from behind. The tyrannid beast had lifted him like meat on a hook, but his hands had not slackened. The banner did not fall until his arms were torn away. A beautiful death, Grimaldus thought now, standing on the land raider's hull as the ash wastes rushed past. There had been no cowardice there, no hesitation, only defiance, until nothing remained to defy with. The shadow wolves deserved more than to have. Their ship turned into an orc hellhole, rotting in Armageddon's dust. Ahead, the purest intent came down. It tore across the horizon like a burning knife, trailing a river of fire. The sound of its passage rolled over the Templars moments later, a thunderous roar that shook the air. The ground quaked as the crippled cruiser struck. Light blossomed, bright even through the smoke and ash, then dulled as the hull tore itself into the planet in a series of grinding, gut-sickening impacts. When the shockwaves reached them, the land raiders bucked on their suspensions. Grimaldus braced himself against the sensor mast, Crozius clanging against ceramite. Dust plumes surged up, swallowing the horizon, turning the world into a blur of grey. They drove on, engines snarling. The crater came into view as the dust began to thin. It was a gouge in the wasteland, a long wound of torn rock and fused glass. Chunks of metal the size of hab blocks lay scattered around it, some still burning, others half buried and smoking. The hull of the purest intent lay along the far edge, broken in half, one end jammed deep into the earth, the other jutting upward at an angle, its once elegant lines distorted and charred. Orc glyphs, sprayed in crude green and white, had been smeared across its flanks. Several had been scorched away by re-entry, leaving trails of molten metal and slagged paint. Escape hatches gaped open like wounds. Shapes scuttled around them, dark specks against the glowing ruin. "Orks!" Raylan hissed. "A lot of them." "Not enough," Ansgar said. Grimaldus voxed. "All vehicles, halt and deploy," he said. "Priority is perimeter containment. Hunt anything that crawls out. No Xenos reaches the hive from this wreck. Ansgar, you hold the cordon. I will take a boarding force inside. How many, reclusiarch? The sword brother asked. Grimaldus considered. 1 squad and my own retinue, he said. 15 brothers. That is sufficient to cut out whatever filth remains aboard. There was a murmur of disappointment across the Crusade Vox. Knights were eager. They wanted blood. They wanted something tangible to hold up against the fear pounding at the hive behind them. You will all get your share, Grimaldus said. The ones outside will run. Hunt them. Make a sport of it if you wish. But remember this. The Hulk is not the war. The war is coming, and it will be worse than this. Do not dull yourselves on bones when you will soon face the beast itself. They deployed into the windswept ash. Rhino hatches slammed open. Black armored giants dropped to the ground, boots sinking into grey dust. Chains wards revved. Bolters were checked and rechecked. The Cenobite servitors lurched forward, bearing the relics toward the broken hull. Grimaldus chose his 15 without ceremony. Ansgar, of course. Raylan, whose eager rage needed tempering. Other brothers, whose names were written in his hearts already. They formed up, at the base of a torn armor plate, where a gaping rent led into the ship's innards. Up close, the purest intent's wounds were monstrous. Armor had peeled back in great twisted plates, revealing severed decks and snapped structural spars. Fires still burned within, casting an ugly, flickering glow. The smell was a choking blend of promethium, scorched metal, and the butcher shop reek of cooked flesh. Shadow wolves, Ansgar said quietly, looking up at the ruined flank. They died well. They did, Grimaldus answered. Do not dishonor them by dwelling on ghosts. The living enemies are before us. He led the way into the ship. The corridors of the purest intent had once been lined with engraved plasteel and devotional statuary. Now they were gutted. Fires had scorched the walls black. Pipes hung in dangling tangles. Bulkheads were crumpled like foil. In places, gravity had twisted so that decks were at sickening angles, forcing the Templars to move in awkward, half-crouched strides. Orc glyphs defaced everything. Crude sigils were daubed over imperial eagles in flaking paint. Skulls had been nailed to shrine frames. Where once icons of the Emperor had stood, crude wooden idols of Gork and Mork leered, hung with chains and teeth and pieces of broken armor. Human and Xenos bones alike dangled from the ceiling on lengths of wire. Desecration, Ansgar growled. Grimaldus's armor servos whined as he moved, bolter held high, Crozius ready in his other hand. The Cenobite servitors shuffled along behind, halting at junctions to let their masters advance, the relics they carried gleaming in the darkness with their own stern light. The first ambush came in a wide cargo bay that had been split open to the night. Shattered hull plates above let thin shafts of ashen daylight spear in. Orks had clustered there, taking shelter under the twisted beams, their pig eyes gleaming. They came with roaring and gunfire and the clatter of crude metal on metal. Grimaldus stepped into them like a hammer. Bolter fire from his brothers thundered in the close space. Each shot a fist of explosive death. Orks flew backwards as rounds detonated inside their torsos, tearing them apart in sprays of meat and bone. Chains wards howled as they bit into flesh, throwing gouts of dark blood against the bulkheads. A power maul caved in a skull with a wet, dull crunch, splinters of bone peppering the deck. Grimaldus Crozius flared as it struck. The weapon's energized head smashed through a boy's chest, pulping spine and ribs, lighting the orc from within for a heartbeat before it collapsed in pieces. Another swung a cleaver the size of a man's leg at his helm. He caught the blade on his gauntlet, felt ceramite crack, then took the creature's head off with a backhand blow that sent teeth and tongue spinning. The bay stank of blood and promethium. Smoke clung to the ceiling. Brass shell casings bounced and rolled underfoot, clinking. "Push!" Grimaldus snarled over the Vox. "Do not let them fall back! There will be more behind them." There were. They fought room by room, compartment by compartment. Stale air and thick shadows, muzzles flashing, orc roars and human battle cries, metal on bone. The occasional screech of a Xenos weapon discharging, spitting jagged slugs that screamed off ceramite. In a shrine that had once held the Shadow Wolves' battle honors, they found a knot of orcs using a shattered altar as a barricade. The wolves' heraldry had been ripped down and smeared with filth. Grimaldus sent grenades over the makeshift wall and then waded through the stumps and pieces left behind, boots splashing through viscous pools. He did not let himself linger on the ruined icons. Not yet. They were halfway down a long access corridor when Raylan forgot himself. The young knight's blood was up. He had killed a dozen orcs in tight succession, his chainsword chewing through muscle and armor with ecstatic fury. When the corridor bent and a group of fleeing Xenos bolted around the far corner, he broke formation and charged ahead, Voxlink crackling with wordless rage. "Raylan!" Ansgar barked. "Hold the line!" The warning came a moment too late. From a recessed alcove, high on the bulkhead, an orc gunner grinned around a mouthful of rusty nails and pulled the trigger of a weapon that looked as though it had been cobbled together from stolen plasma coils and scrap copper. A lance of jagged green light smashed into Raylan's chest. For an instant, his armor's power field flared, haloing him in white. Then, every lumen inside his plate flickered and died. The knight stiffened, hands spasming. The neural links in his spine screamed. The armor locked and dropped, weight suddenly dead, throwing him face first into the deck. He hit with a crash loud enough to echo. The weapon spat again, crackling arcs playing over Raylan's fallen form. The knight convulsed. His Vox output degenerated into distorted howls as every nerve in his body fired at once. "Down!" Grimaldus roared, and the squad flattened against the walls. The orc gunner chortled, wrestling with the kickback of his unstable device. He did not have time for a third shot. Grimaldus launched himself forward. He pounded along the corridor, armor servos screaming, bolter clutched in one hand, Crozius hauled back in the other. The orc managed to swing the weapon toward him, green charge building along its barrel. The chaplain fired once, point blank. His bolt took the orc square in the face and detonated an instant later, turning its head into a wet burst of bone shards and pulp. The alien toppled from its perch, weapon tumbling free, discharging as it fell. Wild arcs of energy tore chunks from the deck and bulkhead in a stuttering line. Grimaldus stamped on the thing as it lay twitching, his boot grinding its chest into the floor until whatever passed for its heart burst. Neural overload. Grimaldus grabbed his neural overload. Grimaldus grabbed his pauldron and heaved him upright, hauling him back toward the relative cover of the squad. The weight was immense, but the reclusiarch's serum-fueled muscles and his armor's servos were more than equal to the task. "Power bricked," Ansgar said, scanning Raylan's suit displays. Neural link feedback in the red. His hearts are hammering. He is alive, but if we cannot reboot his plate, he will remain a statue until we drag him out of here. "Drag him," Grimaldus said. "He does not die here as orc scrap." They pushed on, one brother hauling Raylan's inert form, the young knight locked in his armor prison. They cleared the last pockets of resistance in the lower decks and moved upward toward the dorsal sections where the impact had torn the hull open. It took hours. By the time they reached the final doors, bolter magazines were running low, and the air was thick with a fog of burnt propellant and suspended blood. They had killed every orc they found. They had smashed workshops where greenskins had been stripping the ship's systems for parts. They had hunted down stragglers, hiding behind collapsed beams. Their armor was slick with gore, purity seals hanging askew, parchment stained. At last, they stepped out into the ragged wound in the cruiser's flank and felt the ash wind on their plates again. Outside, the Crusade's work had been no less thorough. Orc bodies lay in heaps around the crater lip, hacked and blasted apart. Smoke hung low over the field. Templars moved through it in small packs, finishing off the wounded with precise shots or mercifully brutal blade strokes. Grimaldus stood upon the torn edge of Shadow Wolf metal and looked back into the darkness of the ship. The shrines were still there, desecrated, defiled. "Ansgar," he said, "take Raylan back to the Land Raiders. Have the Tech Marines see to his plate. Make sure he lives. I am not done with him." "As you will," Ansgar said. Grimaldus descended once more into the wreck, this time alone, but for the Cenobite servitors. He walked the shrine decks in silence. He saw the smashed iconography, the banners ripped down and used as sleeping pallets, the chapter symbols scrawled over with Ork glyphs, altars carved with knife scratches and crude jokes in low Gothic, the echoes of prayer in the stone, drowned in alien laughter. One by one he destroyed them. He took his Crozius to the wolf statues, smashing them to rubble. He tore the banners from their poles and fed them to the fires with his own gauntlets. He broke altars with deliberate, measured blows until the engraved names and battle honors were nothing but splinters ground into the deck. Better no shrine than this, he thought. Better the memory live in me than in these defiled stones. Outside, the picked feeds caught only his emergence. The viewers saw a skull-helmed chaplain stride from the broken hull, armor streaked in blood and ash, Cenobite servitors following with relics still gleaming. They saw the Ork corpses strewn in his wake. They saw the black-armored warriors reforming around him, weapons resting on their shoulders, movements calm and efficient. The hive cheered. In the command spire, Seren watched the flickering images alongside his staff. Falkov said nothing for once. The colonel's face was unreadable. The Vox officers had little time to savor the moment. "Signal from orbit," one called, pale. "Battle fleet Armageddon is withdrawing. Astarte's fleets are pulling back with them. They report that the Ork ships are landing in their hundreds across the planet. Defense monitors are falling silent one by one. Command states that further orbital denial actions are no longer possible." Saren's jaw clenched. "They are leaving us," he said. "We always knew they would." Grimaldus' voice crackled over the same channel a heartbeat later, picking up the transmission as he rode back toward the hive. "The sky was never ours forever. Now it belongs to the enemy. That changes nothing for us, Colonel. We were always alone." He looked back once from the Land Raider hatch at the black, smoking shape of the purest intent, half buried in the waste. "We have had our first kill," he said. "Now we wait for the rest." Mobilization began with the bells. They rang from every spire and shrine, from the cathedral towers and the manufactorum stacks, from Vox horns bolted to hab-block flanks. The sound rolled through Helsreach like a storm front, rebounding from stone and steel. It drove men from sleep and labor alike, turned prayers into shouted orders, drowned out the constant, distant rumble of the guns. The hive responded. Walls that had once known only the slow crawl of maintenance crews, place. Their mounts clamped down, there toward the choked sky, servos whining as toward the choked sky, servos whining as they tracked invisible targets. Spire tops that had been devotional towers became sniper nests and Vox relays. Manufactoria, once devoted to the monotonous rhythms of promethium refinement and shell casing stamping, were turned into ammunition depots and field repair yards. Hab stacks birthed platoons from their loading docks as every able-bodied man was thrust into a uniform and a lasgun discipline that barely counted as training. Civilian processions wound through this rising war machine like trails of ants through a burning house. Men in stained work clothes carried shrine icons between them, borne on their shoulders with the slow, reverent step of the doomed. Golden eagles, saint bones in glass reliquaries, painted images of the emperor in fury and in mercy. They bore them toward shelters dug into the hive's lowest levels, hollow chambers already marked in the administratum scrolls as likely tombs. Some wept, Some shouted hymns until their throats were raw. Some simply walked with empty eyes, bearing their gods to the grave. On the northern wall, at one of the highest ramparts, Grimaldus watched the city choke itself with preparation. The wind up here was a constant knife, carrying with it the reek of chemicals from the refinery districts and the metallic tang of the Tempest Ocean. Ash rode in thin veils that dusted everything a uniform grey. The battlements were already crowded. The regiment stationed here called themselves the Desert Vultures, 273rd Armageddon Steel Legion. Their banner hung limp in the wind, its embroidered carrion bird picking at a skull. They were men used to fighting in the wastes beyond the hives, where the ash dunes rolled like waves and the horizon was always a pale smear of dust. They looked comfortable on this exposed wall, standing with greatcoats flapping and rebreathers hanging loose around their necks. Their boots were scarred. Their lasguns bore the small, individual marks of long ownership, a saint's name scratched into the stock, a strip of cloth wrapped around the grip, a series of notches cut along the barrel shroud. They made room as the Black Templars took their places. Grimaldus moved to the parapet with a chosen force of knights at his back. Ansgar stood to his right, helm lenses scanning the wastes. Raylan was further down the line, helm back on this time, jaw clenched, the memory of his recent failure in the purest intent hanging heavy in the set of his shoulders. Other brothers spaced themselves along the rampart, interspersed with heavy weapon teams and command posts. Beyond the wall, the land sloped down into a broad sweep of ash dunes and rust deserts. Old pipe networks thrust from the ground like the bones of buried titans. Half-collapsed refinery towers jutted from the grey like rotted teeth. Further still, the terrain blurred into a smoky haze where the sky and the earth seemed to merge. It was there, at that indistinct line, that the Orks would touch down. Rock contact in the upper atmosphere, a Vox officer called from behind them, his voice strained. The wall's Auspex masts turned, their dish heads swinging upward. Thin, piercing pings of ranging scans cut through the background noise. The Vox channels filled with overlapping chatter. Grimaldus lifted his gaze. The heavens were torn. Streaks of fire carved across the filthy cloud layers, each one trailing a plume of smoke and glowing debris. Some were small, falling like sparks from a dying forge. Others were immense, burning scars that lit the entire vault of the sky with a baleful red. The fortress guns of Helsreach and of crude armor and exposing tumbling, burning guts. Some of the improvised asteroids broke apart, spilling molten metal and charred bodies into the upper atmosphere to be scattered by the winds. Fragments rained down somewhere out in the wastes, cratering the ash and raising walls of dust. Others pushed through untouched, wrapped in layers of scrap and stolen void shields that held just long enough. They passed over Helsreach with the sound of the world tearing, trailing fire, then crashed into the open plains beyond, gouging trenches into the land. Each impact was a hammer blow transmitted through the hive's bones. Hits in sectors Gamma and Kappa, someone voxed. Multiple landers in the wastes, Ork presence confirmed. They are coming in clusters. As if that needed to be said. Grimaldus watched another cluster slam down, felt the tremor under his boots. When the shockwave passed, he saw the smoke rising. Within it, shapes began to move. Orks poured from the broken hulls of the rocks and landers, pouring over the twisted metal like larvae spilling from a ruptured cocoon. They were dark, brutish knots of movement, coalescing into larger masses as they formed up, if such a chaotic surge could be said to have any formation. Ramshackle vehicles, buggies and war bikes and looted tanks were hustled down ramps or driven straight through hull breaches, engines screaming. The wasteland began to crawl. The desert vultures watched with their lasguns resting on the parapet, eyes behind rebreather lenses. Some muttered prayers, words muffled by filters. Some stared in silent horror. "First wave," Ansgar said in Grimaldus's ear. "A test. They want to feel the walls." "We will give them a firm answer," Grimaldus replied. The Orks came. They came with banners whipping in the wind, crude cloth and hides smeared with teeth symbols and screaming faces. They came yelling, 1,000 variations of the same guttural roar that together became a single rising tide of noise. They fired as they ran, bullets and slugs and rockets tearing wild lines through the air. Most fell short, some whined off the wall's outer plates. The desert vultures braced themselves. "Permission to open fire?" their company commander asked over the command channel, voice tight. "Denied," Grimaldus said. He did not shout. The Vox carried his quiet refusal to every officer along the section. On the wall, men shifted. Some lifted their rifles, fingers whitening on the triggers. Others looked back toward the recessed command posts, as if seeking confirmation that they had heard correctly. "Range is optimal," the commander protested. "We can start bleeding them now." "You will hold your fire until I say otherwise," Grimaldus said. "They are still too far. They will break and scatter under long-range fire, then regroup behind their wrecks. I want them close enough that they cannot turn back before they die." "That will put them almost at the base of the wall," Saren's voice cut in from another bastion. "You are asking men to stand still while that comes at them, chaplain." "I am telling them to," Grimaldus said. "Let them look at what is coming. Let the sight carve away the ones who will break now, while we still have the choice to shoot them ourselves, instead of waiting for them to take others with them when they run mid-battle. A hard tactic, cruel, even by his standards, but necessary. The Orc wave grew larger with each passing heartbeat. Individual figures became distinguishable, hulking shapes with jaws like steel bear traps, weird boys wreathed in crackling psychic discharge, knobs in scrap armor decked with trophies, trucks belching smoke and exhaust as they bounced across the flat, broken ground, eating the distance. The roar rolled across the flat, broken ground, eating the distance. It was an animal sound, the noise of something that enjoyed the kill for its own sake. "Hold," Grimaldus said. They came within lasgun range, within comfortable firing arcs for heavy bolters and autocannons, within optimal kill zones for missile launchers and mortars. "Hold," Grimaldus repeated. The men shook. One sergeant in the Desert Vultures pounded his helmet with the butt of his rifle, a ritual of focus. Another breathed in and out, slow, measured breaths, counting. A trooper near him vomited over the parapet, then wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve and raised his weapon again. "Emperor," someone whispered. "Look at them," Grimaldus said. "Look at what wants to kill you. If you cannot stare at it now, from the safety of a wall, how will you face it when it is climbing your ladder?" They came closer. Orc bullets began to whine over the parapet, ricocheting from stone and plating. A rocket slammed into the battlements 20 meters along from Grimaldus, showering the defenders there in shards of metal. A man screamed, clutching at his face, blood pumping between his fingers. "Now," Grimaldus said. The wall erupted. Lasguns spat red death, long beams cutting lines through the oncoming horde. Heavy bolters chugged, each 3-round burst punching ragged holes in torsos and limbs. Autocannons barked, rounds detonating inside crude Orc vehicles and turning them into tumbling balls of shrapnel and flame. Missiles screamed down into the densest knots of greenskins and blossomed into clouds of torn meat and dust. The first ranks of Orcs vanished, torn apart in seconds. The ones behind them crashed into the pile of bodies, tripping, tangling, turning their own dead into obstacles. Still more came on, trampling their fallen, howling. Some reached the base of the wall. They smashed into the rockcrete, throwing themselves against it, trying to climb, to jump, to force their way up the sheer face. Grapnels with chains attached clanged against the stone as a few of the larger creatures tried to haul themselves higher. Grimaldus stepped forward, Crozius blazing. Orcs that managed to get a hand over the parapet lost it to chainsword bites and bayonets. One vast knob hauled itself up by sheer brute strength, fingers like steel pistons gouging the stone. Grimaldus put his bolt pistol under its chin and fired 3 times. The creature's skull exploded, and it toppled backwards into its kin, crushing those below. The first wave died in piles. The land at the foot of the walls became a writhing carpet of the dead and dying, bodies torn apart by lasfire, armor plates smoking where plasma and auto-cannon rounds had cooked them. In the middle of it, a guardsman broke. He threw down his lasgun and turned his back on the parapet, pushing. Past his squadmates, eyes wild behind his mask. "Get out of my way," he babbled. "We cannot hold them. We cannot—" He ran. Others followed. A whole platoon, 36 men, peeled away from their assigned section, panic overriding discipline, fear overcoming the fragile scaffolding of training. They surged toward the stair tower, shoving and scrambling. Grimaldus saw them. He turned from the parapet and walked toward the fleeing knot. "Stop," he said over the vox. "Section Delta, halt." They did not. He drew his bolt pistol. The weapon coughed, a short, brutal sound that punched under the roar of the battle. The leading deserter's chest vanished in a burst of red and grey, the round detonating inside him and throwing what remained of his body backwards into the men behind. They stumbled over him, fell. Grimaldus kept firing. Each shot was a small explosion, tearing men apart, flinging limbs and fragments across the stone. Some screamed. Some raised their. Men turned from the parapet, defying every warning. The silence spread outward like a stain, as those nearby realized what was happening. Men turned from the parapet, defying every instinct to keep their eyes on the enemy, and watched their fellows die under their own side's fire. When it was done, nearly 40 bodies lay in a tangled, blood-slick heap. The stone ran red. Fragments of flak armor and weapon casings were scattered across the floor. Grimaldus lowered the pistol, barrel smoking. He turned his skull helm back to the battlements, to the men still at their posts, their faces pale behind their masks. "Look," he said, amplifying his voice. "This is what happens if you run. This is what happens if you turn your back on the enemy. There will be no withdrawals without order, no falling back, no cowardice. If you must die, you will die facing the wall, facing the foe. If you try to live by running, you will die here, by my hand, and your bodies will feed no one but the crows." He pointed with the Crozius at the pile of corpses. "Hang them from the battlements," he told the Desert Vulture's captain. "Use their belts, use chains. Leave them there until the flesh rots away. Let every man who walks this wall see them and understand the price of weakness." The captain swallowed. Then he saluted, gauntleted fist thumping against his armor. "As you command," he said hoarsely. The battle did not pause to watch the execution of deserters. The Orks came in waves, each one testing a different section of wall, different concentrations of fire. Some came in trucks and buggies, only to be smashed apart by gunfire and left burning in heaps. Some came with lighter artillery, lobbed from makeshift cannons that bucked and exploded with almost as much enthusiasm as they fired. Through it all, the Titans moved. Storm Herald and her lesser kin walked Hell's highway like gods on a processional. Their shadows fell across the outer bastions, their footsteps sending shivers through the ground. Volcano cannon blasts erupted from warlord carapaces, spearing distant orc mobs and vehicles, turning them into expanding spheres of vapor and shattered iron. Plasma annihilators vomited suns onto the horizon, Gatling blasters whirred, cutting swathes through the fleeing and the charging alike. Where their shots landed, orc warbands ceased to exist, not in blood and limbs, but in clouds of mist and fragments too small to recognize. From the walls, the defenders watched, Awe mingled with the sick knowledge that even that godlike firepower was not enough to stem the tide forever. For every orc crushed under Titan tread, 2 more seemed to crawl from the smoke. Day bled into night. The sky, already dark with storm and smoke, thickened into a solid lid. The light that came through was the red of burning wreckage and the white flares of explosions. No stars were visible, only the flicker of fires reflected in the low clouds and the occasional distant flash of a dying ship in what remained of the upper atmosphere. Orc artillery began to make itself known in earnest as their guns were dragged into range. Lobbed shells slammed into the walls, shattering parapets, sending men and stone flying. Crude rockets trailed smoke as they climbed, then fell amid the defenders, detonating with unpredictable fury. Some failed to explode at all. Others went off too early, raining debris over their own lines. Enough found their mark to matter. Grimaldus walked the parapets through it all. He moved from section to section, a black shadow amid the smoke, Crozius blazing when needed, bolt pistol barking death. Wounded orcs that clawed at the base of the wall were crushed under his boots. Those that somehow hauled themselves up were knocked back into their own by the weight of his blows. He left behind him a trail of oaths renewed and fear redirected. Men saw the skull helm, heard the iron in his voice, and clung to it the way drowning men clung to wreckage. Only when the shelling slackened for a brief window did he allow himself to be dragged down a stair tower into the relative shelter of a bunker. Cynric waited there, seated on an ammunition crate, helm off, revealing the cragged lines of his face. The old chaplain's one good eye was narrowed, the blind one milky and unfocused. He held a dented canteen in his scarred hands. "You look like death," he said, as Grimaldus ducked through the low doorway. Grimaldus removed his own helm, setting it down on a crate beside him. Sweat plastered his hair to his scalp. There were burned patches on his cheek where his Rosarius field had flared, too slow to stop all the heat. "We are death," he said. "That is the point." Cynric offered him the canteen. The liquid inside tasted vaguely of metal and promethium taint, but it was wet and not immediately lethal. "Hell's highway holds," the old chaplain said. "The Titans walk. The first day is ours." Grimaldus snorted. "The first hours," he said. "This is not a day. It is the opening breath. The beast has barely put his weight behind the blows yet. These are feints, tests." Cynric studied him. "You sound almost disappointed," he said. "I am tired," Grimaldus replied, "and I am thinking." "A dangerous habit," Cynric said dryly. "What thoughts ride you?" Grimaldus stared at the bunker's ceiling. Dust fell in thin streams from the cracks, stirred by distant impacts. "Helbrecht sent me here," he said, "to Helsreach, to this wall, to this death. He called it a test. I think it is more than that. I think he sent me here to either die or rise. There is no middle path in his mind. Either I become something useful to him, something hard enough to stand on walls like this for the rest of my days, or I break, and he is rid of a problem." "You are only realizing that now?" Cynric asked. Grimaldus shrugged. "I always knew," he said. "Knowing is different from feeling it in your bones while a world tries to fall on your head." Cynric smiled, a crooked, humorless thing. "If he sent you here to die," the old knight said, "then die well. If he sent you here to rise, then rise in such a way that he wishes he had not unleashed you. Either way, the decision is not his, it is yours. It is always yours." Grimaldus rolled the canteen between his palms. "If I die," he said slowly, "it will be under a mountain of alien corpses. I swear that. If Helsreach becomes my grave, then the beast will have to dig for my bones through the bodies of his own. I will not go quietly into the sea. I will drown this hive in Xenos blood first." "Good," Cynric said. "Then we understand one another." The reprieve ended. The ground shook again as fresh impacts slammed into the walls. Vox horns blared recalls and redeployments. Grimaldus took his helm in, both hands, and settled it back over his skull, sealing himself once more into his living tomb of ceramite and faith. He returned to the parapet. Smoke lay over the wastes in thick banks by then, turning the world beyond the walls into a shifting grey sea. The fires of burning rocks and wrecks glowed within it like submerged suns. The Titans loomed in the distance, half hidden by the haze, their outlines occasionally picked out by the flash of weapons fire. As the ash-choked dawn bled into the sky, something new appeared in that murk. Shapes, larger than the mobs of orcs that had come before, taller than tanks. Towering silhouettes trudged into view, their outlines jagged with plates and guns. Around them, a sea of smaller forms flowed, vehicles and warriors both, banners bobbing and snapping in the hot wind. Grimaldus magnified his helm's optics. He saw the glyphs then, a crude crescent grin daubed on scrap metal standards, teeth like broken knives, the mark of the crooked Moon Tribe. Their glyphs painted onto the flanks of their engines, onto the armor plates of their warriors, onto the faces of their nobs. Behind those banners, the Gargants came. They strode on piston legs made of stolen steel, each step punching craters into the ash. Their bodies were collections of bolted-on plates and gun nests, festooned with exhaust stacks and dangling chains. Cannons as big as hab blocks thrust from their bellies and shoulders. Their heads were iron caricatures of orc faces, leering masks with gun barrels for eyes and jagged iron teeth. Between them, armored convoys stretched in lines that seemed to run all the way back to the horizon. Battle wagons with spiked rams, trucks loaded with howling mobs, looted tanks stitched together from a dozen wrecks. All came on, engines roaring, smoke belching. "The tribe shows its teeth," Ansgar said. "The siege has not begun," Grimaldus replied. "Everything until now has been noise. This is the first real word." As if to confirm the thought, a new voice snarled over the Vox. It crashed into the hive's command channels without invitation, overwhelming lesser signals, a crude, brutal presence that carried the stink of oil and blood, even through the static. "Oi!" it bellowed in thick, mangled Low Gothic. "Little Humies on the wall, little black skull boys. You hear me?" Grimaldus tilted his head slightly, listening. The warlord's voice rolled on, laughter booming. "I can see your city," it said. "All your guns, all your shiny tanks, all your big stompy metal gods. We is gonna take all that. We is gonna pull your wall down, brick by brick. I is gonna hang your skulls on me gargants, so every time we stomps another hive, I looks up and sees your empty faces grinning at me." Steel Legion men glanced at one another, hearing the voice echo from Vox horns along the parapet. Some spat over the wall, some cursed. A few looked up at the Templars. Grimaldus switched his Vox to the broadest channel he could reach. "This is reclusiarch Grimaldus of the Black Templars," he said. His voice cut across the warlord's rambling threats like a blade. "I hear you." There was a moment of static, as if the orc were surprised at being answered. "Dat you, skull boy," it growled at last. "You the one what thinks he can hold this place?" "Yes," Grimaldus said. "I am the one who will burn your tribe to ash. I am the one who will tear down your gargants and leave their heads to rust in the wastes. I am the one whose skull you will never have." Silence again, then laughter, loud and crude. "We is coming," the warlord promised. "Den we see who is right, eh? You keep that skull nice and shiny for me." The connection cut with a howl of static. Grimaldus let the echoes fade. Then he looked along the wall at the men and machines under his gaze. "Fresh firing lines," he said. "Rotate the spent companies down, bring fresh blood up. Reposition the heavy guns to meet those engines. Prepare your souls. The first day was nothing." He turned his helm back toward the approaching banners. "Now," he said, mostly to himself, The war begins. Hell's highway was a thin line of sanity drawn across a world gone mad. In the command spire, beneath the stone ribs and lumen glow, the highway traced its way through the hollow display as a single white thread. It ran from the hive's northern gate, cutting straight through the ash wastes and refinery scars toward the horizon, unwavering despite the chaos that now bracketed it on both sides. Around that line, the map seethed with enemy icons. "Armored columns here, here, and here," the Auspex adept said, his finger stabbing at clusters of crude glyphs. "Each spearhead is vast, Colonel. Battle wagons, looted tanks, half-tracks, buggies, gargant escort elements identified with all three." The icons pulsed, crawling inexorably toward the white strip. Saren's jaw had not unclenched since dawn. He leaned over the table, greatcoat hanging open, hands planted on the rim of the projection, as if he might hold the world steady by sheer will. "They know," he said. "Even at their level of stupidity, they know. They have seen the Titans walking the highway. They are coming to break it. Them or their warlord," Grimaldus said. "Idiots do not make war on this scale. Madness guides it, yes, but madness with a plan." Falkov, the commissar, stood with his arms folded, skull-topped cane resting against his shoulder. His face was pale with lack of sleep and anger. "If the highway falls," Saren went on, "our armor is trapped in the hive. We lose rapid redeployment. The Titans will have to lumber through the ruins like any other engine, forced into channels and bottlenecks. We will bleed them for nothing. Every defense plan I have relies on that route staying open." "Then it will stay open," Grimaldus said. "We will not let them grind their filth along it." Saren turned his head. "We cannot fight them in a simple line," he said. "If we set our strength along the road, they will hammer it until something gives. They have the numbers to do that. We should hit and fade. Mobile screens. Engage, withdraw, engage again. Make them pay for every meter while keeping our heaviest guns intact." "You want to dance with them," Grimaldus said. "I want to keep the highway usable," Saren snapped. "If we turn it into a static trench, it will become a killing ground for both sides. A grave we are standing in while they throw bodies at us. They can afford to lose bodies. We cannot afford to lose the road." Grimaldus studied the map. The white line was thin, yes, but it was a spear as much as an artery. He imagined it flooded with Imperial tanks, with Titans striding back and forth, fire washing out along its flanks. A place not of retreat, but of slaughter. "We will not. Guns, until there is no space for anything. Guns until there is no space for anything else. When their armor comes, we break it there. We break it so badly that the road is choked with their wrecks, and the beasts behind them are forced to clamber over the bones of their own machines." "That sounds very heroic," Saren said. "It also sounds suicidal. Once we commit that hard, there is no pulling free. If the line buckles anywhere, the entire position collapses, and the highway is theirs." Grimaldus looked up from the projection, meeting the colonel's gaze through the red glare of his lenses. "Then it does not buckle," he said. "You have men enough to fill the flanks, artillery enough to shake the foundations of this world, Titans enough to tear apart anything the Orks can cobble together. We make this place so lethal that even they, in their lunatic courage, hesitate before they throw themselves into it again." Falkov snorted. "The chaplain wants his altar of corpses," he said. Grimaldus did not bother to look at him. "I want the highway to stand," he said, "because if it falls, your regiments die penned like cattle in these streets. I will take a mountain of dead to prevent that. If we must build that mountain here, on this strip of stone, then so be it." Saren stared at the map, at the white line and the crawling enemy glyphs. He hated the idea. Grimaldus could see that. The colonel's mind was full of mobile formations, of flexible responses, of ways to keep his forces alive long enough to be useful. But there were no perfect options now, only degrees of ruin. At least here, Grimaldus said quietly, we can see them coming. Out in the wastes, with the Titans at our shoulders, with every gun we have pointed at their teeth, we can kill them in numbers you cannot even count. If we let them seep into the hive, if we try to bleed them street by street, you will lose everything and gain nothing. Sauron exhaled through his nose. Very well, he said. We make the highway a wall of guns. We turn it into a place where things go to die. His staff looked at him, then at the chaplain, then back at the map. Orders began to fly. Hell's highway became a weapon. Steel Legion tank brigades rolled out of the hive in roaring columns, engines straining, exhausts vomiting black smoke. Lehman Russ battle tanks in their dozens, then in their hundreds, ground their way onto the road, forming layered lines that overlapped fields of fire. Demolishers with their massive siege cannons took up positions in the second and third ranks, ready to hurl shells over the heads of their brothers. Basilisks and Medusas, their long barrels and stubby siege guns elevated, lined the flanks on raised ground, emplaced behind berms and stacked sandcrete. Artillery regiments dug in along every rise and outcrop. Mines were seeded in great carpets beyond the road, invisible fields of buried teeth waiting for orc treads. Razor wire was strung in bristling webs, anchored by metal stakes hammered deep into ash and rock. Firing trenches and foxholes honeycombed the ground, filled with guardsmen whose faces were already grey with dust and anticipation. Above and among it all walked the god engines. Legio Invigilata sent entire maniples to the highway. Warhounds loped along the flanks, their quick strides kicking up ash storms. Reavers stood in the midline, their carapace guns tracking the distant horizon. Warlords planted their massive feet like bastions, their reactor hums sinking into the bones of every mortal nearby. Storm Herald herself took up position at the highway's heart, an iron cathedral standing upon two legs, her weapon batteries swiveling into readiness, void shields shimmering. Ammunition and fuel were piled in obscene abundance. Shell stacks became barricades, fuel drums towered in makeshift courtyards, each marked with hazard sigils and quick-scratch prayers. The numbers were beyond meaning, so many shells that, if they were laid end to end, they would have stretched from hive to hive across the wastes. So much promethium that its fumes alone felt like another atmosphere. Men dug, men sweated, men cursed and prayed in equal measure. They knew what this place was. They called it the Highway of Death behind their masks, and in their letters, the words never spoken where officers could hear. They buried the first of their dead in shallow graves beside it, even before the Orks arrived. Casualties of accidents, of mishandled munitions, of vehicles too eager to take their place in the killing line. Grimaldus rode along the assembled length in a rhino, hatch open so he could stand in the top, skull helm turned to watch the preparations. The Cenobite servitors trundled in his wake, their relics glinting in the ashlight. Steel Legion soldiers straightened as he passed. Some raised their hands in the Aquila salute. Others simply stared. A few, when they thought no one was watching, reached out to touch the hull of his vehicle as it went by, as if the contact would lend them some of the Astarte's blunt, brutal certainty. At the midline, he disembarked. Storm Herald loomed there, her bulk dwarfing even the warlord titans around her. Cables anchored her to the ground. Shrine banners hung from her flanks, snapping in the dry wind. The air around her hummed with power, the ozone tang of her charged shields cut with incense smoke. Grimaldus looked up at the giant. "You have the place of honor," he voxed to the princeps. Mansion's reply vibrated through the ground as much as through the vox. "It is the place of danger," she said. "That is where we stand." Ahead of them, the wastes shivered. The orc armored tide announced itself first through the auspex. A surge of contacts, a bloom of life signs, a mass of metal signatures that made the cogitators spit error codes. Then the sound reached them. It was a deep, growing rumble, like distant thunder that never faded. It shook the teeth in their sockets. It made the barrels of the guns quiver. Men felt it thrumming up through the soles of their boots. Dust began to dance along the road in thin, frantic patterns. Through the smoke, they came. Battle wagons with sloped armor and crude gun turrets, their hulls festooned with spikes and trophies, engines roaring, trucks that looked as though they might fall apart at any moment, yet somehow held together by sheer momentum. Buggies skittering like carrion insects around the larger machines, guns chattering. Looted tanks, once imperial, their proud lines butchered by Ork welders, now sporting jagged armor plates and nonsensical gun mountings. Above and behind them strode the Gargants. They were walking fortresses of scrap iron and stolen technology, each one a mountain of rivets and plates. Some carried huge, belly-mounted cannons that drooped like monstrous tongues of metal. Others had entire decks of guns bristling from their flanks, firing in all directions. Their heads were snarling masks, iron faces split in jagged grins, eyes glowing with baleful power. The air was a haze of exhaust fumes and gun smoke. Ork engines howled, horns blared, crude and braying. Loudspeakers wired into hulls vomited out war songs that were more noise than melody, but were no less effective for that among the greenskins. "Contact in all sectors," came the steady voice of a forward observer. "Enemy armor approaching minefields. Estimated numbers." He trailed off, as if the figures his cogitator displayed offended him. "Beyond count. They fill the horizon." Grimaldus lifted his bolt pistol and Crozius. "All guns," he voxed on the command channel. "Wait for my mark. The highway is yours. Make it worthy of how you will remember it." The first Ork vehicles hit the minefields. Explosions ripped through the dusty air, throwing trucks into the sky, flipping battle wagons onto their sides. Smoke and debris gouged holes in the advancing line, but there were always more to fill them. Wrecks became ramps. Vehicles behind used their burning hulks as cover or drove over them, crushing their own dead and dying in their haste. "Mark," Grimaldus said. The highway responded. Tank guns fired, entire brigades thundering as one. Rows of Lehman Russ spat out tremendous shells that tore through Ork ranks, punching holes in armor, turning crews into red vapor. Demolishers hurled heavy charges that slammed into clumped vehicles and detonated with brutal concussive force, flipping them and everything near them into mangled heaps. Artillery on the flanks roared. Basilisk rounds arced overhead and came down in the midst of the Ork tide, bursting in wide circles of fragmentation that shredded flesh and metal alike. Medusas hurled siege shells that turned individual, Gargant escorts into geysers of molten scrap. The Titans added their voices. Volcano cannons on the warlords speared out beams of incandescent energy. When they struck, they bored straight through whatever they hit, punching tunnels of glowing ruin through Gargant torsos and battle wagon clusters, then erupting out the far side in bursts of white fury. Plasma annihilators vomited spheres of starfire that rolled outward, scourging everything they touched. Turbo lasers flickered, cutting precise lines through the chaos, severing weapons from carriages, legs from hulls. The Orks answered. Their own guns belched flame and scrap. Gargant cannons spat shells the size of tanks, each impact a localized apocalypse. One such round landed in the midst of a Steel Legion company, dug into the verge. For a moment there was nothing, then the entire position vanished in a fountain of dirt, bodies, and shattered steel. The crater it left smoked. Another hit a tank squadron. 4 Lehman Russ simply ceased to exist, vaporized in a flash that left only warped metal and a rolling fireball. The Titans took hits as well. One Reaver's void shields flared under a barrage of rockets and heavy slugs, then failed. Armor crumpled, plates peeling back under the pounding of multiple Ork guns. The engine staggered, one leg buckling, then crashed to the ground, its fall shaking the line. Its reactor went critical moments later, exploding in a pillar of light and shrapnel that scythed down guardsmen and orcs alike. Grimaldus watched the engine die with clenched teeth. "Storm Herald," he voxed. "Push forward, meet their gargants head-on." "Already advancing," Mansion replied. There was something like grim satisfaction in her tone. "We were not built to cower behind trenches." The Imperator strode. Each step crushed wrecks and bodies into paste. Her guns spoke in harmonized fury, her carapace batteries lashing out at the largest gargant in sight, her belly-mounted cannons tearing into the mass of vehicles below. Void shields flared as orc fire slammed into her, lighting her in a shimmering cocoon of refracted energy. "Templars," Grimaldus said on his private channel. "Armored spearhead with me. We cut their flank." Land raiders stirred from their positions like awakened beasts. Engines snarled. Tracks bit into the ash-coated road. Grimaldus climbed atop the lead vehicle once more. Crozius held one-handed, the other gripping a sensor mast for balance. The spearhead punched out from the Imperial line, angling to strike the orc left, where the tide bunched up against a shallow ravine. Storm Herald's bulk loomed to starboard, her presence a mobile cliff in the chaos. Orc shots hammered at the Templars' vehicles. Armor rang. Bolts and slugs sparked or flattened. Here and there, a lucky hit chewed a chunk from a hull or blew a track to ruin, forcing a raider to grind to a halt and become a stationary bunker. But the spearhead did not slow. They slammed into the orc flank like a fist. Land raider Lascannons raked battle wagons, melting through their crude armor and cooking their contents. Heavy bolters stitched lines across truck columns, cutting down drivers and passengers alike. When the vehicles closed to ramming distance, they did not shy away. Raider hulls crunched into orc machines, crushing them against the ravine edge, flipping them, driving them under. Grimaldus leapt from his mount onto the roof of a huge orc super heavy as it ground past, its armor a patchwork of plates and glyphs. A killer crucier, some of the men would call it. It did not matter. It was a gun carriage carrying a way to hurt his lines. That was enough. He planted his boots, maglocks clamping, and drove his Crozius into the armor. The energized head smashed a crater into the plate. He hit again. Again. On the third strike, the metal gave, and he tore a jagged hole wide enough to drop through. He went in without hesitation. The interior. Crozius before the weapon cleared its Crozius, before the weapon cleared its sheath. A gunner swung a piston hammer. Grimaldus caught the blow on his vambrus, felt the ceramite crack, then decapitated the Xenos with a sweeping arc that left its head bouncing across the deck. The command compartment was a riot of levers, flashing glyphs, and hanging chains. The driver bellowed, yanking on controls, trying to shake the intruder. Grimaldus shot him through the chest at arm's length, the bolt's detonation turning the torso into a red mist that painted the bulkheads. He moved to the control panel, smashing aside orc bodies and bone charms. "This is Grimaldus," he voxed, one hand already tearing access plates aside. "I have control of one of their heavy guns." "Make them choke on it," Ansgar answered, somewhere out in the storm. Grimaldus fired. The killer crucer's main gun boomed, recoil shuddering through the hull. The shell slammed into a mass of orc vehicles trying to swing around the collapsing flank, detonating in their midst. Fire blossomed. Metal flew. When the glare faded, a wide swathe of the tide was ragged ruin. He fired again. Again. Each shot cost them, tearing chunks from the orc line, carving lanes of annihilation. The engines screamed around him, damage alarms howling in crude tones. Armor cracked. Something vital ruptured. Flames licked along cables and across the floor. Grimaldus reached into the control panel and smashed the overload runes. He jammed his Crozius into a nest of wires and hit the activator. The energy field arced, shorting circuits. The engine's heart lurched into a runaway cascade. He climbed back out through the hole he had made as the Kieler Crucier began to die. He dropped onto the hull of his Land Raider as it roared past and slapped the hull twice. "Drive," he ordered. "Get clear." Behind them, the Ork heavy tank became a moving bomb. It screeched, turning in a wild arc, armor plates blowing outward as internal magazines cooked off. Then, with a noise that was not sound so much as a physical blow, it exploded. The blast rolled across the flank, flattening vehicles, tearing apart Orks, slamming into the Imperial line with a wall of heat and shrapnel. Men in trenches were ripped from their feet. Tanks rocked, some thrown sideways. For a moment, there was nothing but roaring fire and white light. When it passed, Grimaldus was on his back on the raider's hull, armor ringing. He sat up, coughing smoke from his rebreather, and saw the gap the explosion had torn. Entire swathes of the Ork tide were simply gone. A crater smoldered where the Kieler Crucier had been, ringed by wrecks and pieces of things that had once been living. It was not enough. Gargants still strode forward, their guns pounding. One in particular, decked in, crooked moon glyphs and crowned with a row of looted Imperial banners, had reached a section of the highway, defended by a single regiment and a battery of basilisks. Its belly guns gutted the trenches with each salvo. Men died in windrows. Tanks dissolved under the sustained fire. The regiment's Vox traffic teetered on the edge of panic. "We are breaking," came a voice choked. "We cannot hold, requesting permission to fall back, to regroup. The Gargant is—" "Denied," Grimaldus cut in. He saw the scene through the hololith in his mind's eye and through reports. Guardsmen hunkered behind burning tanks, laser guns forgotten in their hands, their world reduced to deafening sounds and falling metal. The Gargant towering over them, each step sending shockwaves that made the ground ripple. "Artillery," he voxed to the battery coordinators. "Concentrate fire on that Gargant's legs. Barrel clusters, knee joints, anything that looks like it keeps the beast upright." "Reclusiarch, our own men are in the kill zone," one replied, horrified. "They are directly between us, and—" "I know where they are," Grimaldus said. "Fire through them." There was a heartbeat of shocked silence. "That is an entire regiment," Saren said quietly on the command line. "Thousands of men." "That is one Gargant," Grimaldus answered. "If it reaches the highway intact, it will kill more than that in minutes and open a breach they cannot plug. Send the shells." He heard it then. The choice. The little pause where the Imperial creed wrestled with human instinct. "Fire," Saren said at last. The basilisks obeyed. Their long guns boomed, one after another, recoil rocking the carriages. Shells arced over the lines, trailing smoke. They came down among the guardsmen and the Orks both, each impact a blossom of fire and fragmentation. Men vanished. Trenches collapsed. Bodies were torn apart without ever knowing whether the steel that killed them was enemy or friendly. The Gargant's legs shuddered. Shells slammed into its joints, chipping away at armor, then biting into the machinery beneath. One leg faltered, servos shrieking. Another blast struck the same place, and the armor peeled, revealing pistons and cables. A final salvo hit the cluster, and the limb gave. The engine stumbled, trying to compensate with its other legs, but the ground was too churned, too slick with gore and melted stone. It fell. The impact shook Hell's highway to its foundations. The Gargant came down on its side, crushing everything beneath. Secondary explosions ripped along its hull as ammunition and fuel stores went up. Fire climbed its carcass, licking at the crooked moon glyphs. Grimaldus watched it burn. "Tactical cost is acceptable," he said into the silent channel. "Remember this moment the next time you consider whether to pull men back because the enemy frightens them." The first mass annihilation came as the highway reached the edge of what it could endure. Titans, artillery, and men moved in concert. Storm Herald strode forward into range of 3 Gargants that had broken through the initial storm, her guns blazing. Warhounds darted around her, pouring focused fire into weapon mounts and sensor arrays. Steel Legion tanks drove into sacrificial positions to distract Ork guns, their crews knowing they would not live to see what their deaths brought. Templar melter squads moved under this iron canopy. Grimaldus led them, a compact force of black armored figures darting between craters and wrecks. Their melter guns hissed, turning Ork armor into dripping slag wherever they fired. They reached the legs of a smaller gargant and plastered its supports with melter charges, their timer lights glowing a malignant red. "Fall back," Grimaldus voxed. "Now." They ran. Behind them, the charges detonated. The gargant's legs melted, metal running like wax. The engine toppled, crashing into a neighboring war machine, its fall smashing weapon mounts and tearing open fuel tanks. Flame rushed across both hulks. Ammunition cooked off in a relentless chain. The blast rolled into a third engine, already damaged by Titan fire, and it too succumbed, its reactor blowing out in a geyser of plasma. For a span of heartbeats, it seemed as though the entire horizon was on fire. The highway became a graveyard of metal mountains. Burning hulks lay crumpled across its length, some still lurching as if trying to rise, others already cooling. Between them, the ground was slick with liquefied Ork bodies, a black, bubbling sea of flesh and oil. The stench was beyond description, a choking miasma that overwhelmed even filters and rebreathers. The numbers meant nothing. Millions, perhaps, in that one engagement alone. A slaughter so vast that even the Orks hesitated at its memory. Word spread through the Steel Legion like a contagion. They whispered the reclusiarch's name, in dugouts and hab corridors, in barracks and on watch rotations. They told one another that wherever he appeared, the enemy died in heaps, that when his skull helm turned toward the foe broke. They told one another, too, that when his gaze fell on their own ranks, the weak died as surely as any greenskin. He was a promise and a threat, wrapped in one figure. He saved the highway, some said, or in their voices. He killed an entire regiment with our own guns, others answered, horror threading their words. Both were true. The Orks learned as well. Their warlord, crude but not entirely blind, saw what the highway had become for his people, a place where armor went to be broken. He did not abandon it. No Ork of his stature would. But he changed his attack. Reports came in of tunneling machines grinding through the rock of the Deadlands, heading not for the highway, but for the ground beneath the hive itself. Crude submersibles were sighted in the polluted waters beyond the docks, their hulls just visible in the chemical swell before they vanished beneath again. The enemy intended to come up from below and from the sea, to crawl under the teeth that had closed around their armored throat. In the command spire, new orders awaited Grimaldus. The Temple of the Emperor Ascendant District is under pressure, Saren said, the map of the hive pulsing with red around a cluster of shrine icons. The Orks have pushed hard there, more than anywhere else along the inner line. If they take that district, they will turn our holiest ground into a breach. A temple, Grimaldus said. Yes, Saren replied. A great basilica, older than this hive. It is already manned, but not heavily enough. I want Templars there. I want you there.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Hell's highway still burned in the projection, a line of ruin holding back something worse. Grimaldus looked from that white scar to the glowing heart of the hive, where the temple district lay. The highway stands, he said. For now. The Titans will hold it. You have seen what they can do. We have seen what you can do, Saren answered. And I need that at the temple. The people need it. The Orks need to learn to fear it. The chaplain considered. He had sworn to hold this road. He could not be in two places. Duty tugged him between them like a rack. Then he nodded. Very well. he said. Hell's highway will keep killing without me. The Emperor's altar may not. I will take a force and go to the temple district. If the Orks wish to defile the Emperor's house, they will have to step over my body to do it. He turned from the map, from the white line of slaughter, and began to walk toward a different kind of battlefield. The temple district stood like a memory of a holier age, in the middle of a world at war. Grimaldus rode toward it through streets already half ruined by shelling. Hab blocks leaned against one another like drunkards. Statues lay broken in the gutters, their stone faces shattered. The air smelled of smoke and incense, and the copper tang of blood. Munitorum trucks and ambulances rattled past, dodging craters and the burned-out shells of civilian vehicles that would never carry anything but corpses again. Ahead, the basilica rose. The temple of the Emperor Ascendant had been old when the first Ork ever set foot on Armageddon. Its foundations bit deep into the bedrock, sunk there by the first colonists. It rose from the surrounding district in layered steps, each ringed with colonnades and chapels, each crusted with gargoyles and saint statues. Flying buttresses arched like frozen wings between towers. The great nave ran like a spine down its center, crowned by a dome of stained glass and gold that caught what little light there was and turned it into a dull, stubborn glow. The outer precincts were a maze of cloisters, side shrines, and pilgrim plazas. Statues of ancient heroes looked down with chipped eyes. Many of them bore fresh scars, chunks torn away by Ork rockets or stray shells. Sandbags and tank traps clogged the once open promenades. Razor wire glinted between columns. Burning incense mingled with the stink of promethium and the oily reek of tread marks. Steel Legion detachments manned the ad hoc barricades. Greatcoats dusty, masks scorched. Templars in smaller number held the choke points. There were shrine servants too, men in scorched vestments with laser guns slung where censer chains had once hung. Priests in armor pieced together from relic plate and flak vests strode among them, Crozius and Chainsward, both symbols of office now. Their faces were lined by more than age. Grimaldus dismounted from his rhino at the base of the main stair. The Cenobite servitors clanked behind him, Mordred's relics heavy on their steel backs. The sight of their iron masks and the relics they bore drew eyes. Shrine serfs bowed their heads as he passed, fingers twitching through. Prayer signs, even as they clutched autoguns, slick with sweat. He climbed the steps, each one worn by countless pilgrim feet. The great doors of the basilica stood open, their adamantine faces engraved with scenes of the Emperor's early wars, picked out in gold leaf and marble. Someone had bolted, firing slits into them where the artists had never intended, but even so, they seemed almost ashamed of the weapons that peeked from their carved splendor. Inside, the nave swallowed him. It was a vast space, big enough to march an army through. Columns rose like forest trunks to hold up the vaulted roof, every inch of stone carved with scriptural reliefs. Light filtered down through the stained glass of the dome, turning drifting dust motes into tiny shards of color. The floor was black marble veined with white, polished to a dull sheen by centuries of knees and bare feet. Icons lined the walls. Relic cases stood in niches with their lamps still burning. Banners hung from the rafters, bearing the heraldry of regiments long dead and saints whose names the administratum alone remembered correctly. Now, all of that holiness was wedded to war. Heavy bolter emplacements had been rammed into the bases of columns. Sandbagged walls snaked between the great stone pillars, turning the nave into a series of defensive lines. Ammunition crates stood stacked where votive candles had once been placed. The air tasted of burnt propellant and incense in roughly equal measure. Grimaldus placed his Cenobites at the heart of it. "Here," he said, gesturing to the marble just before the high altar. The servitors obeyed, clanking into position. One lowered the reliquary plate from Mordred's sarcophagus with a hydraulic hiss, positioning it beside a local relic shrine that contained a bone said to have come from Armageddon's first planetary governor. Another centered the old Crusade banner so that its tattered cloth hung alongside the temple's own standards, the Crusades, black cross mirrored by the two-headed eagle. The third set the bone casket of the sainted Templar down before the altar rail, its pale surface stark against the darker stone. It was a deliberate fusion of faiths, of chapter and world. Shrine servants watched with wide eyes. Steel Legion troopers paused in their work, glancing up from sandbag walls and ammo checks, to see their own relics standing shoulder to shoulder with those of the Black Templars, to see Mordred's name literally beside the temple's holiest icons changed something in them. Grimaldus could taste it in the air, as tangible as the smoke. "That will do," he said. Cynric joined him at the foot of the altar steps. The old chaplain's helm was off, tucked under his arm, his one good eye running along the rows of men gathering in the nave. "They are all here?" Grimaldus asked. "As many as can be spared from the walls," Cynric said. "Templars, Steel Legion, Shrine Guard, enough to fill the nave, and the transepts, not enough to fill the grave this place will become." Grimaldus stepped up onto the lowest altar step and turned to face them. They packed the space from doors to transept doors, a sea of grey coats and flak armor, broken by patches of black plate and the dull brass of priestly mail. Every man had his weapon to hand. Some leaned on them like canes. Others gripped them as though expecting to be disarmed at any heartbeat. Faces watched from behind rebreather lenses and bare skin, from under helms and worn caps. The murmur of their voices died as they saw the skull helm at the altar, the relics behind him. Grimaldus raised his crozius. "Listen," he said. The word echoed from the stone. It rolled along the vaulted roof and sank into the cracks. "This is the Emperor's house," he went on. "It is older than your regiments, older than your colonels, older than your fathers and their fathers, and every man in your bloodline back to the first convict." Loomed behind him like iron saints. There loomed behind him like iron saints. "There will be no mercy here," he said. "Not for you, not for the enemy, not for anyone." The silence deepened. "You are standing in your grave," he told them. "Look down. The stone beneath your boots will drink your blood. The walls around you will be painted with it. The air you breathe will be thick with your own ashes. There is no evacuation plan for this place. There is no fallback position. There is no second line. The temple stands or falls where it is." He lifted his bolt pistol with his free hand. "If any man takes a step back from these altar steps without my order, I will shoot him myself," he said. "If any man runs from a breach, I will have his body mortared into the walls as a warning to those who take his place. You will become stone if you try to flee. You will stand forever, but not as you wish." A murmur ran through them, a low, almost involuntary reaction. Fear, yes. Anger in some, a kind of grim acceptance in others. The priests closest to him nodded, their eyes alight with a fervor that bordered on madness. "You are not here to live," Grimaldus said. "You are here to die well. You are here to show the Emperor that, when the beasts came for his house, his servants did not turn away. Your names will not be recorded, history will not praise you, but this building will remember, its stones will remember, I will remember." He pointed the crozius at the Cenobite servitors and the relics they bore. "These things have walked with my brothers through campaigns that make this look like a skirmish," he said. "They have seen worlds burn. They have watched men die badly and die beautifully. Do not shame them. Do not shame your own dead. Do not shame the Emperor. Stand, fight, and when you fall, fall, facing the enemy." He lowered his arms. "Now," he said, "to your positions. The beasts are coming." The defenders broke apart, the mass resolving into companies and squads, into Templar squads moving to assigned choke points, into Steel Legion units filing out into the cloisters and plazas, into shrine servants returning to their makeshift gun pits and ammunition piles. The great doors boomed closed, their bars dropping into place with a sound like judgment. The first Ork assault on the precinct came hours later. They hit the outer cloisters first, spilling from the ruins of neighboring Habs and Manufactoria, drawn by the looming silhouette of the basilica's dome. Boys boiled around the statues and fountain basins of the pilgrim plazas, their green skin dull under the pall of smoke, their weapons barking. They came in waves, as they always did, but the temple was ready. Heavy bolters in the upper galleries hammered at them, sending streams of mass reactive rounds down into the press. Each burst chopped lines through the Orks, detonations turning bodies into fragments that spattered the marble. Promethium cannons, hidden behind statue plinths, opened fire, sending sheets of burning fuel washing across the plazas. Orks caught in it became silhouettes of flame, their screams adding a higher note to the battle's constant roar. Snipers had taken up positions in the hollow eye sockets of saint statues, lay priests with long-lars rifles and steady hands. From those stone gazes, they picked off knob leaders, weird boys crackling with psychic power, banner bearers who tried to rally the mobs. Each dropped Ork leader left a ragged hole in the advance, confusion spreading like a slow sickness through the mass. Grimaldus watched from a balcony overlooking the main cloister until a breach called him. The Orks found one in a side cloister where a lesser wall had already been broken by earlier shelling. The gap in the stone was wide enough for a dozen boys abreast to push through at once, and they did, roaring, firing from the hip, axes raised. Steel Legion troopers there met them with lass fire and bayonets. The initial clash was a mess of bodies and blades, the air thick with smoke and blood spray. The line bulged. Grimaldus took the stairs 3 at a time. He hit the cloister floor at a run, Crozius blazing. His first blow cracked an Ork skull so completely that the creature's head simply ceased to be. Weapon and bone turned into a fine red mist. He pivoted, swinging again, and the Crozius head smashed into another's shoulder, pulping flesh and cracking the metal underplates. The boy spun, his arm hanging by threads, then dropped as a guardsman's bayonet punched up under his jaw. Rounds sparked from Grimaldus's armor, ricochets from wild Ork shots. His Rosarius field flared as a heavier slug would have torn through his gorget, turning lethal force into light and heat that washed harmlessly aside. He moved into the breach and became a wall. Orks hit him like a tide, hacking and bludgeoning, trying to drag him down under the weight of sheer mass. He broke them, one after another. A cleaver took him across the chest, sparks and flakes of ceramite flying. He answered by crushing its wielder's ribcage into paste with a downward smash. A big shooter barked from the shadows. He turned, took the rounds on his pauldron, and drove his bolt pistol rounds into the gunner's torso until it was a hollow thing hanging from the weapon's rattling frame. Around him, mortals watched and fought, caught up in the orbit of his fury. They saw the way he waded through gore and wreckage, each step deliberate, each kill methodical. Terror and exaltation warred in them, but neither thought of running, not while that black shadow stood in front of them. The breach became a mound of Ork dead. The press faltered. "Push them back," Grimaldus roared. "Drive them out of the cloister. Make this place cost them more than they can count." They obeyed, Steel Legion lasguns blazing, bayonets glittering. Together, they forced the boys back through the shattered arch and into the plaza beyond, where overlapping fields of fire from prepared positions cut them down. Later, in a soot-stained antechamber, a Steel Legion major came to him. He was a hard man, scarred, his greatcoat's cuffs decorated with the braid of long service. His hands were steady, but his eyes were those of someone staring into a nightmare that kept growing larger. "Reclusiarch," he said, saluting. "Major Cord, 3rd Battalion, 101st. I require permission to withdraw my men from the East Cloister and fall back to the inner arcade. Grimaldus turned his helm toward him. "Why?" he asked. "Because we are exposed there," Cord said. "The cloister wall is already cracked. We cannot hold it indefinitely. If we fall back to the inner arcade, we have thicker stone, better sight lines, more support from the nave. We can give ground and make them pay for every meter." "No," Grimaldus said. Cord blinked. "Reclusiarch, with respect." "There is no respect in asking to walk backwards," Grimaldus said. "That cloister is a lure. It draws them into a crossfire between the walls and the transept guns. If you retreat, you collapse the anvil. The hammer blows fall on nothing, and the Orks drive straight into the inner sanctum." "My men will be crushed if we stay," Cord said. "We are already down to half strength in that position. We cannot absorb another major assault." Grimaldus stepped closer, the Crozius hanging loose at his side. "You will absorb it," he said. "That is your role. You will stand in that cloister until there is nothing left of your company but smoke and teeth, if that is what is needed to bleed them. You will die there, if that is what the Emperor desires. You will not move one step back without my order." Cord's jaw worked. "They are men, not stones," he said quietly. "They are both," Grimaldus replied. "Tonight they are stones. Tomorrow they may be bones. It does not matter. The cloister holds." The major saluted again. There was no warmth in it, but there was obedience. "As you command," he said. "We will hold." They did. Ork pushes kept coming, battering against the outer precincts, testing different angles. Somewhere beyond the temple district, voxes crackled with frantic reports of battle sisters falling back in good order or being overrun, depending on which channel one listened to. The Argent Shroud were engaged heavily in neighboring streets, holding junctions, counter-attacking into Manufactoria. Their hymns turned to battle cries. Grimaldus heard the snippets. He filed them away. He could not spare men or thought for them now. The temple was its own world, bounded by stone and faith and blood. The worst assault came when the Orks managed to push a massive reinforced mob into the outer courtyards all at once. They used their own dead and wrecks as cover, dragging plates of armor torn from tanks and vehicles into makeshift walls. Behind these, they advanced in thick blocks, shooting from behind their moving barricades, lobbing crude grenades over them in blind arcs. Their sheer weight crushed the first mine lines and pushed through the tangle of razor wire. The courtyards erupted into chaos. Steel Legion squads in the open were overwhelmed, hacked apart as the Orks surged among them. Defenders fell back toward the basilica steps, firing from the hip, tripping over the bodies of their own dead. The air filled with the muzzle flares of Ork guns and the screams of wounded men. Grimaldus watched from the steps, helm optics tracking the tide. If the Orks took the courtyards completely, if they reached the doors in force, the fighting would smash straight into the nave. The outer defenses would be gone, and the battle would collapse inward like a lung punched through. Cynric stood at his side. "They are too many," the old chaplain said. "Basilisks are in range." "They will hit our own," Grimaldus said. "They will," Cynric agreed. For a heartbeat, Grimaldus remembered the Gargant on the highway, remembered the choice to fire through the regiment. This was smaller, in numbers. It was larger, in the sense that every death here happened under the Emperor's gaze. He opened a vox channel to the artillery on the nearest promontory. "Basilisk Battery Sigma," he said. "This is reclusiarch Grimaldus, Temple District Defense." A moment's pause, then a shaken voice replied, "Reclusiarch, we read you. We have fire solutions mapped, but we have held off, awaiting clearance. Your own men are in the blast radii." "They are," Grimaldus said. "Fire on my mark. Courtyard coordinates as follows." He fed the data from his helm picked feed, marking the densest Ork concentrations, the points where their blocks of crude armor had made it furthest, The targeting spirits chewed on the input, spitting out firing packages and probability curves. "Orders, reclusiarch?" the battery commander asked. "Send every shell you have set aside for this sector," Grimaldus said. "Do not hold back. Do not try to be precise. Turn the courtyards into craters. Your men will die," Grimaldus said. "They will die either way. This way, their deaths mean something." He watched the courtyards again. Guardsmen trudged backwards under the weight of orc fire, stepping over fallen comrades, firing until their packs ran dry. A flamer-bearer doused a cluster of boys in burning promethium, even as a slug tore through his chest, his finger spasming on the trigger, turning himself into a burning pillar that set friend and foe alike alight. "Mark," Grimaldus said. The basilisks spoke. Their guns boomed across the hive, the report rolling over rooftops and down alleyways. Shells arced overhead, invisible to the men in the courtyard, until the moment they fell. The first detonations ripped through the orc-led elements, raw force tearing bodies and armor plates apart. The blast waves slammed into guardsmen and greenskins alike, throwing them from their feet, cracking bones, turning internal organs to jelly. More shells followed, each impact adding to the storm. The courtyards vanished into dust and flame. From the basilica steps, it looked like the surface of the world had erupted. Grimaldus's visor filters cut glare and smoke, feeding him a cleaned image with the worst of the chaos stripped out. Even so, it was hard to discern shapes. Men and orcs vanished equally in the carnage. When the barrage finally ceased, the courtyards were unrecognizable. Cratered ground, full of smoking pits and torn stone. Bodies, or fragments of them, lay scattered everywhere. Orc barricades were gone, torn apart. Of the guardsmen who had held that ground, only a handful still twitched or dragged themselves toward cover, uniforms charred, armor cracked. A few orcs still staggered, dazed, their ears ringing, their weapons lost. Templars and Steel Legion squads rushed forward from side alleys, finishing them with precise lass bursts and bolt rounds. The line reformed at the lip of the new craters. The basilica steps remained inviolate. Grimaldus descended a little way, boots crunching in the new rubble. He saw the banner then. It lay on the steps, miraculously unburned despite the carnage below. Its staff was splintered, buried under debris, but the aquila on its cloth still shone, smeared with soot, but intact. Not far from it, a guardsman lay on his back, armor blackened, skin blistered. He was still moving, one hand clawing toward the standard. Grimaldus walked to him. The man's eyes were raw holes of pain, in a face barely recognizable as human. His lungs wheezed with each breath, each exhalation a wet rattle. His hand still, stretched, fingers centimeters from the banner's pole. He had dragged himself up the steps while on fire, Grimaldus realized. Every inch of his path was marked by charred streaks. Grimaldus bent, plucked up the standard in his gauntlet, and held it where the guardsman could see. The man's ruined mouth twitched. It might have been a smile. It might have been a grimace. His hand dropped. His hearts, such as they were, beat once more, then stopped. Grimaldus looked at the banner. He thought of the Shadow Wolf on Varadon, standing with his chapter's colors, even as the Xenos tore him apart. The echo was not perfect, but it was there. Death faced, not fled. Duty fulfilled, not abandoned. "You died well," he said softly. "You are my brother." He planted the banner again in its place on the steps, driving the broken staff into a crack in the stone. The siege did not end. It dragged on. Days bled into weeks, weeks into 2 solar months. The orcs never stopped. For hours, turning cloisters and chapels for hours, turning cloisters and chapels into rubble before sending in their boys to comb the ruins for survivors. Sometimes they simply prowled the edges, firing sporadically, probing for weakness while their engines and sappers worked elsewhere. The defenders thinned. Companies that had started at full strength were reduced to a scattering of survivors, faces gaunt, uniforms held together with wire and prayer. Templars took wounds and returned to the line with bandaged joints and limps, armor patched with whatever scrap could be welded onto it. Shrine servants who had once cleaned icons now stood in the firing rank, their hands as familiar with laser-gun triggers as with sensor chains. The basilica changed. The polished marble of the nave became slick with blood that never fully dried. The smell of incense was buried under the stench of rot and cordite. There were bodies everywhere, piled in chapels awaiting mass graves, stacked in cloisters when there was no time for graves at all. The stained glass in the dome shattered, piece by piece, until only jagged shards remained, letting in the ash-choked light. The relics at the altar did not move. Mordred's plate and banner, the bone casket, the temple's own ancient icons, all remained where they had been placed. Smoke from votive candles and promethium fires alike curled around them. Men glanced at them when they could, drawing strength, scowling, spitting, whispering, whatever ritual they needed to keep moving. Grimaldus did not retreat. He moved through that decaying sanctum like a grim god of war, skull helm streaked with soot and blood, Crozius forever in his hand. He slept in armor when he slept at all, in short snatches stolen between bombardments. He ate ration paste and drank water that tasted of metal and ashes. He listened to the Vox feed, to the cries for help, and the reports of positions lost and regained. Whenever someone suggested pulling back to a more defensible inner line, he said no. The temple stands or falls where it is, he had told them. 2 months in, he had not changed his mind. Orks died in their thousands on the basilica's stones. Men died in their hundreds beside them. The precinct became a mountain of corpses and rubble, the outlines of the original architecture barely visible beneath the wreckage. In the midst of it, the high altar still stood, the relics still gleamed, and Grimaldus still refused to take one step back. The storm came down on Helsreach in truth. Before, the siege had been a grind, a constant pressure of shells and raids and the endless drone of orc engines beyond the walls. Now the enemy squeezed its claws closed. Districts vanished. Grimaldus felt it through the stone in the way the basilica trembled. One moment, a neighboring habstack stood, its silhouette familiar beyond the temple cloisters. The next, a shell the size of a small hab crashed down from some distant gun, and the stack folded in on itself like a kicked anthill. Dust and fire belched outward, climbing skyward in a roaring plume. Vox channels filled with screams that cut off as quickly as they began. The air war died. Imperial Navy squadrons had clung stubbornly to the skies around Helsreach, winged specks cutting between the arcs of flak and the trails of rockets. They fell now one by one. Orc fighter bombers, clumsy-looking, belched fire and shrapnel with enthusiastic imprecision. When enough of them swarmed a thunderbolt or a marauder, the Imperial craft simply dissolved in mid-air, pieces falling end over end, leaving long smoke scars that vanished into the low cloud. Fresh Orc submersibles surfaced in the poisoned waters beyond the Tempest docks, their hulls grotesquely bulbous, their guns built into ramshackle towers. They exhaled tides of boys and ram-plated amphibious vehicles into the docklands. The already overtaxed defenders there fell back street by street, sending terse reports about rising water levels and rising tides of green. Helsreach groaned under the weight of it. In the basilica's command bunker, deep below the nave, Auspec's peak slates glowed with bad news. Icons of friendly units winked out and did not return. Red glyphs multiplied. The lips of every Vox operator were cracked from too many hours spent reading lists of the dead and missing to men who did not have time to mourn. It was there that the call came. "Signal from Legio Invigilata," a Vox adept said, his voice strained. Priority channel for Hive Command. Storm Herald's Command Cathedral requests conference. Saren tapped the rune to accept. "This is Colonel Saren, Helsreach Defense," he said. "Grimaldus is present." The bunker's lumen strips flickered as the Titan's voice came through. "We have Gargant." "Concentrations moving around the highway," Mancion said. Her voice rolled through the speakers and the stone at once, the tone rough with linked machine resonance. "A main body of their engines is attempting to swing wide and catch us between their line and the hive wall. If they succeed, the highway is flanked and your armor will be pinned in a double hammer blow." Grimaldus stepped closer to the Vox grill. "They found a way to respond," he said. "Of course they did." "We cannot let them wrap around us," Mancion went on. "If they encircle the highway, they will have clear guns on the inner gate approaches. That cannot be allowed." "What do you propose?" Saren asked. "A counterstroke," she said. "We will take the Storm Herald and the remaining warlords and reavers out beyond the highway, engage the Gargants before they can complete their maneuver, and break them. It will leave the hive and the highway less protected for a time. But if we stay huddled against the walls, we lose the initiative entirely, and when they come on their terms, not ours." There was a brief silence. The bunker hummed around them, full of recycled air and tension. "You will be exposed out there," Saren said. "Their submersibles are already at the docks. Their artillery is thickening every hour. If the Titans fall, we lose everything you have bought us so far. If we do nothing, we lose the highway anyway," Mancion replied. "If you prefer, Colonel, we can remain here and watch the enemy engines crawl around us in their own time." Grimaldus spoke then. "Do it," he said. Saren shot him a sharp look. "This will leave the temple more vulnerable," the colonel said. If the Titans fail, there will be nowhere in this hive that is not vulnerable," Grimaldus answered. "If they break those Gargants now, they may buy us weeks, months. If they do not go, we will have Ork engines on. The inner approaches in days. We cannot choke their gods at our door if we refuse to meet them in the wastes." He turned his helm slightly, lenses burning. "This is what the Storm Herald exists for," he said. "Not to crouch behind walls, to stride into the teeth of the enemy and bite back." Saren's jaw bunched. He nodded once. "Legio invigilata," he said. "Helsreach concurs. Make your counterstroke. Emperor guide your fire." There was a pulse of static that might have been laughter or prayer or simply the Storm Herald's reactors adjusting output. "Then watch, little hive," Mancion said. "Watch and remember." The Titans went to war. From the Basilica's highest gallery, Grimaldus watched them stride out along Hell's highway, then leave it behind. Storm Herald led. The Imperator's colossal form moved with a terrible grace, each footfall sinking deep into the ash and rockcrete. Warlords and reavers followed in her wake, like warships escorting a battleship, their banners snapping. Warhounds darted ahead on longer, quicker strides, their pack howls echoing in the Voxnet. They advanced into the pale murk, where the ash storms were thickest, where even Astarte's optics saw little more than seething grey. The cogitators painted outlines on the pict feeds for the benefit of mortal eyes. The Gargants waited for them. They were gathered in a loose mass beyond the highway, hulking silhouettes clustered around a single larger shape. Smoke and dust veiled it, but the Auspex read its dimensions and spat out warning sigils. It was bigger than any of the others, its profile more compact and squat, its armor readings thicker. "Designation Godbreaker," came the monotone of an Auspex spirit. The name was Ork in origin, transliterated into Gothic by nervous data scribes. It carried a rasp of crude pride, an ugly confidence. They had built themselves a god to fight god engines. The duel of giants began at extreme range. From the bunker told the truth. Volcano cannon bunker told the truth. Volcano cannon shots bored through the murk, each beam of coherent fury ripping into Gargant armor. Entire decks exploded outward as magazines cooked off. Warlords poured lasfire and plasma into the enemy line. Warhounds danced at the fringes, harrying, biting, drawing fire. The Gargants replied with their own crude thunder. Shells the size of dropships tore into the advancing legio. Rakish beams from stolen and warped energy weapons slashed at void shields. Buzzing rockets screamed through the air in clusters, some detonating early, some late, some just vanishing into the sky to fall who knew where. Godbreaker held back at first, letting lesser engines soak the attention, its crude field projectors shimmering around it in a corona of flickering light. When it finally fired, the effect was like a hammer blow. A warlord at Storm Herald's left staggered as Godbreaker's main gun punched through its void shields in a single sustained blast. Armor ruptured. Its torso bulked outward as internal pressure found an escape. A heartbeat later, it detonated from within, chunks of molten metal flung across the battlefield, legs toppling, banners turning to ash. Another engine took a glancing hit. Half its head vanished, weapons sheared away. It trudged on, half blind, its remaining arms still firing, until a cluster of Gargants swarmed it and tore it apart with combined volleys. Invigilata answered. Storm Herald fired, all her guns speaking. Her belly cannons raked a Gargant's midsection, carving a glowing trench through armor, burning through to vital machinery. Carapace weapons stitched lines of death across another, punching out its weapon emplacements. A plasma barrage from a Reaver caught a third full in the flank. The resulting explosion knocked neighboring engines aside like toys. Between the giants, men died like insects. Steel Legion brigades had been sent out beyond the hive to support the Titans, to hold ground, to plug gaps. When the god engines clashed, those men were simply erased. Gargant steps, flattened trenches, turned fortified positions into smears. Titanfalls crushed companies under thousands of tons of metal and fury. Shellbursts, meant to savage enemy armor, landed among infantry lines, with results beyond recording. Inside the hive, the street tremors became a constant thing. Whole hab stacks slumped and fell as their already fractured foundations shook. Shrines collapsed, bridges cracked. Civilians who had been too stubborn or too slow to evacuate died without ever seeing an orc, buried under their own city. In the basilica, dust poured from the ceiling in fine streams. Cracks zigzagged across the old stone. Icons swayed on their chains. One ancient statue toppled from its niche and smashed on the floor, scattering marble fragments across the nave. Grimaldus watched the distant telemetry, hands clenched on the edge of the table. "Come on," he muttered. "Come on, you great machine. Break it. Break their god." Godbreaker drove into the heart of the Titan line. Its fields flickered under sustained fire, but they held longer than they should have. They were crude, but they were layered, a patchwork of stolen void tech and mad orc ingenuity. Each time Storm Herald's volcano cannon struck, the field blazed, dimmed, then steadied. Smoke and energy bled from the Godbreaker's carapace, but it came on. It hammered back with its main gun, a barrel that looked as though it had been cut from some starship's spinal weapon and welded into its chest. Every shot that got through a battered shield turned whatever it hit into junk. A Reaver simply vanished under one blast, its profile replaced by a great void in the data. Even the echoes of its reactor died. A Warhound lost both legs and went down, still firing until its waist. Smashed into the ground, and its upper body tore free, spewing flame from ruptured cores. At last, the two giants closed. Godbreaker plowed forward through its own dead, grinding wreckage beneath its clawed feet. Storm Herald moved to meet it, her voids guttering, her armor plates scarred. At this range, every shot was a promise. They exchanged them. Storm Herald's guns tore chunks from Godbreaker's shoulders, smashed its lesser weapons, cored one of its eyes. Godbreaker's gun punched hole after hole in the Imperator's plates, chewing through to internal decks. Lesser Gargants circled, taking opportunistic shots, while remaining Invigilata engines tried to shield their queen, to buy her the seconds she needed. Storm Herald's voids are gone, a tech adept whispered, fingers flying over her runes as she read the data. Armor compromised, reactor output unstable. Godbreaker's field integrity failure in multiple bands, another countered, reading the Ork signatures. Its core is overloading, it is dying, they are both dying. On the outskirts of Helsreach, under a sky choked with ash, the Imperator and the Ork god machine tore each other apart. In the end, Godbreaker's gun struck just above Storm Herald's belly cannons, punching through decks and decks of shrines, crew compartments, ammunition holds. The beam hit her reactor cradle. For a fraction of a heartbeat, every Auspex in the hive screamed. Then Storm Herald died. She exploded from within, a column of fire that stabbed upward, punching through the low clouds, searing the atmosphere. Armor plates the size of city blocks were hurled outward. Her legs tore free at the knee joints, slamming down as individual meteors. Her great cathedral back toppled, burning into the wastes. Helsreach shook. A wave of force rolled over the hive, blowing out windows, cracking walls, flattening the already damaged. Whole districts on the outskirts simply collapsed as the shockwave passed. Inside those falling towers and stacks, millions of civilians died without understanding what had killed them. They had heard of the Titans. They had seen their silhouettes. They did not know that the last sight of Storm Herald alive had been out in the ashes, dying so they might have one more day. Grimaldus stared at the dying light on the picked slates. The rune for Storm Herald flickered, then went dark. The bunker was very silent. Saren closed his eyes briefly. Vox officers swallowed. Even the tech adepts seemed shaken. Their faith lacked words for a god engine's death. The duel's price was not only Storm Herald. Reports flooded in. Warlord Annihilatus destroyed, Reaver Lux Eterna crippled and immobile, Warhound Pax Gamma and Delta wiped out, Gargant counts reduced by half, but enemy engines still operational. Their Godbreaker? Saren asked. Critical damage, came the answer. Its core flared. It is down and burning. No further fire from its main gun. It was a victory of a kind. A poisoned, costly thing. There were survivors. Engines whose banners still waved, whose reactors still beat. They were suddenly leaderless. Within hours, they had a new voice. Legio Channel, the Vox Adept said, tone guarded. Princeps designation Amasat, Warlord class, speaking as acting senior of Invigilata on this world. The speaker crackled. This is Amasat of the Legio, the Princeps said, voice thinner than Mansion's, with less of the reactor's growl under it. To all Imperial Command assets at Helsreach, Legio Invigilata has suffered unacceptable losses in this theater. Our engines are critically depleted. Our chain of command is shattered. We cannot sustain further engagement at current intensity. Grimaldus's hand tightened around his vox bead. What are you saying? Saren asked, voice dangerously calm. I say that we must preserve what remains of our strength for where it can still alter the war's outcome, Amasat replied. The Hemlock front is collapsing. If it breaks, the Orks will flood into the heartlands beyond any hope of containment. We will withdraw to redeploy there. The defense of this hive is no longer a viable primary objective for the Legio. In the Basilica, in the highway trenches, in a dozen other command posts, men stared at their vox sets as though they had grown fangs. You are abandoning Helsreach, Saren said. We are following the dictates of strategic necessity, Amasat answered. We will not be martyrs to one city when a continent hangs in the balance. Our engines will depart within the day. Emperor, watch over your walls. The line went dead. For a heartbeat, Grimaldus simply stood. Then he nearly shattered his vox bead between his fingers. "Cowards," he hissed. "Faithless iron." His voice carried through the command bunker, even without amplification. Men flinched. A tech adept made a warding sign, then seemed to realize what he was doing and stopped, hands shaking. Saren sat very still. "So," he said softly, "the gods walk away." Grimaldus turned, the red lenses of his helm burning. "They are not gods," he said. "They are engines, and they are served by men. Men who can choose. Mancion chose to stand and fall. Amasat chooses to run and live. There is a difference." "You convinced them to stand with us," Saren said. "You walked into their sanctum and bound their oath to yours." "I bound Mancion's oath," Grimaldus snapped. "She kept it. She died in its keeping. The rest—" He shook his head, armor joints creaking. "They break faith and dress it as logic. They talk of necessity. They do not speak of the shame that will cling to their banners." He paced the length of the bunker, the relic chains on his armor clinking. "Let them go," he said at last, voice rough. "If they return, I will forgive them when I see their guns again. If they never do, I will find Amasat one day and break his skull with my own hands. I will carve the word deserter into the armor of every engine that fled while Helsreach burned." He stopped by the lumen icon of the temple district, its glow weaker now that so much of the surrounding hive was dark. "But until that day," he went on more quietly, "we pray for the dead, for Mancion, for Storm Herald, for the engines that did not run. They died as well as machines can. We honor that at least. I will not deny them that." He turned to Cynric. "Spread the word among the brothers," he said. "Have them speak the litanies for fallen warriors, for humans, for gods of metal. It does not matter. They all bled for this place." Cynric nodded, his face carved from old stone. "And the men?" Saren asked. "What do I tell them when they ask where the Titans have gone?" "The truth," Grimaldus said. "That some died for them, that the rest left. Then tell them this: no giant engine was ever coming to save them. The only thing that stands between them and the aliens now is their own spine. If that is not enough, then all the Titans in the galaxy would not have saved them anyway." Far from the temple, beyond the reach of Hell's highway, another engine stirred. On a bald plain of rockcrete and slag, surrounded by gantries and temporary shrines, Forgemaster Jurizian stood before a shape that had not moved in living memory. Ordinatus Armageddon Oberon. It was not a Titan. It was older, stranger. A great war platform, mounted on tracked assemblies the size of hab blocks, its chassis braced with cathedral arches and rune-etched supports. At its heart sat a gun, a Nova cannon older than the Imperium's wars on this world, its bore sheathed for now in prayer seals and censer hoods. Servitors clung to its flanks like limpets, feeding fuel lines, chanting maintenance catechisms. Tech priests scurried along its decks, their mechadendrites sparking, their voices raised in Binharic praise. Jurizian touched the adamantine flank with his gauntlet. His armor was scarred and blackened from too many days at too many fronts, but his eyes were bright. "Awake," he murmured. "The world needs you." He gave the activation command. Engines that had not turned in centuries roared. Power surged along buried conduits. The Nova cannon's containment fields hummed as they came up to charge. Plates shuddered. Dust fell from Oberon's hull in slow grey cascades. The great machine shivered, then moved. Tracks bit into the rockcrete with a grinding roar. The entire platform lurched forward, then steadied, gathering pace with ponderous determination. On the horizon, the fires of Helsreach glowed faintly. Jurizian turned his helm toward them. "Hold, you stubborn bastard," he said, thinking of a chaplain in black. "Just hold a little longer." Back in the temple district, the absence of Titan thunder was noticed at once the Orks noticed. Without the constant threat of gods striding along the highway, without the periodic hammer blows of volcano cannon barrages slamming into their staging areas, they grew bolder. Gargant guns that had once been forced to respect Invigilator's range now turned more freely toward the hive. Shelling on the precinct intensified. Walls already cracked became rubble. Cloisters that had stood 1,000 years fell in a day. The Orks pushed closer, their mobs surging forward whenever the bombardment slackened enough for them to risk it. They filtered into the ruins, turning every collapsed chapel into a nest, every shattered statue into cover. Defenders fought from rubble pile to rubble pile. Lines were no longer neat. They were broken, jagged things, shifting as men were driven back or killed. Ammunition dwindled. Lasgun packs were recharged until their cells grew unstable. Bolter magazines were refilled from captured Ork munitions, where the calibers could be coerced to fit. The priests who had once blessed bullets now stripped them, checking for cracks with fingers burned by hot casings. Grimaldus found himself more often in the dust and smoke of the outer ruins than in the nave. He fought in collapsed transepts, Crozier smashing skulls among fallen columns. He dragged wounded into cover and shoved fresh men into their places. He stepped over familiar faces lying still, helmet lenses reflecting the fires. He felt the position thinning under his hands, like a rope fraying strand by strand. Command felt it too. The Vox link chimed with an urgent priority, cutting through the battle noise. Grimaldus, Saren's voice came, flat, as if he had already argued himself hoarse elsewhere. Command Council has reached a consensus. The temple must be abandoned. We cannot afford to lose you, and whatever remains of your Templars here. We need you at other lines. There are bastions closer to the hive's core where your presence could stiffen defenses. The Emperor's house is already a ruin. Pull out while you can. Grimaldus stood in what had once been a side chapel, now 3 walls and a roof beam. The ceiling had half collapsed, and daylight leaked through in pale shafts. Ork fire crackled somewhere beyond. A guardsman lay at his feet, bleeding out through a hole in his chest, eyes glassy. He looked at the man, at the cracked stone around him, at the distant silhouette of the basilica dome, jagged where shells had bitten. "No," he said. There was a pause on the line. "Reclusiarch." "No," Grimaldus repeated. "I will not leave. My brothers will not leave. The relics will not leave. We dug our grave here. We will not climb out of it, because the digging has become difficult. The rational decision? Rationality is not what holds this city," Grimaldus said. "Faith holds it. Fear holds it. Habit holds it. The knowledge that there are some places that will simply not fall, while men still breathe, holds it. If word spreads that the temple was abandoned, that we chose to walk away from the Emperor's own house, then every man on every wall will feel something tear loose inside him." He stepped out into the open, watching Ork forms move among the ruined outer courtyards. "You can lose this building," he said. "Stone is stone. It can be rebuilt. You cannot lose what it means. If we run from here, then every coordinated defense you have shatters. The hive will not just be attacked, it will disintegrate." Saren was silent for a long heartbeat. "You are condemning yourself," he said finally. "I condemned myself when I first took the oath to this chapter," Grimaldus answered. "I am merely choosing where the axe falls. It falls here, in the Emperor's shadow, that is all." "Very well," Saren said. There was resignation there, a trace of respect. "Then die there if you must, but take as many of them with you as you can." "That was always the plan," Grimaldus said. He closed the channel and signaled Cynric. "Gather the brothers," he said. "Tell them this. The world is falling. The Titans are gone. Command has written us off. We are alone. Good. We always were. Now there is no more pretense." He watched the Orks massing in the rubble beyond the courtyards, banners rising, guns lifted. "Tell them," he said, "that when the Emperor looks down on Helsreach, this will be the last place he sees still standing." The end of the temple began with a new thunder. Grimaldus had heard every voice of war by then. He knew the different sounds of shells and collapsing masonry, of tank guns and gargant cannons, of titan steps and bombs dropped from a sky turned spiteful. This thunder was different. It rolled down from the north and east together, a double beat that made the basilica's cracked stones hum. A moment later, the outer walls of the temple district began to vanish in great engines. They are speaking directly to us, engines. They are speaking directly to us now. They should, Grimaldus said. We have been shouting in their faces for months. On the far horizon, half hidden in the choking pall, a hulking orc silhouette turned its guns. Godbreaker's ruins squatted there, a crippled god machine transformed into a siege battery. Its body was broken, legs braced and half buried where Storm Herald had torn them out from under it. Reactor caged in scavenged iron to prevent the final glorious detonation. Its main gun and a handful of lesser batteries remained intact, now chained into fresh power plants and fed ammunition by lines of sweating orcs. Around it, other gargants stomped and shifted, lining up their own guns. They fired again. Shells the size of hab-houses screamed through the air and plunged into the temple district. A whole row of pilgrim. Hostiles along the eastern approach vanished in a boiling fireball. The ground jumped under the basilica. The western cloisters shuddered as one of their buttresses disintegrated, sending a curtain of stone down across the courtyard. "Outer districts are gone," Saren's clipped voice reported over the battered Voxnet. "Every block between the refinery line and the temple is rubble. They are burning paths through their own infected dead just to reach you." "They will," Grimaldus replied. "Good. Let them come closer." They did. Orc infantry poured into the wreckage left by the bombardment, a green flood clambering over broken walls and burnt-out vehicles. Lutaz clambered through shattered windows, ripping icons from shrine walls and firing wild bursts from stolen guns. Boys with grapnels and climbing claws scaled the remaining facades, howling as they punched bullets and blades through stained glass and devotional tapestries. They hit the outer chapels first. Grimaldus had expected that. "First line, fall to the reliquary annex," he voxed. "Do not try to hold broken walls. Make them hunt you in tighter spaces." He coordinated the retreat step by bloody step, never using the word retreat aloud. Men fell back through the tangled alleys of the temple precinct, through ossuaries where skulls stared from every niche and bone dust coated the floor like snow, through reliquary corridors where gold-framed cases still held the bones and blades of saints. At each point, Grimaldus and his brothers turned those spaces into killing rooms. At one annex, where a collection of ancient banners hung limp under soot, he ordered heavy bolters emplaced at either end of a long corridor. Guardsmen and shrine servants took cover behind overturned pews and toppled statues. When the orcs boiled through the far doorway, roaring, they found themselves in a crossfire that turned the narrow hall into a grinder. The ancient banners caught stray sparks and burned without a sound. They fell back from there to an ossuary chamber, ceiling low, pillars close. Here the dead of past wars lined the walls, thousands of skulls stacked in neat geometric patterns. When the orcs forced their way in, they found no room to swing their crude axes. Bayonets and knives did the work, punching into bellies and under chins, as laser guns fired at such close range that they left scorched holes where flesh had been. Every meter they gave up was paid for in piles of orc bodies. Every step back cost them hours and blood. And still the enemy came. In one cloister, under a sky made small by falling dust and smoke, it was not the orcs who broke first. The pressure had been relentless. Rocket fire had pulverized much of the cover. Flamers had rolled liquid fire along the arches, forcing defenders from their positions. Men coughed up their lungs in black and pink strands. The orcs pressed in, snarling, climbing over their own dead. A Steel Legion captain, his greatcoat flayed at the shoulders by shrapnel, turned away from the firing line. "We pull back!" he shouted to his sergeants, voice cracking. "Fallback route to inner levels. We cannot hold this with what we have left." Some of his men echoed the thought before the words were even fully formed. "Back! Back to the nave. There is more cover there. Get away from the flamers." They began to move, dragging wounded, leaving firing positions, turning their backs on the breach. Grimaldus saw it from the far end of the cloister. He walked toward them, boots crunching on spent casings, Crozius hanging loose at his side. Orc rounds cracked past him, one punching a groove along his pauldron, another ricocheting from the skull motif on his helm. The captain saw him and faltered, face visible for a heartbeat under his rebreather mask. "Reclusiarch," he began, trying to straighten, trying to make his order sound like anything other than panic. "I am redeploying to more defensible." Grimaldus drew his bolt pistol and shot him through the chest. The round hit center mass. The captain jerked, arms flung wide, a burst of blood and fabric erupting from his back as the shell detonated. He fell without a sound, las pistol slipping from nerveless fingers. The men behind him froze. Grimaldus fired again, taking the lieutenant at the captain's shoulder, dropping him in a spray of shattered bone and gore. "Look at me," Grimaldus roared, his amplified voice cutting through the crackle of flames and the steady thud of orc guns. "Look at me, not them." Dozens of pale faces and dark lenses turned toward the skull helm. "You do not run," he said. "You do not step back. There is nowhere to run to. There is nothing behind you but more dying. At least die where your blood means something." A flamer blast washed over the far end of the cloister, turning men into screaming pillars of fire. The heat rolled down the hall in a visible wave, leveled the bolt pistol at the knot of leveled the bolt pistol at the knot of them. "Get back in line," he said, "or I will kill you before the orcs do." Slowly, one by one, they turned back to the breach. Some cursed him under their breath. Some sobbed. All raised their weapons. The next orc push into that cloister found the Imperial line still there. Men died standing, laser guns cycling until their power packs ran dry, bayonets punching into orc bellies as flames crawled over their greatcoats. Grimaldus waded into it with them, his Crozius cracking skulls into fragments, his Rosarius flaring each time a slug or cleaver would have bitten too deep. The retreat had only one destination now, the nave. The fighting collapsed into the basilica's heart not as a planned movement, but as a gravitational inevitability. Every outer defense line had been chewed to ruin. Every annex had become a slaughterhouse. The defenders had given ground until there was nowhere left to stand but under the dome itself. They came into that space bloodied, limping, armor-scarred, uniforms soaked. They came with eyes ringed in soot and sleeplessness, with ears ringing and throats raw. They came with brothers' blood drying on their hands. The orcs came with them. They smashed through the shattered doors in surging mobs, firing and bellowing. They clambered through holes torn in the walls by gargant shells. They dropped from upper galleries where snipers had fallen. They came across the nave floor in a living tide, boots splashing in pooled blood, clambering over shattered pews and bodies. The saints on the ceiling looked down from their cracked fresco. Their painted faces, once serene, now seemed almost horrified as smoke blackened their eyes. The nave became a charnel house. Every meter between the doors and the altar was contested. Orcs and men fought knee-deep in a mix of... Grimaldus stood atop the steps before the throne room. The fallen were trampled by the living. Grimaldus stood atop the steps before the high altar, his armor slick with red and green both. Mordred's relic plate loomed behind him, the crusade banner hanging tattered to one side, its fabric dark. The bone casket was half buried under debris, but still intact. The Cenobite servitors stood to either side, hunched, their iron masks impassive, servo limbs clicking as they turned slowly to track targets. "Templars!" Grimaldus bellowed, his voice a hammer blow through the nave. With me! His brothers gathered at the foot of the steps. There were not many left. Ansgar, armor cracked, one eye lens dark. Raylan, blood leaking from the neck seals of his plate. His chains-ward blade nicked and blackened. Others who had been with him since the first descent, faces unseen behind helms, but known in the way they moved. Around them, Steel Legion survivors and Shrine Guard formed a ragged ring, their lines folding inward like the petals of a dying flower. An Orc nob forced his way through his own, bellowing, waving a cleaver nearly as long as a man. Armor made from welded plates and stolen badges clanked around his bulk. Tusks jutted from a scarred jaw, yellowed and cracked. He came straight for the altar. Grimaldus met him on the lower steps. The knob swung its blade in a horizontal arc at chest height, a killing blow that had split dozens of men in half this day already. Grimaldus ducked under it, feeling the wind of its passage, and drove his shoulder into the Orc's chest, ramming it back a step. His crozius came up and snapped down, smashing into the creature's elbow. Bone and metal shattered. The knob roared, its forearm hanging by threads. "Little skull thing," it spat, reaching for him with its remaining hand. "I was gonna pull you apart." Grimaldus answered with a litany. He roared the words of the Catechism of Hate into the Orc's face, each line punctuated by another strike. Crozius into ribs, splitting them. Crozius into jaw, teeth spraying across the steps. Crozius into the chest, power field tearing through bone and crude armor alike. On the final blow, he put both hands on the haft and drove the weapon horizontally, low, through the knob's waist. The energized head bit deep, carving flesh and spine, cracking the iron plates. The Orc's bellow choked off in a spray of blood as the Crozius cut it in two, upper body flopping one way, legs dropping the other, intestines slapping wetly onto the stone. He kicked the twitching halves aside and turned back to his men. "We cannot hold this forever," he said, Private Vox carrying his voice to the Templars, and through nearby Vox relays to the mortals clinging to the inner line. "You know it. I know it. The Orcs will not stop. They will keep coming until there is nothing left to throw at them." He looked once at the altar. "I dug my grave here," he said. "The day I first walked into this temple in armor, I made it my grave. I will not climb out of it to die somewhere else. We either triumph on these stones, or we die under them." He swept the Crozius out to indicate the nave, the shattered pillars, the frescoed ceiling with its falling dust. "If any man tries to live longer than this house," he said, voice a harsh rasp, "if any man turns his back on the altar and runs, I swear by the Emperor's name and my Genesire's honor that I will find him, no matter where he hides in this hive, and I will drag him back here in pieces. Your souls will be judged on where you fall. Make sure it is where it matters." There was no cheer. The defenders were past cheers, but something in their eyes changed. A settling, a final acceptance. They turned back to the Orcs. The last stage of the battle was not measured in meters. It was measured in breaths. Orc flamers turned swathes of the nave into lakes of fire. Men burned and kept shooting, fingers locked on triggers. Melterbursts at close range turned great knots of greenskins into sagging piles of liquefied meat and armor. Stormboys dropped from the fractured upper galleries, rockets on their backs misfiring, bodies slamming into the floor hard enough to break bones even before blades met. Above it all, the basilica groaned. Stone that had stood for centuries could not take much more. Gargant shells had bitten deep into the outer walls. Godbreaker's distant gun had punched structural supports to ruin. Fire had eaten at beams. Explosions had cracked keystones. A deep, grinding sound rolled through the nave. Cracks raced across the frescoed ceiling like black lightning. Chunks of plaster and paint began to fall, first in handfuls, then in slabs. A supporting column near the rear of the nave split, a line appearing down its length, widening, with a scream of stressed stone. "Out!" someone shouted. There was nowhere to go. The basilica began to die. One of the great roof arches gave way with a sound like a titan's death cry. Stone blocks cascaded down, crushing orcs and men alike, turning a whole section of melee into a smear under the weight. Dust exploded outward, blinding, choking. Another arch followed, dropping in fragments that hammered the floor into a new pattern of craters. The dome cracked. It did not simply break, it peeled, ribs of stone buckling, stained glass shards scything downward in glittering sheets. The central section collapsed, falling as a single massive weight, clipping the altar's edge, pulverizing the rear ranks of the orcs and the last line of shrine guard. Grimaldus threw himself toward the altar. He felt something heavy hit his back, driving him to his knees. The world became noise and pressure and sudden darkness. His helm auto-senses shrieked warnings, then cut to black too, preserved what was left of the optics. The temple of the Emperor Ascendant fell in on itself. From outside, it looked as though the dome imploded, the upper walls following, then the buttresses, all cascading inward in a chain of collapses. A great cloud of dust and pulverized stone roared up and out, washing over the surrounding ruins. Orcs who had been about to surge into the nave were instead flattened by a rushing wall of debris. Imperial defenders on the outer edges were thrown from their feet, ears ringing. Inside, Grimaldus knew only weight. His world shrank to the confines of his armor. Something enormous crushed down upon him, pinning him face first into rubble. Sharp edges gouged at his plates. His helm chimed damage reports in a rising litany. Power feeds flickered. For a moment, his second heart stopped. He could not tell if the groan he heard was the wreckage settling or his own bones complaining. Time lost all sense. There were only cycles of pain and blackness. Voices came and went in that darkness. He heard Helsreach once, very clearly. "Die well, brother." He saw Mordred in his mind's eye, not as a face, but as an impression. A weight of centuries of war, a sense of relentless, unbending will wrapped in iron and oath. The relic plate behind him in the nave had never felt so heavy as it did in that vision. He saw the shadow wolf on Varadon again, standing with his banner in his ruined hands as the tyrannid beast lifted him on its claws. But this time, when the wolf turned his head, he looked directly at Grimaldus. "Beautiful," the dying warrior said, in a voice that was memory and ash. "Now show me something uglier." Once, for a heartbeat that may have been a dream, he saw the Emperor. Not in the way the ecclesiarchy painted him, robed and haloed. He saw a vast, cold presence, as impersonal as a star. Light poured from it, but it was not warmth, it was obligation. "You are not done," the presence said without words. "Get up." He realized, slowly, that he was breathing. Rebreather filters rasped. Air tasted of dust and blood and something bitter. His ribs hurt with each expansion. One hand was trapped under something heavy. The other still gripped the Crozius haft, fingers locked. He flexed. Pain flared up his arm, a bright, sharp spike that almost took him back to the dark. He held onto it, used it as an anchor. He tried to move his legs. They shifted a little. Stone grated. Something slid. "Cenobites," he croaked, Vox barely picking up the whisper. For a sick instant, there was nothing. Then a metal voice, flattened and echoing, filtered through the crackling network. "Servitor 1, functional," came the machine-toned report. "Servitor 2, functional with damage. Servitor 3, functional. Mobility impaired. Load intact." They lived. Of course they did. They did not know how to die. He pulled his right arm back, muscles screaming, servo motors grinding. Dust cascaded from above as whatever pinned him shifted a fraction. He planted the Crozius head somewhere solid and used it like a lever, pushing, dragging himself an inch upward. Stones scraped across his backplate. Something snapped in his left shoulder. He snarled, a raw sound in the confined helm, and pushed again. He had dug his grave here. He had told them that. He had meant it. But he had never said he would lie quietly in it. Grimaldus clawed his way upward through the tomb. He did not know how long it took. Time dissolved into effort. Push, collapse, pause while the world stopped spinning, then push again. He could not see. He navigated by pressure and instinct, by the faintest whisper of air on his battered armor. Once his hand closed on a limp limb. The flesh was cold. He pushed it aside. Once he found an orc torso, its lungs still working, dragging in thin whimpers. He crushed its throat under his gauntlet and kept climbing. Heat licked at him from somewhere. A burning beam had come to rest near his rout, its metal glowing dull red under the dust. He used it as a handhold, feeling the heat bleeding through his gauntlet, blistering skin beneath. Pain meant he was still alive. Stone shifted again. A crack appeared somewhere above. The air changed, a subtle difference in pressure. There was a hint of light, even his damaged optics could register, a faint smear of grey. He drove himself toward it. One last slab blocked his way. He set the Crozius against it and activated the power field. The weapon complained, its capacitors strained, but it flared, eating at stone. He hammered it again and again, chips flying, until the slab fractured. Ash-choked daylight poured through the gap. Grimaldus pushed his helm into it, then his shoulders, then, inch by inch, dragged his broken armor through. Debris scraped along his back and chest, leaving new gouges in metal already filigreed with scars. He emerged. He came up onto what had once been the nave floor, and was now a jagged plain of rubble. The basilica was gone. No dome, no high roof, no walls in their old shape. Only a broken ring of stone and a forest of shattered columns remained to hint at what had stood here. The sky above was a lid of smoke, lit from beneath by fires that burned in the ruins. He staggered to his feet. His armor was cracked, plates hanging loose where bolts had sheared. Hydraulic fluid and blood leaked from splits in the black ceramite. One eye lens was dark, the other a dim red. The skull helm's snarling visage was scored and blackened. He was not alone. The rubble heaved in 3 other places nearby. Great chunks of stone slid aside with grinding reluctance. The Cenobite servitors dragged themselves out, piston legs buckling, iron masks caked in ash. Their load cradles had been damaged, but they still bore what they had taken upon themselves. One carried a sheared column of white marble, a section from the high altar's frame, its carved script now broken but still legible in parts. Another still had the crusade banner, though the pole was half its original length, and the cloth hung in scorched tatters. The third cradled a battered stoop, its silver dented, its basin half full of water that somehow remained clear, faintly luminous amid the grime. They came to him like penitent giants, relics swaying on their backs. Grimaldus looked at them for a moment. "Good," he said, voice a rasp. "We did not lose everything." Movement caught his good lens. On the far edge of the ruin, behind a makeshift barricade of fallen stones and broken pews, a handful of Steel Legion troopers stared at him. Their greatcoats were torn, faces streaked with soot. One leaned on a rifle like an old man on a cane. Another's arm was bandaged and tied to his chest. They had expected to see nothing moving in that tomb. One by one they dropped to their knees. It was not formal. There was no space for echoing litanies. They simply sank, as if their legs had forgotten how to bear their weight, eyes locked on the blackened figure and the iron ghosts behind him. "Reclusiarch," one whispered, voice crackling through a damaged rebreather. He walked out of it. He walked out. Word spread. Voxes carried garbled, half-coherent reports. Runners stumbled into command posts, babbling. Men on the walls heard from men in the streets. In the cramped bunkers and ruined habs where defenders huddled, the story took shape. The temple was gone. The Emperor's house was a crater full of dead, but its guardian had not died in it. He had dug his grave there and then clawed his way back out, dragging shards of the altar and the last relics with him. They began to put a name to it, because men needed names for things that hurt and inspired them both. Hero of Helsreach, someone said, spitting blood between the words. It stuck. Grimaldus heard the title on the vox later, carried on the edge of a report from some distant fire point. He did not smile. He did not bow his head. He simply looked back once at the crater where the basilica had stood, at the broken stones and the dead buried beneath them, then turned away. There was still a hive to hold. They said it was a miracle that he still lived. Grimaldus woke to darkness and pain in one of Helsreach's makeshift infamaria, entombed not in stone this time, but in the stifling press of damaged plate and restraint clamps. Apothecaries moved around him, pale lights glimmering in their gauntlets, mechadendrites whirring as they tasted his blood, read his hearts, whispered machine catechisms to bones that had no right to still be whole. He drifted in and out of awareness while they worked. Fragments reached him, a murmur about a cracked spine, a note about multiple organ trauma, the flat declaration that his secondary heart had stopped and been dragged back to beating by a shock that would have cooked a mortal where he lay. One voice, tight with rarely felt awe, saying the word miracle, as if it tasted strange. When he finally surfaced far enough to focus, an apothecary in black and white leaned over him, helm lenses glowing a soft emerald as he studied the readings on his vambrace. "You should be dead," the apothecary said. "I am often told that," Grimaldus answered. His own voice sounded distant, ringed with an echo of the stone that had buried him. "You will not fight again soon," the apothecary went on, as if he had not spoken. "Your armor is ruin. Your bones have been pinned and bound. Your muscles are torn through. You will walk eventually. You will not run, not in this war." Grimaldus tried to move his hand. The servos whined a weak protest. One finger twitched. "I will stand," he said. The apothecary inclined his head in a gesture that might have been respect or resignation. "You will stand," he conceded. "Then you should be content with that. There are chaplains on this world who have not crawled out of a temple's grave. Let them shout at men on walls. You have done enough." Grimaldus closed his eyes. He saw, behind his lids, the dome falling, the altar shattering, orcs screaming as they were crushed alongside his own men. He saw a broken banner planted in stone. He saw himself clawing out of the ruin like something that should not have risen. "Enough," he repeated. "I have buried my dead, that is all. The aliens still live." The chains that held him to the slab creaked as he tried to sit up. "Lie down," the apothecary said. Grimaldus ignored him. The pain was a molten spear driven through his spine and ribs. His vision dimmed at the edges, turning the infamaria into a tunnel. He pushed anyway, armor servos grinding in sympathetic agony until he sat upright on the slab. The apothecary did not reach to stop him. There was no point. One did not physically restrain a chaplain who had clawed his way out of a cathedral's collapse. "At least take another cycle to stabilize," the apothecary said. "You will collapse in the field, and no one will be able to drag you out a second time." "If I fall again," Grimaldus said, swinging his legs over the side of the slab, "I will not need to be dragged out. I will already have done what I remain to do." He stood. The world tilted around him. He let it. His boots found the floor, heavy, familiar. The pain settled into a constant roar under his skin. He could breathe through it. He had practiced for that, his entire life. "Reclusiarch," the apothecary said, one last time. Grimaldus took his helm from the rack where it hung, scorched and cracked, and settled it over his head. The seal hissed closed. There was nothing left to argue. He did not have a crusade any longer. He had a handful of survivors and the refugees of many lost commands. Word spread quickly that the chaplain who had walked out of the temple's grave was back on his feet. Men and Templars gravitated toward him as dust spun, toward the heart of a storm. Some came seeking orders. Others came seeking absolution or punishment, or simply something hard enough to lean on. He gave them one thing instead: purpose. In the broken streets, in Habs gutted by fire, in Manufactoria where the machines had fallen silent, he gathered them. Black Templars whose companies had been shredded, Steel Legion squads who no longer had a regiment to call home, Shrine Guard, Enforcers, Hive Militia whose eyes had seen too much and who now had nothing to lose. They became his. The name came from the mortals. It always did. Grimaldus did not sit down and declare a new crusade. He simply moved from fight to fight with those willing to keep up, and the Hive needed a way to speak of the shadow that kept appearing wherever the Orks pushed hardest. Sons of the Temple, they called them, in hushed tones, because they had walked out of a dead basilica with relics on their backs, because they fought as if the altar were still under their boots. The Cenobite servitors marched at the center of this new warband. They were more battered now, housings bent, pistons limping, but they still carried their burdens. The sheared column from the altar, its script flayed but still discernible. The tattered crusade banner, now patched with strips of burned cloth. The dented stoop, water within replenished each day by grim priests who said it tasted of ash and copper, but still bore a faint, unaccountable sweetness. Wherever those iron hulks appeared, the defenders straightened. In twisting streets turned into trenches by rubble and wrecks, guardsmen looked up from their sandbags and saw a fragment of white marble move past, saw the black cross on weathered cloth, and their lasguns steadied. Militia who had never been within sight of Armageddon's true shrines whispered that the Emperor himself was walking the streets. His gaze carried on metal shoulders. Men who had been seconds from breaking found themselves taking one more step instead. Grimaldus used that faith like a blade. He chose his battles with the mind of a butcher, marking where the Hive bled most badly and driving the sons of the Temple into those wounds. They hunted war bosses. In one Manufactorum district, where an Ork chief had turned a Hab spire into a crude fortress, Grimaldus led his warband up through maintenance shafts and collapsed conduits, emerging in a hail of dust into the very heart of the beast's lair. They killed him and his retinue in the space of 20 breaths, bolter rounds ripping limbs off bodies, Crozius blows turning bone to powder. When the rest of the warband surged in, they found their leader nailed to the wall above the door, impaled on a beam that had once supported devotional banners. The Orks faltered, confused at the sight of their chief's body twitching in its metal cradle. That heartbeat of hesitation was enough. In another quarter, where the Crooked Moon tribe had set up gargant repair yards between collapsed Habs, Grimaldus and Jurizian's sappers worked together. Jurizian had joined the Sons more than once, in the time since Oberon had begun its slow, colossal march. The Forge Master's armor was dust-coated, his bionics caked with grime, but his mind remained as sharp as ever. They planted charges in the belly of a towering spire that overlooked the yards, in the substructures that supported both it and the smaller buildings that clustered like barnacles around its base. The Orks were too busy venting steam from half-dismantled engines to notice. When the charges detonated, the spire came down as a single groaning leviathan, toppling sideways. It ploughed through the yards in a roar of stone and steel, crushing unfinished gargants, scaffolds, workshops, and the greenskins swarming over them. The wreckage burned for days, a pyre visible from half the Hive. They went below ground too. The Deadlands had vomited Ork submersibles into the seafront, and from there the Xenos spread through tunnels and maintenance rigs, trying to bypass Hell's highway and the walls altogether. Grimaldus led the Sons down after them, into lightless corridors where the air tasted of rust and salt. There, in cramped, silt-choked galleries, the war was nothing but muzzle flashes and the bright arcs of blade strikes. Orks pushed up from below, roaring, only to be driven back down into the black waters by grenades and chanting men who had one hand on their weapon and the other on a relic suspended from a servitor's frame. The sons of the temple left a wake of dead greenskins and collapsed passages behind them. In their absence, the tunnels flooded and fell silent. Grimaldus's cruelty grew teeth sharper than any Orks. Prisoners were rare. Orks did not often survive a meeting with the Sons, but when they did, when a nob or a war boss was fortunate enough to be clubbed senseless instead of finished outright, Grimaldus made use of him. They strung those leaders up on broken manufacturing cranes, wiring their arms out to either side, pinning their feet with iron spikes. Steel cables bit into alien flesh. Some lived for hours, bellowing, before blood loss took them. Others died quicker. It did not matter. They hung there all the same, high above the shattered streets, crude armor rattling, glyphs flaking. Grimaldus ordered artillery lines to mark their ranges by them. "See that one?" he would say, pointing with the croziers toward a twitching orc hung like a grotesque banner. Shell 10 paces below his feet and 5 to the left. When the next mob gathers under him to point and laugh, turn them into paste. They did. Under those hanging bodies, others were nailed. They were not orcs. Men taken looting the corpses of defenders instead of manning walls. Men caught trying to slip away from barricades while others held. Men who had decided that the fall of a temple meant the end of obligation. Grimaldus had them dragged to the same cranes, nailed through shoulders and thighs to the rusted supports below the Xenos' corpses. Lesser aliens, he named them. The title spread. It was a greater insult than any sermon could have been. He did not enjoy any of it. Enjoyment was an animal thing. He found only a cold satisfaction in the way the hive's discipline stiffened in the shadow of those ugly altars. Men saw the fate of cowards hanging under the fate of enemies and chose which they preferred. In a rare hour that was not spent in movement or slaughter, a different kind of message reached him. They were in a half-collapsed administratum hall, using its broken desks as cover and its cracked slate boards as map tables. The walls were scribbled with casualty numbers, revised daily and useless almost as soon as the chalk left the hands. Vox sets crackled on every flat surface. Reclusiarch, a Vox operator said, voice strained. Signal from outer command. Not local. Celestial Lion's cipher. Grimaldus' helm turned. "Route it," he said. The signal was weak, full of static, and the low growl of a damaged engine's death. A tech adept coaxed it through filters and amplifiers until words emerged. "This is Death Speaker Julkara, chaplain of the Celestial Lions," the voice said. It was ragged, as if torn from a throat drowned in smoke. "To any sons of dawn within reach, hear this and remember." The message had been recorded hours ago, perhaps days. There was no way to know. "The Mannheim front is gone," Julkara went on. "We marched as ordered into a gap we were told was secure. The fortifications were not there. The air support was not there. Only the Orks were there, enough of them to drown an army, enough of them to bury a chapter. There was a rattle that could have been gunfire or failing lungs. "We have been betrayed," the Death Speaker said. "Not by the aliens. We expect that from them. By those who hold rank and seal far from this mud. Our dropships were targeted on the way down. Our wounded were shelled by friendly guns. Every call for support went unanswered." Static wiped his words for a moment. When he returned, his voice had become colder. "Remember this, brothers of the Sons of Dawn," he said. "The Imperium has room for cowards and schemers. It has little room for those who speak truth about them. The Celestial Lions will die here. We will die facing the enemy. But we will not let the traitors write the tale of our deaths. Carry this message where you can. Do not let our name be mud on their tongues." A sound came then, something between a cough and a laugh. "In death, we are still the Emperors," Julkara said. "Not theirs. Death Speaker out. The line died. Grimaldus stood very still. Saren watched him from across the chamber, eyes narrowed. Jurisian's jaw tightened, servos humming softly as his teeth clenched. The mortals did not fully grasp the implication, but they understood without a backward glance. He thought of the Shadow Wolves dying alone, while the wars of distant powers moved on without a backward glance. He thought of Storm Herald, of Mancion choosing to fall for a hive that others would cheerfully have written off. He thought of Amasat and his calculated withdrawal. He thought of men and engines spending their blood, while unseen hands somewhere took note of gains and losses on parchment. They were brothers, he said at last. Lions, Jurisian said. Proud fools, the lot of them. Too honest for their own good. I heard whispers even before this war. They stood in the way of men who preferred compliant chapters. Grimaldus's gauntlets creaked as his fingers tightened on the Crozius haft. Honesty is punished, he said. Cowardice is justified. Lies wear seals and warrants, and we bleed for all of them. He looked at the battered maps. This war is simple, he said. Aliens at the walls, orcs in the streets. We kill them or we die. It is clean. Beyond this world, there are men turning that simplicity into knots, because it profits them or protects them. He shook his head, a slow, heavy motion. I cannot reach them, he said. I can reach the aliens. It hardened something that had already been stone within him. He became less forgiving of hesitation by the hour. Where once he might have given a man a second chance, now he saw in that first falter the shadow of the lions walking blind into a prepared killing ground. Where once he might have spent a word to encourage, now he spent it instead to cut, to strip away excuses. Do you think the orcs care about your fear? He would ask, a wavering line. Do you think the men who sent the lions to die care about your name? The only one who will remember whether you stood or ran is you. Decide which memory you wish to live with for the short time you have left. The season of fire began to build. Ash, storms thickened. The sky took on a sickly glow as distant volcano vents in Armageddon's wildlands woke from their slumber. The air grew hotter, heavy with the taste of distant eruptions. Men on the walls began to talk of fire falling from the heavens, rather than just steel. In that growing furnace, Grimaldus left the hive once more. A storm eagle had gone down beyond the outer works, its last signal tagged with celestial lion's codes. The message had been for him, or for any who still bore Dawn's gene. He could have sent others. He went himself. The journey through the wastes was a crawl through a world halfway to hell. The wind was a constant knife of ash. Heat shimmered above the ground, distorting distance. Orc shells fell randomly, probing for columns. Grimaldus and a small escort of Templars and legionaries threaded their way between crater fields and rust dunes, following the faint auger echoes of the fallen craft. They found it half buried in a slope, nose down, tail jutting into the hazed sky like a broken spear. Its wings had sheared off some distance back, marking its path with trenches gouged through the ash. The lion-head icon on its flank was blackened but still visible. Inside, the dead. Celestial lions in gold and blue, their armor torn and burned. Some still gripped their weapons, others lay piled where the crash had thrown them. The pilot was a smear on the cracked canopy. The Storm Eagle's machine spirit muttered to itself in static and mourning. In the rear compartment, a data casket remained intact, its casing battered but sealed. Grimaldus cracked it and played the message long enough to confirm what the earlier Vox fragment had already told him. Mannheim was a grave. The lions were gone, or near enough. Their Death Speaker's final words carried the same accusation here in cleaner signal. When he stepped out of the wreck, ash coating his armor, his men watched him carefully. They could read a chaplain's mood as others read. Weather. They died as they should, he said, facing the enemy, not on their knees. That is all that matters for them now, for those who bled them. He looked toward the horizon, toward places far beyond Armageddon. Their day will come, perhaps not by my hand, but it will come. The Imperium devours its own. One day it will choke. He touched the lion head on the Storm Eagle's flank with his fingers, pressing hard enough that the scorched paint flaked away. "I will not let their name be dirt in this hive," he said. "Not here, not while I still speak." Back in Helsreach, rumors multiplied like flies over corpses. Scouts came in babbling of titans on the horizon, silhouettes seen through firelight and ash. Some swore they had seen the proud sigils of Invigilata moving once more, engines walking in line toward the city. Others insisted they were Ork god machines, gargants wearing the stolen plates of fallen engines as trophies. No one had long enough or knew. Slow, but unstoppable. Its Nova knew. Slow, but unstoppable. Its Nova cannon was charged. Its flanking guns were tested. Its tracks chewed the ground to powder wherever they passed. Grimaldus listened to all of it. Lines on the maps meant less and less now. Sections of the hive were simply greyed out, no longer worth the ink. The Orks were everywhere. So were the defenders, in dwindling numbers, clinging to strongpoints that had once been streets and squares. "This ends soon," Saren said in one late council, summing up the obvious. "One way or another." Grimaldus looked at the representations of Orc strength around Helsreach, banners of the crooked moon, icons marking gargant assembly zones, red smears indicating estimated numbers of boys. They dwarfed the lines denoting imperial positions. "We have held," Saren went on, "longer than anyone had. Right to hope. Long enough for the wider war to shift. Some on the command net say that is enough, that we can bleed them until the season of fire makes further fighting impossible, and call that a victory of sorts." "Bleeding them is not enough," Grimaldus said. He had crawled out of his own grave. He had watched Titans die. He had heard a brother chapter's last words on a dying wind. He was past the point of half measures. "The horde battering this hive must not merely be delayed," he said. "It must be broken, crushed so badly that whatever remains of it slinks away into the wastes, and never again has strength to gather like this." Saren snorted. "With what?" he asked. "We are down to shadows and myths here, chaplain. I have regiments that are companies in truth. I have companies that are squads. Your own crusade is a handful of black ghosts and a few thousand mortals who have forgotten how to sleep." Jerision's voice was a low rumble from his corner of the room. "We have Oberon," he said, "a gun that can tear the spine out of any gargant line it sights. And perhaps," Saren allowed reluctantly, "Titans, if the rumors are more than hopeful nonsense." Grimaldus tapped the table, gauntlet making a dull sound. "Then we make their hope truth," he said. "We plan for their return. We plan as if Invigilata will find their courage again, and if they do not, we do it without them." He straightened, cracked armor plates rasping. "Jerision brings a sun on tracks. If the gods of metal join it, so much the better. We time a strike with their arrival. Not a raid, not a little push. A counter-assault across the whole city. Every tank, every gun, every man who can still walk. We hit them when they think us almost spent. We drive into their mass, and we do not stop until there is nothing moving that is green." Saren's eyes narrowed. "That is not strategy," he said. "That is annihilation." "Yes," Grimaldus said. Silence settled for a heartbeat, heavy as stone. Jerision smiled, a hard baring of teeth behind his beard. "I will aim the Oberon," he said. "You point the rest. If we are to die, we may as well take a war with us." Saren looked between them, the practical commander caught between the calculated suicide of a cautious defense and the honest suicide of an all-out attack. At length, he nodded. "This hive has been a grave for a long time," he said. "We may as well choose how we lie down." Grimaldus inclined his head. "No, he said. "We chose our grave already. Now we decide who else we bury in it." The world burned sideways. Armageddon's season of fire rose at last, not as a sudden dawn, but as a slow, suffocating smothering of everything that still clung to breath. Furnace winds screamed in from the volcanic wastes, hot enough to strip exposed skin. Ash poured from the sky in sheets, turning the horizon into a wall of roiling, grey and copper. The tempest ocean boiled under that breath, hurling up steam clouds that mixed with the ash until the air itself became a choking, toxic slurry. From the northern walls of Helsreach, the battlefield was no longer a place of lines and ridges and wrecks. It was a single heaving mass of shadow and flame, shapes half seen in the dust, movements caught only as flickers of darker grey against the storm. The Orks had chosen this moment well. They had always been a tide. Now they became a flood. Before the storm thickened to the point where even Orks would be forced to hunker down, the Crooked Moon warlord hurled everything that remained of his strength at Helsreach. Every gargant that still walked, crowned in stolen iron. Every battle wagon that still moved, armor rattling. Every truck, every buggy, every looted tank. Every boy that could still lift a gun or an axe. They massed in the murk outside the hive in numbers that made counting meaningless. At their center, a familiar silhouette loomed, half hidden by the broken land and the ash. Godbreaker. The Mega-Gargant had not died with Storm Herald. It had been hurt, yes. Its carapace scarred and torn by the Imperator's rage. Its armor plates warped by plasma fire. It had squatted for a time in the wastes, bleeding smoke, while Ork mechs clambered over it like ticks, patching breaches with scrap and wire, welding stolen plates over holes, jamming new reactors into gutted compartments. It had become uglier in the process, more crooked, more hunched. It still walked. It led the last massing of green and iron toward Helsreach, stepping through the furnace winds, with its crude field arrays crackling, guns already tracking the hive's broken silhouette. Around its feet, lesser gargants marched in ragged line abreast, a wall of metal faces with jagged smiles and gun barrel eyes. "They mean to end it before the storms end them," Saren said quietly on the wall, watching the Auspex feeds smear with white as the dust thickened. "If they break us now, they take the hive before the fire locks them out. If they fail, the season cages them outside, while we dig ourselves deeper, behind what is left of these walls. There is no retreat either way," Grimaldus said beside him. "Only two kinds of dying." Saren did not disagree. He had called all that remained to him to the northern approaches. Every Steel Legion regiment that could still march. Every functioning tank that could still turn a track or fire its main gun. Every artillery piece that could lift its barrel. Every hive militia band that had not already been bled white or dissolved into panic. They had formed a line of guns and bodies around the hive's throat, a thin ring of defiance drawn against a pounding, oncoming sea. "This is all of it," Saren said. "If this fails, there is nothing left to fall back on." "Good," Grimaldus replied. "Then there will be nowhere to run to." Behind them, Helsreach breathed raggedly. Districts were gone entirely, reduced to blackened gaps in the hive's once crowded silhouette. Hell's highway was a scar through the ruin, clogged with wrecks and hastily emplaced fire breaks and minefields. The temple crater yawned within the city like a missing tooth, a raw wound now ringed with hastily thrown-up barricades and firing posts. The sons of the temple waited in that ruin, and in a dozen other strongpoints closer to the outer walls, black shapes in the dust, Cenobite servitors looming behind them with relics on their backs. Mortals clustered around them, faces set, hands clenched on weapons. This was all that remained of Helsreach's teeth. On the horizon, something else moved. At first, it was written off as a trick of the storm, a shifting of darker shadows in the haze. Then Auspex runes stabilized, filtered through the heat and dust, and Titan silhouettes emerged from the speckled noise. Warlords, Reavers, Warhounds, Legio, Invigilata. They came back, someone whispered in the command bunker, his voice cracking. They had left Helsreach once already, limping engines withdrawing toward the Hemlock front, their princeps speaking of strategic necessity and the wider war. Now, against expectation and against whatever logic had driven that earlier choice, they strode back through the ash toward the hive. At their head walked the Bansida, Amasat's warlord, its honor banners trailing soot. Behind and among them, another shape loomed, lower, broader, moving not on legs, but on grinding assemblies of track. Ordinatus, Armageddon Oberon. The Mechanicus war platform rumbled toward the firing lines, its Nova cannon a hooded eye at its center, shrouds thrumming with contained power. Grav suspensors muttered under its hull, easing its passage over shattered ground that would have swallowed tanks whole. Jurisian walked its decks like a steel-robed priest, hands on rails, helm lenses turned toward the distant green tide. They came back, Saren repeated in the bunker, as if saying it twice would make it less absurd. Why? Honor, Grimaldus said on the command channel. Or guilt, it does not matter. They are here. Amasat's voice followed, harsh with vox distortion, yet carrying the iron tension of someone who had made a choice he knew could not be unmade. This is Princeps Amasat of the Legio Invigilata, he said. Bane Cedar and surviving engines stand ready to engage. We bring Oberon with us. We will break their god machine or die in the attempt. You left, Grimaldus said evenly. You left when Mancion fell. You left when the temple burned. There was a pause. I did, Amasat said, and I will bear that until my core cools. Today I choose differently. Today I die properly, perhaps. Grimaldus' jaw tightened inside his helm. Then die well, he said. I will not spit on your courage if it is honest, whatever it cost you to find it. He looked across the hololithic display at Saren and Jurisian. The map was little more than a blur at this point, but the broad shapes were clear. Orc mass, Imperial line, Titans approaching through the storm. 3 blows, he said. This ends with 3 blows. Say it, Saren told him. First, Grimaldus said, tapping the Orc engine glyphs. Titans and Oberon. They meet Godbreaker and its kin. They hold them, distract them, break them. Jurisian takes his shot when Amasat gives him the gap. The Forge Master inclined his head, hand resting on the pick rune that represented the Ordinatus. Second, Grimaldus went on, indicating the arcs of mines and firebreaks around Helsreach's approaches. The Steel Legion holds. You do not advance, Colonel. You do not chase. You stand behind minefields and barricades and drown whatever comes at you in fire. You bleed, but you do not break. The line is not allowed to move. Saren's lip curled. We will stand, he said. We have forgotten how to do anything else. Third, Grimaldus said, and now he pointed at a single icon in the Orc swarm. The Crooked Moon Warlord's command mound, a mobile scrap fortress bristling with guns and banners. The Sons of the Temple Cut, he said. When the Titans and Oberon shatter their center, when the Horde reels, we go through the gap, straight at the Warlord, cut off the head. If he dies in the shadow of his dead god machine, he dies a failure in front of his Horde. They will turn on each other for the right to replace him. Jurisian nodded slowly. With Godbreaker gone, he said, their gargants will already be shaking. Without their warlord's fist on the reins, that tide becomes a storm with no center. We can ride it until it tears itself apart. Exactly, Grimaldus said. We are not holding them this time. We are not buying time. We are killing them. All of them, if we can. We are one last murder in it. The season of fire, one last murder in it. The season of fire screamed around them. Out beyond the walls, Titans walked into the boiling ash. Bansida strode at the fore, its void shields already flaring under the first probing shots from Gargant guns. Warhounds flanked it, sleek compared to the hulking Ork engines, their own shields pulsing as they darted from cover shadow to cover shadow. Behind them, Oberon crawled, a mobile cathedral of iron and guns, its Nova cannons containment fields humming at a pitch that made normal men's teeth ache. "Defend Oberon," Geresian voxed to the Titan princeps. "Protect it until I can take a single shot. One shot. That is all I will get before the fire closes in." "What choice do we have?" Amasat replied, echoing words he had heard once before. "We will hold the beast for you. Do your work, quickly." They met Godbreaker in a broken plain, where once Promethean pipelines had run, now reduced to twisted metal and blackened trenches. The Mega Gargant loomed out of the ash like a walking mountain, its head a leering iron skull, its guns already vomiting shells and energy blasts that ripped the air. Its crude force fields shimmered, struggling against the swirling storms and the incoming fire from the Legio's guns. Banesida walked straight toward it. "Invigilata," Amasat intoned over his own manifold, feeling his crew and engine breathe with him. For Mancion, for Storm Herald, for the promise given to the black-armored priest. Godbreaker's guns spoke. Shells smashed into Banesida's void shields, peeling them layer by incandescent layer. Fields failed with sharp, visible pops. Armor plates buckled under the next impacts, torn away in showers of molten metal. The warlord staggered, then steadied, legs driving forward, plasma and laser fire lashing at Godbreaker's flanks in return. Warhound escorts darted in, guns blazing, drawing off some of the God Machine's wrath. Gargants lumbered to meet them, trading shots with the nimble engines. One Warhound died in a rush of flame as a Gargant's belly gun caught it. Another lost a leg and went down, still firing, still screaming litanies over the Vox until an Ork shell turned it into a crater. Oberon hung back, hull braced, Nova cannon hood retracting. Inside the Ordinatus, Geresian sat in his throne cradle, mechadendrites coiled, every sense bound into the firing assemblies. Data flowed across his vision in a blizzard of targeting runes and heat ghost images. He tasted charge levels in the back of his throat, smelled the ozone tang of fields rubbing against the world. "Range," a tech priest intoned. "Not yet," Geresian murmured. Godbreaker and Banesida closed. The warlord was a ruin already. Its carapace guns hung broken. Armor peeled away in slabs. Fire leaked from its gut, smoke trailing from its shoulders. Still it walked, closing the distance, putting itself between the Mega Gargant and the Ordinatus, a battered shield of sacred steel. In its mind, the machine spirit howled. It remembered shame and retreat. It remembered turning away from this hive once. Now it tasted the chance to die facing the enemy. It embraced it. "Range," the tech priest repeated, voice tight. "Now," Geresian said. He keyed the firing rune. Oberon spoke. The Nova cannon was not meant for this. It was a ship killer, a weapon designed to rip open star vessels in void battles, to punch through meters of layered armor and void shielding at ranges beyond human sight. Turned toward the belly of a world, it remained itself, uncaring. Light bloomed. For a heartbeat, the battlefield vanished in a sphere of incandescent white. Ash and rock and armor and flesh all became the same thing in that instant: fuel. Godbreaker sat at the epicenter. Its fields flared, overloaded, and went out. Its armor glowed, then ran. Weapons melted. Crew died in a flash too swift to be felt. When the light faded, there was a crater where the Mega Gargant had stood, a bowl of glass fused from earth and iron. Broken Gargants lay around it like toppled idols, their frames twisted, their banners burning. Ork tanks that had been too close were simply gone, leaving only shadows etched into the ground where they had stood. Bansida fell into that new-made wound. Godbreaker's last shots had gutted it. Its legs had finally betrayed it under the strain. It pitched forward, catching the edge of the crater, hull breaking, reactor screaming. Amasat died with his hands on the controls, seeing the mega-gargant's silhouette vanish in the sun Oberon had birthed. Invigilata records would call it sacrifice, not failure. Out at the hive's approaches, the blast rolled over the Steel Legion lines as a hot wind. Men ducked. Auspex shorted, then stabilized. Helm lenses dimmed reflexively, then cleared. What they saw when they looked back out into the ash was not an invincible god machine, but a wound in the Ork line, a rent. The center of the encircling mass had been torn out. The horde staggered. Some gargants still walked, further out, battered and half-blind. Their crews bellowed in confusion over crude vox channels. Ork warbands near the crater reeled, stunned, some knocked flat by the shockwave. Banners dipped, voices faltered. Grimaldus did not wait for them to regain their footing. "Now!" he voxed. "Sons of the Temple, now!" They moved. The Cenobite servitors led, as they always did, hunched iron silhouettes bearing relics through the dust. The severed altar column jutted over the front ranks, white stones streaked with soot. The tattered crusade banner fluttered in the furnace wind, its black cross stark against flickering ember light. The dented stoop sloshed holy water that steamed as it touched the ash. Behind them came the black armored giants, Grimaldus at their head, Crozius blazing, helm lenses burning red in the storm, Ansgar to his side, one pauldron patched with crude welds, Raylan a pace back, chainsword teeth freshly honed. Around them, Steel Legion veterans and hive militia who had forgotten any life before this war, faces hidden behind masks and grime, eyes set. They did not advance in neat formation. They drove into the breach. Orks trying to pull themselves upright from the blast were cut down where they stood. Chainswords chewed into green flesh. Bolt rounds punched through stunned torsos. In the confusion, some fired blindly, rounds whipping through their own comrades, guns spitting without aim. Grimaldus moved through them like a dark star. His Crozius cracked bones and twisted armor into scrap. Every swing took a limb, or a head, or a life. An Ork knob stumbled into his path, ears still ringing, mouth forming the beginning of a roar. The Crozius took his jaw off, then came back the other way and removed the top half of his skull, scattering broken teeth and fragments of bone. He did not slow. The sons of the Temple followed in his wake, a wedge of conviction cutting into the rattled horde. Mortals fired from behind the Templars' shoulders, using them as living bulwarks. Lasbeams drew smoking lines across Ork hides. Grenades bounced into clusters of boys and turned them into sprays of meat and shredded glyphs. They cut through the shattered center, heading for the jagged bulk that had been marked as the warlord's command mound. The scrap fortress had been positioned behind Godbreaker, a mobile heap of metal and guns and banners built atop the hulls of stolen vehicles and the corpses of riddled tanks. When the Mega-Gargant died, the mound had been rattled, rocked, partially buried in blown earth and slag, but it still stood, guns swiveling spasmodically, glyphs hanging askew. At its crown, the crooked moon warlord raged. He had been hurled from his platform by the blast, slammed into his own armor panels hard enough to dent them. Smoke curled from his mega armor's joints where heat had kissed it. One of his shoulder plates hung torn, exposing thick green flesh beneath. His jaw bled where he had bitten through his own lip. He stared at the crater, at the absence where Godbreaker had stood, and bellowed, a sound of such raw fury that even the nearest boys flinched. His god machine was gone. His great toy, his symbol, the thing at the heart of his legend, turned into a hole in the world. He turned that rage toward the only thing he could still reach. He saw the black cross banner, the white tabards, the skull helm. "Skull, boy!" he roared over stolen vox bands, voice breaking into interference. "That was mine. You took it. You took my big stompy. I was gonna rip you in half for that." Grimaldus did not answer. Words were done. He climbed the slope of wreckage toward the mound's base, boots slipping in ash and orc blood. The servitors smashed aside broken plasteel and twisted railing with their cargo, clearing a path. Templars and legionaries poured around him, shooting, shouting, dying. The warlord leapt down to meet him. He hit the wreck-strewn ground like a dropped engine, mega armor sending cracks through already damaged plates. His bulk was obscene, a mass of muscle and metal. Scrap plates welded over his skin made him into a walking bunker. Chains and trophies rattled with each step. His weapon was a thing of pistons and blades and revving teeth, a chopper big enough to cut a tank in half if swung properly. Grimaldus walked toward him. Around them, the battle narrowed to a circle. Men and orcs fought and fell at its edges, but none dared step between the two figures in its center. The first clash shook his bones. The warlord's chopper came in a downwards arc, a blow that would have split Grimaldus from helm to groin if it had landed clean. He caught it on the shaft of his Crozius, the weapon's power field flaring as it met the crackling energy along the warblade's ragged edge. The impact drove him to one knee, armor joints screaming. He pushed back. Servos whined, muscles burned, pain flared along healing fractures. The chopper's teeth snapped inches from his helm. He twisted, sliding the weapon past him, then stepped in close, Crozius' head snapping up to slam into the warlord's chest. The blow would have crushed a smaller orc outright. It dented the mega armor, driving the warlord back a pace, cracking plates. The greenskin laughed, a guttural, bubbling sound. "Dad all," he spat, swinging again. They traded blows in the storm. The chopper's teeth carved furrows in Grimaldus' armor, shaving off chunks of black plate, chewing through the edge of a pauldron. One swing glanced across his helm, cracking the sculpted bone, making his vox shriek with feedback. Another cut through his gorget and bit into his neckplate, sparks, spraying. His Rosarius field flared again and again, turning killing blows into glancing ones, burning his skin each time it intercepted force. The Crozius answered. It hammered dents into the warlord's armor, buckled knee joints, shattered trophy racks. Each impact sent cracks spidering through the crude plates. Each blow bled some of the orcs' stolen invincibility back into the dust. Around them, the sons of the temple held the ring. Orcs tried to surge in when their chieftain seemed overmatched, only to be met by a wall of chainsword teeth and laser fire. Guardsmen died there, hacked apart, but they died standing, buying moments. Templars bellowed litanies until their voices were raw, holding the greenskins back with bolter fire and brute, implacable presence. Grimaldus felt his legs threatening to betray him. The collapse of the temple had not left his bones as whole as the apothecaries liked to claim. Every impact drove splinters deeper. He could taste iron in his mouth, blood seeping down the back of his throat from somewhere behind his nose. His vision narrowed, all peripheral details swallowed by the burning focus of the orc's eyes, red and mad behind the armor's crude lenses. The warlord laughed again, the sound wet now, flecks of black-green blood spraying from between his tusks. "Yous is tough," he said. "I likes that. I was gonna mount your skull on me new gargant when I build it out of your city." He drove forward, putting all his weight behind a thrust. The chopper slammed into Grimaldus's chest, point first. The Rosarius flashed, failed, overloaded from too many hits in too short a time. The blade punched through cracked plate, spearing into his ribcage. Pain became something beyond itself, a white wall that washed everything else away. Grimaldus dropped his bolt pistol. His left hand closed around the blade where it emerged from his side, fingers locking on the notched metal. Blood ran down his gauntlet, dark and thick. "Too slow," he rasped. He hauled himself along the embedded weapon. The warlord blinked momentarily wrong-footed as his prey dragged itself closer down his own killstroke. Grimaldus rammed the Crozius head up under the Orc's arm, into the armpit joint where crude armor met flesh. The power field flared. The blow blew the arm off at the shoulder in a burst of gore and snapped metal. The mega armor lurched, balance broken. Grimaldus let go of the chopper, leaving it lodged in his side, stepped in even closer, and brought the Crozius up in a rising arc that slammed into the warlord's lower jaw. Bone shattered. Tusks snapped. The Orc's head snapped back, teeth spraying. Grimaldus hit him again, and again. He forgot everything but the rhythm of the blows, up into the jaw, down into the skull, sideways into the already scarred cranium. The Crozius screamed with each impact, its field carving through bone, then through the crude bionics beneath, then through whatever passed for the Orc's primitive brain. At last, the warlord's legs gave out. He toppled forward onto his knees, head a ruin, armor sagging. The chopper tore free of Grimaldus's side as the giant fell, leaving a burning hole in its wake. Grimaldus swayed, blood streaming from the breach, then planted his boot on the warlord's chest to keep him from slumping entirely into the ash. He turned, slowly, to look at the nearby wreckage. The command mound's banners lay half buried in rubble, poles splintered, cloth torn. One jagged, upright spar of metal jutted at an angle from a wrecked tank beneath them, sharp and black. Grimaldus dragged in a breath that tasted of iron and smoke. He hooked the Crozius under the warlord's torso and heaved, lifting the tonnage of armor and flesh enough to drag the corpse toward the wrecked banner pole. Muscles screamed. Servos whined in harmonized misery. He did not stop until he reached the spar. With a final effort he slammed, once, reflexive, then hung slack, impaled, out through the warlord's back. The corpse spasmed once, reflexive, then hung slack, impaled, dripping thick dark blood onto the wreckage below. For an instant, in the furnace wind, it looked as though the greenskin had been mounted there as a standard, his ruined head hanging, his trophies rattling. The nearest boys saw it. Their roars faltered. Some stopped mid-charge. Others looked back over their shoulders, expecting to see a surviving Gargant, a reassuring iron face. Instead, they saw only the glowing crater where Godbreaker had died, and beyond it, the slow silhouettes of Titans and Oberon advancing through the ash, guns still blazing. The Orc formation broke. It did not become a rout. Orcs did not rout the way humans did. They turned on each other. Knobs argued over who would claim the dead warlord's place. Boys followed whichever voice yelled loudest, or whichever fist hit. The edges of the crater, trampling the edges of the crater, trampling stragglers. Their weapons cut disciplined lines of death through milling Orc mobs, flattening anything that moved. Oberon rumbled behind them, lesser guns adding to the storm, Nova Cannon cooling down after its impossible exertion. On the ground, Steel Legion regiments advanced as far as their colonel allowed, halting behind prepared lines of fire breaks and mine belts and turning the entire field into a furnace. Leman Russ squadrons laid down rolling barrages of battle cannon shells, scouring the open ground. Basilisks and Medusas hurled shells into the densest clumps of green. Heavy bolters chattered from improvised strongpoints. Every shell that had been hoarded, every fuel tank that had been guarded, was poured out now without restraint. Hours passed. The season of fire turned the world into a crucible, but still the guns spoke. Still the blades rose and fell. Orcs fought orcs. Orcs fought humans. Humans shot anything that looked like it might stand up again. By the time the fire fully choked the air, by the time visibility dropped to a handful of meters, and even the Orcs were forced to seek shelter or suffocate, the approaches to Helsreach were no longer a battlefield. They were a grave, a continent-scale charnel plain of burned bodies and twisted metal stretched from the hive's walls out into the ash. Gargant carcasses lay toppled, their iron faces cracked, banners burned, Titan wrecks hunched among them, mute, their sacrifices etched in the remembered heart of the Legio. The crater where Godbreaker had died cooled slowly, its glassed floor crazed and cracked. The main horde battering Helsreach was gone. The Orks did not vanish entirely. Pockets of them still clung to districts within the hive, entrenched in the maze of shattered habs and manufactoria, snarling and shooting and refusing to admit the battle was over. Outside, under the ash, warbands that had never made it into the main assault zones lurked, waiting for a chance that would not come until the fire relented. The war for Armageddon went on, as it always would. But here, in this one place where walls had been drawn and oaths spoken in blood, the tide had not merely been held, it had been smashed on stone and iron until it broke. When Grimaldus finally walked back through the northern gates, leaning a little on his Crozius, now that the adrenaline of the duel had faded, he passed men who were no longer willing to look him in the eye. They bowed their heads instead. Steel Legion troopers straightened as he went by, then dropped to one knee, laser guns grounded like spears. Militia who had once whispered jokes behind his back now lowered their gaze, as if afraid that to meet his might exposed something soft inside them. Shrine Guard made the sign of the Aquila over their chests, then over him, as though he were a relic returning home. Someone, somewhere, spoke the title aloud, and it stuck to the air like ash. Hero of Helsreach. It spread along vox lines and mess lines, in barracks carved from ruins, and over cookfires fed with broken furniture. It became a way of summarizing something too complex and bloody to fit into simple words. It became an anchor, a thing men could point to and say, "There at least, we did not lose." Grimaldus heard it. He let it pass through him like smoke. He felt only exhaustion and old anger. Anger at titans that had left and then died to make amends. Anger at commanders, far from this world, who had bled good chapters dry and called it necessity. Anger at a universe in which victory looked like a charred crater and a hive blown half to ruin. Its population reduced by more than half. Its streets haunted by the knowledge of how easily it could fall again. He stood once more at the edge of the temple crater, Cenobite servitors looming at his shoulders, relics on their backs. Ash sifted down into the pit like slow grey rain. "In this one place," he said quietly, voice for himself alone, "you did not drown us." He did not know if he was speaking to the Orks, to the cold bureaucracy of the wider war, to the vast silent presence on the golden throne, or to the memory of Mordred and the Shadow Wolves and the Celestial Lions. It did not matter. The crater held the answer either way. The relic column gleamed dully. The tattered banner stirred in the hot wind. Grimaldus turned away. There were still Orks in the hive to kill. There were still walls to walk and men to harden. There were still rumors of fresh war calls beyond the ash horizon. Armageddon burned. It would burn for a long time yet. But Helsreach still stood, and as long as it did, so would he.